Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Velkommen til en ny dag i POKERNM. Det onsdag. Det dag 5 av NM-uka. Det dag 2 av main event. Det kommer til å bli dag 3 av heads up. Og det en dag med Sverre Krogh Sundbø.
Nok en dag med Sverre Krogh Sundbø, kan vi si.
Eller god formiddag, eller god ettermiddag, eller hva det blir for noe. Det var en heidundrende dag i går, Sverre.
Ja, helt rått. Det blir jo veldig komprimert akkurat den fasen her av NM, hvor det mange øvelser som skal avgjøres samtidig som man starter main event. Og det å få det der spennet av NM-følelser samtidig. Du får storinnrykket med folk som skal spille dag 1 i main event. Du får en semifinale-duell av dimensjoner. Altså, jeg vil påstå... To? Jo, men det 2 semifinaler som blir spilt samtidig. Og jeg vil tro at de 2 blant de lengste som har vært spilt i absolutt hele heads-up-NM, begge 2. Og de svinger, det bra poker, du ser hvorfor disse gutta så fundamentert, hvordan de klarer å pottkontrolle hele veien. Og så fikk vi kåret til Norgesmester i... Jeg vil ikke si det det mest prestisjetunge, men det det mest imponerende å ta denne 8-game-titlen.
Men før vi kom til 8-game og heads-up-semifinalene, så hadde vi en fixed limit-finalebord som også var av sinnssvak kvalitet. Ja. De 6 gutta som satt der leverte fantastisk poker, og vi fikk en verdensmester som endelig ble norgesmester.
Og det et paradoks, det akkurat den der. Altså, jeg har jo slitt på samme selv. Jeg har ikke bedre enn andreplass i NM.
Men du europamester.
Men jeg europamester, og det jo... Altså, det faktisk, det norske feltet ofte vanskeligere å manøvrere seg gjennom enn et internasjonalt felt. Nivået så sterkt på alle plan.
Ja. Proff Espen, eller Espen Sandvik som han egentlig heter. La oss ta en liten titt på hvordan det ble avgjort dette fixed limit-spillet.
Det var glemt at det var en fiks, det. Jeg hadde glemt at det var en fiks det går til med. Det skjedde så mye etterpå.
Og Høyner har bestående knekt nis ut for Sandvik. Har allerede lagt inn 150 000. Det ikke stort bak der hos Enebakk. Sitter og regner litt på det og sier at ok, det får være en god nok hånd. Nå får vi det på, og derfor turneringslivet til Enebakk. Han foran nå. Har konge 2 suit, men Sandvik med knekt nis ut, som vi ser, har 45% vinnersjanse. Ikke langt unna en coinflip dette her. Eneste forskjellen Sandvik trenger å treffe noe. Det gjør ikke Enebakk. Han må bare unngå at Sandvik treffer. Og syver i døra, det 9 dame 7, det treff for Sandvik, det 3 ruter. Og nå det snudd på hodet. Og mer til, for Enebakk, han trenger en konge. Kan selvfølgelig håpe på rønner her. Syver som parer bordet. Da ikke det lenger en mulighet. Kun en konge for Marius Vik Enebakk, hvis ikke Espen Sandvik Norgesmester. Og en knekt betyr at vi har en vinner. Og selv Enebakk gir applaus til Espen Sandvik. Tobias Leknes som ryker ut på 3. plass gir Sandvik en stor klem. Ja, han har jo blitt mobbet litt for dette her. Sånn etter at han tok verdensmestertitelen spesielt, så vil han ha trofeet som Marius Vik Enebakk fikk for å slå ut Goggen Solheim, og det egentlig riktig, for man skal gi den videre, men ok, det får gå. Trenger den nå, Enebakk. Sandvik, han hater jo dette her litt, selv om han også elsker det. Han ikke veldig glad i mye oppmerksomhet, men nå blir det mye oppmerksomhet på deg, Espen. Det uunngåelig. Og smør smørblid. Og så tenker han litt på dette her. Det betyr mye. Altså, jo, det var det jeg var inne på. Da han ble verdensmester, så det klart mange misunte ham det, for det ikke alle forunt å bli det live og vinne et bracelet, som han nå gjorde da han vant i Rosvadov. Men i 2019. Men så mye av de folka han henger sammen med jo norgesmestere, og mange av dem mange ganger norgesmestere. Og da kontrer de hver gang med at han ikke norgesmester. Nå kan de ikke gjøre det lenger, Espen. Nå du både norges- og verdensmester.
Ja, det var siste hånda i fikslimit. Espen Sandvik, han rønna siste timen og bare styrte det bordet, slo ut Leknes som kom på 3. plass. Men det var ganske imponerende av Enebakk, for han startet det bordet som shortstack, og han kjempet seg hele veien igjennom opp til en annen plass, så han var veldig godt fornøyd med egen innsats.
Absolutt. Det jo en kjempeinnsats å bli nummer 2 i et såpass stort mesterskap, og det heads-upen, det noen kort som faller riktig vei. Du ser jo han går jo inn som favoritt den siste, selv om han veldig, veldig short. Ja. Men for all del, fantastisk innsats her, og det å i det hele tatt være på et finalebord i NM, det et realt felt man må gjennom.
Det jo noe stort. Du hadde jo din favoritt, Ragge. Han var skuffet på 5. plassen. Han hadde håpet å komme litt høyere. Leknes var, hva skal jeg si for noe? Blek, men fattet. Han tok det som en mann. Men Leknes og Espen jo i samme miljø for Mixed Games og Fixed Games i Oslo. Og hvor mye tror du det betyr det at man en sånn stor gjeng, et miljø som deler kunnskap og hjelper hverandre til å bli bedre?
Jeg tror det helt totalt essensielt. Altså, Norge nå blitt en av de ledende nasjonene i verden, om ikke den ledende nasjonen når det gjelder Mixed Games. Fixed Limit Hold'em kanskje ikke i så stor grad med tanke på at det så stort i USA, men jeg vil påstå at måten man tenker Fixed Limit Hold'em så preget av den ekspertisen man har tatt med seg i andre Fixed Limit-spill fra Mixed Games. Leknes har vist seg som en av de sterkeste tankemesterne du finner der ute, og benytter seg all sin kompetanse, både som president i forbund og også som en drivende god spiller, til å faktisk samle folk, skape en kultur, skape en base, skape en informasjonsutvikling som helt enorm. Og så har vi noen som har vært pionerer enda før Leknes. Vi har en type Tarjei Forus som har vært ute og virkelig spilt 8-game før 8-game var noen visste hva var i det hele tatt, da man fortsatt spilte Horse i gamle dager. Så for all del, dette her Norge som en Fixed Limit og Mixed Games, og også da en Fixed Limit Hold'em-nasjon. Veldig sterk kompetanse.
Hvordan det tankegangen i Hold'em Fixed Limit? Det altså, for du inne på det, Fixed Limit-spillene, for det jo flere forskjellige. Det overførbart mellom de forskjellige spillene? Det noen sånn grunnleggende ting som man drar med seg til de forskjellige spillene?
I aller høyeste grad. Altså hele den finessen, det å få ut et ekstra big bet, eller kanskje få ut et ekstra small bet, hvordan man går frem for å gjøre det, totalt overførbart. Og hvis man klarer å jobbe inn ett ekstra bud i ny og ne når man spiller en hånd, så blir det en helt enorm forskjell i det lange løp.
Du nevnte Tarjei Forus. Han satt jo på et bord du fulgte veldig tett, helt langt ut over midnatt i går. Vi fikk en norgesmester i går i dag, for det var etter midnatt. La oss ta en titt på hvordan det gikk i duellen i 8 game.
Begynner å dra seg til. Det har vært mange comeback i denne Mixed Games-finalen så langt. Akkurat nå så er det Tarjei som har satt press. Det må nesten... Ja, det er et valg her om det skal synes for siste setonger eller ei. Vi spiller det som er deuce to 7, triple draw. Og siste setongene kommer på... Og det skal byttes ett kort. Mot... 2. Oi, 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 det er kjempekort som vises frem her, og 8-eren gjør jo ting enda vanskeligere. Kommer en 9-er, det er bra kort det, men det er høyere enn 8-er. Dame gjør at dette er over! Vi har en vinner! Det er Tarjei Forus som går seirende ut i det som har vært en av de mest durablige duellene vi har sett i et Mixed Games-finale noensinne. Det varte, og det varte, og det varte, og det varte, og så vil jeg bare si, til tross for at det går feil vei, for en innsats du har lagt ned.
Ja, det var en hard kamp, men han var best i dag. Så...
Nei, dette var en legendeduell som kunne gått begge veier.
Ja, det svingte frem og tilbake, men ja, i dag var det hans dag.
Jeg skal rette fokuset mot norgesmester for andre gang. Ikke bare norgesmester for andre gang, kanskje. En av de store pionerene som gjelder det å spille noe annet enn bare Hold'em i Norge. For det er ikke første gang du spiller Mixed Game, Tarjei.
Jeg er glad i Mixed Game. Jeg brukte et helt skuddår på å lære meg det. Så hadde jeg grindet på stars.
Men jeg vil bare spørre deg, altså den duellen vi er vitne til i løpet av Heads Up her, det må være noe av den villeste finalene vi har sett i en Mixed Games noensinne.
Jeg tror vi byttet chip-leaden sikkert 10 ganger, eller kanskje mer. Det var helt sykt.
Og ikke bare bytte chip-lead, men det er ganske godt å se hvordan dere klarte å bevare tålmodig, altså fundamentert spill mot slutten av en så lang duell, fordi at det er fort gjort når man blir sliten og har sittet så lenge at man begynner å bare kaste på skjetonger. Det skjedde aldri.
Nei, jeg følte han var bedre enn meg akkurat på det der. Stein solide, han Tor William. Helt sykt gode. Heldige så drog han ut.
Hvor viktig er det å vinne akkurat denne titelen, at det er Mixed Games som går din vei?
Nei, det er prestisjetittel. Jeg er fornøyd med det. Andre gang jeg tar Mixed Game-tittel, så er jeg fornøyd. Ekstra fornøyd nå.
Ja, som vi ser her, du har allerede rukket å bytte ut. Du hadde 1 stjerne. Nå er det 2 stjerner. Altså, man sier jo gjerne at 1 gang, da kan man snuble inn. 2 ganger, da har man vist at det er kvalitet som står i fokus.
Ja, jeg viser jeg kan det. Jeg kan det nå.
Jeg tror vi omdøper det. Det er ikke kvalitet som står i fokus, det er kvalitet som står i forus.
Sant. Bytter bare litt og skriver bare om på det her. Deilig det.
Det betyr i hvert fall at det er denne mannen som skal få tøfler, han skal få plakett.
De forrige tøflene mine, så det passer jævla bra da. Jeg vet ikke hvor de ble av de andre tøflene. Så de var sletne uansett, så jeg trengte nye.
Champagne, tøfler, ikke minst plakett, i tillegg til å dra med seg en hel haug med cash. Det er en grei dag på jobben, det.
Ja, det er ikke verst. Jeg koser meg med det.
En verdig norgesmester, det betyr også vi kan...
Det er helt seriøst. Jeg må si noe før vi slutter her. Det er pokergreiene her. Det er bare for løye. Det er bare piss i forhold til dette her. De blir sulta nå. De blir sulta som et våpen. Det er mye viktigere.
Og med det så sier vi gratulerer til Tarjei Forus som har gått seirende ut av denne ekstremt lange, tøffe og iherdige duellen i Mixed Games. Og med det, gratulerer til en ny norgesmester.
Takk, man.
For en fyr, Tarjei Forus.
Og for en spiller, Tarjei Forus.
For en spiller, og det er jo som du sier, det var litt gøy å se i går. For det på det bordet, du fulgte jo 3 bord. Du fulgte jo begge semifinalene i Heads Up. Og på det som var TV-bordet, så satt jo en som var norgesmester den eneste gangen Mixed Game var 10 games. Som har en norgesmestertitel fra det Tor Arne Fene. Så han er klar for en finale senere i kveld i Heads Up mot Petter Solli Berg.
Det var 2 helt fantastiske dueller. Den ved Fenes er jo også imponerende av hans motstander, Christian der, som klarer å holde seg i live ganske short lenge. Samme hadde vi med Syversen på det andre bordet, som også klarte å tyne og nesten kom tilbake og vant.
Ja, han var jo oppe igjen.
Han ble rett og slett dratt ut i den avgjørende potten som ble rett og slett spikeren i kista, hvor han får en 4-outer mot på river. Men de comebackene, den seigheten, den tyningen og den viljen og orken til å holde det gående. Fordi det som er undervurdert, og dere kanskje ikke helt kjenner på deg hjemme hvis dere ikke har spilt denne heads-up-turneringen, man blir så mye mer fysisk sliten av å spille heads-up-dueller.
For du er på hele tiden.
Du må tenke hver pott, du må jobbe hele tiden. Det blir mange hender, og målet er å ikke ta snarveier, orke å stå i de duellene og spille hver hånd til følge.
For eksempel på starten av main event da, spiller 8 og 9 spillere rundt bordet, lave levels, god tid. Mange som tar seg, nei, nå tar jeg meg 10 minutter pause og rusler litt rundt og bare lufter hodet. Gjør du det i en heads-up-match? Da er du ute og slite.
Da har du rukket å få så mange hender av gårde i så stort tempo at da ryker du.
Vi skal snakke mer om heads-up senere i dag, men nå skal vi over på et TV-bord, og der kommer vi til å se litt forskjellige spillestiler, har jeg en mistanke om.
Jeg ser en jente akkurat over skulderen min her,
Irene sitter der et eller annet sted.
Ja, som jeg tror kommer til å bidra verbalt og underholdningsmessig.
Så har vi en norgesmester fra i fjor her i Bratislava, Gunnar Vedde.
Ja, absolutt. Han vant jo fikslimit, han.
Vi gir ordet til Stig Moen.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer here with you live for day 2 of the Norwegian Championship 800 euro buy-in main event. The single day 1 attracted more than 700 entries. There's more than 500,000 already in the prize pool. And we have an interesting TV table to start things off because we have a Norwegian television personality and influencer in Lene Meister. In seat number 6, we could see that she is the shortest stack at the table, but still has a healthy stack of 32 big blinds. Meanwhile, the very formidable Gunnar Vedde, who we saw earlier this week, is the chip leader at this table with 238,000, nearly 100 big blinds in his stack. Players started off with 100,000 in chips. Blinds will go up every 60 minutes, and late registration will be open for the first 2 blind levels of the day. We'll likely see the number of entries in the top right corner fairly soon as of this particular time. But we're looking at a tasty prize pool, already 500,000 in the middle, and we're straight into the action here. So I will be by myself for most of the day. We'll have some guests. George Sanford will be busy playing the 2K High Roller side event, the Pot Limit Omaha High Roller, that is. We will get updates from him about how he is doing throughout the day as well. And if things do not go well for him, he will tell us personally because he will be right back in the booth. After the main event, we will head straight into the finals of the Heads Up affair. So it will be quite an exciting day. But meanwhile, we have an open here by Gunnar. He's here to play with the King Deuce offsuit. Meister coming, actually it was, I'm sorry, Meister opening, and maybe there's a little bit of confusion here, actually. So Meister opening with a limp, but we have a raise by red. Espen Hoel opting to just call here. Okay, we have an update. Meister under the gun. There was no Gunnar Vedde in the hand. Hole bumping up the pot. Meister calling and flopping top pair, but this is also not the worst flop in the world. It would be better if there were some black cards involved for Espen here with the 2 overcards, the Broadway gut shot draw. 6 of diamonds on the turn may give Lene some reason to think, being that any flush draw that Hole had with the diamonds got completed. And by checking it, she lets Hole get there, although Hole would have likely called at least a small turn bet. And now Espen is leading out for, it looks like, 11,000. It is 11,000, so about 1/3 of the pot. It's going to be hard for Linne to get away. And she does make the call. She will get the bad news that she was ahead on the flop and turn, only to fall behind on the river. Meanwhile, Espen winning the first hand at the TV table. That's always a good feeling. And he is near Gunnar Vedde and chips now. Now, nobody on this table has the massive stacks that we will see at some of the other tables. We had Eskil Moel somehow catapult his 100,000 chip stack into 500,000 to start the day with the chip lead. Mats Ollereng with 455, not too far behind. Akid Nader with 422. Tom Bettel, who we saw battling it out only to take second place in the PLO Championship event earlier this week, is in 4th place in the main event. So quite a good week for the Norwegian legend. And we can see Ragnar Disvik with 403. And you can check out the rest of the top 10 on the screen below. Great job by Spade Poker for pulling up that graphic. But what happens on day one? We've seen day one chip leaders just have their stacks fall apart sometimes on day two. We've also seen them just continue along for the ride. This is a 5-day event. And it's going to be quite the journey for the players that make the final table. So we have an open by Hammersvik with the ace-queen. And a 3-bet here by Lovik with the king-queen. It is suited, it is a pretty hand, but he's not respecting the early position open by Hammersvik. His hand selection should be quite narrow from that early position. Will this work? I don't imagine that Hammersvik is going anywhere. Does call, so already 36,500 in the pot. We have 2 hands and 2 3-bets so far. Ace-queen is still ahead on this 10-9-9 flop with 2 hearts. Nobody with hearts in their hand. And it's a check by Hammersvik. He's likely going to call a reasonably sized c-bet, though, from Lovik if he fires out. Lovik has a gut shot, 2 overcards. He doesn't know that his queen would be disaster if it comes. Unless it's 2 queens, and then it would be potentially a chop pot. And Lovik betting a little less than half the pot. And is Hammersvik gonna check call, check raise, or check fold? All 3 options are actually on the table with this hand. And Lovik picking up the pot. He'll look back at that hand and see he got a better hand to fold, so well played by him. It looks like we're in for a lot of action at this table, at least based on the first 2 hands. And you can see now in the upper right corner, this field is up to 739 entries, and it is a freeze out. So those are 739 unique Norwegian players, because only players from Norway can enter this 800 euro buy-in event. So a very nice turnout here at Card Casino Bratislava. Hammersvik with a borderline hand. He can open, he can fold. It looks like he's back in action with a min raise after losing the last pot with the ace-queen versus the king-queen. So far, so good for the 6s. Nobody's showing up with anything. At least he's likely to play the hand in position. Hole may get a little bit sticky with his suited gappers and does opt to call. And Linne Meister folding her king-9 offsuit from the small blind. And Steiner Utland may feel he's getting the right price to call. And he does call for just 1 more big blind. And a 9 out of the window. It's Utland ahead here. No, it's Noel ahead with the trip 7s. What a flop. He may get some value, not off the opener Hammersvik, who's going to feel a little bit bad about giving up on 2 hands in a row. It is possible that this checks through, as Hull may decide with his 10 in the hand that blocks some of the straights, may want to disguise the strength of his hand, but it's always good to also try to get money in the pot as soon as possible. It looks like a small bet of 7,000, though, by Hammersvik, who has the worst of it. Continuing to drive the action. I do not expect a raise here, but I do expect Hull to call. He can raise. It would put Utland in a tricky spot and perhaps save him, and it looks like he's reaching out for a raise. Doesn't want to slow play his trips. It is rainbow board as well. Personally, I would be calling here, but he's min-clicking it over to 14,000. Maybe Utland can sniff this one out. It's hard when you flop a pretty good flop with your Jack-9 on the 9-9-7 flop. We could see that he would be drawing to just 2 outs or some runner-runner combination. He can't get a straight with the 8-10 because the 10 would give Hull the full house. So either another 9 or running jacks could push him ahead, but we could see how thin his equity is based on the hands he's up against. Even Hammersvik's got better equity with his 6s because he can complete some straights. And does make the call. Hammersvik may even get out of the way to a min bet, may just want to peel off to a min click back. He probably feels like he's never ahead at this point in time when you get a min click and then a cold call from the big blind. It does smell like one of the players does have a 7 at that point. It is possible a min click with the 8-10 can happen, the 6-8 can happen. But you're blocking that 6-8 quite well, and does wisely give up on the hand. So now it's heads up between Utland and Hull with 54,000 in the pot already, and it's the Queen of Hearts on the turn, so things go from good to great for Hull. Not only does he have trips, but he also has now a flush draw on top of that with that Queen of Hearts. If it was a lower heart, it would be better for him because now maybe Utland can get away with that queen on the board, providing better 2 pairs. He's maybe not as concerned about the 7 from the button. But there are plenty of hands that could have a 7 that would just be peeling off an early position raise, such as this. And Utland quickly getting away. And Hull now is the table captain with 257,000. And like all the other tables that we've had, including the many final tables, this table is very social. It's great to see at the Norwegian Championships. As we told you in earlier days, you can walk around from table to table and you will see the same vibe in the Norwegian-only events. The players came to compete, but they also came to have fun. Some players came only to have fun. There's very few that came only to compete. The fun, the community aspect is all part of the Norwegian Championship, all what makes it special. There's entertainment activities led by Philip Baker every evening as well. And when I was waiting to get my coffee this morning, there was a line of people getting their adult beverages this early in the day, so there will be some fun action at some of the side tables, perhaps at the featured table. I don't see any adult beverages at this table. It's Utland's turn with the 6s, but it folds around to him in the small blind. It's a good spot to be raising. And really no reason for Hammersvik to be making a move here, even in position. Obviously, if Utland's doing that every time it's folded around to him in the small blind, then maybe we'll see some leveling activities. And David Trigg back on the TV table floor. Oh, look at this graphic. Commentators Jason Glatzer and George Sanford. The Spade Poker team is outdoing itself, constantly adding new features. George will be with us all week long, but today is an exception to that rule. George is a PLO specialist, and it isn't often that a 2K PLO high roller comes around in Bratislava where he calls home and wants to hop into the action. And here we go. We have our Norwegian commentator. You can check him out, Stig Moen. I'm a member of the Stig Moen fan club. You can check out him on directsport.no. Folding around to Espen with the 7 deuce suited. Easy fold. Linne is going to likely fold her 7-4 off. It looks like our influencer is having a good time as well, which is good to see. Appears fairly relaxed amongst this experienced group of poker players as well. And looks like he decided to open the button with Jack 4, so I guess it's an any 2 situation, and it's not just a min raise, it's a 6,500 as well. Perhaps mistimed this hand, the Robbie Jade Lou, with Hammersvik waking up with the big slick suited. Will be 3-betting, it looks like, to around 16.5. It is 16.5, gets Leovic to fold the Queen Jack with that 3-bet. If he just calls, the Queen Jack comes along for the ride, which is actually good news for Outland, but he's going to fold anyway. There's no way he should be continuing the Jack 4 even in position. He tried to just steal the blinds, didn't work out. And Hammersvik shouldn't be too disappointed that he got a fold. He would have been playing his big slick out of position. Yes, he was ahead, but if you're not flopping an ace king or some clubs, you don't know exactly where you stand, and you're out of position and sometimes can get pushed off pots. You can take a look at some of the sponsors in the background, poker.no, the home of the Norwegian Championship Card Casino, and a couple of jewelry makers there in the background as well. And the one I don't see on there, but we see in the preview, is Waba Waba. I still have to try those Waba nuts. You would think after all the advertisements I've seen commentating, I would have already had the nuts, but I will try them at some point soon, and then I will give my personal feedback. I'm sure everybody's tuned in to find out what I feel about the Waba nuts and not about this amazing poker action. But meanwhile, it's Leovic's turn to be waking up with the big 6 suited. It folds all the way around to him in the small blind. Unfortunately for him, there was no button open this time for him to be 3-betting, so there's less money for him to be taking. And even though he's out of position, he won't mind a call too much from the big blind. It's harder against a button open. If you're called, it's very often things like pocket pairs. It could be weaker aces. But Gunnar has a decision with the Queen 5. He doesn't seem to want to let go of it. Perhaps just saw Leovic try to make a move from the button. Deep in thought. It looks like he's going to toss him away, so small pickup there for Leovic. It's always better to win small pots than to lose big ones. And it looks like Svein Vinsebach is an Ylva Thorsrud fan. I see the Jevakim patch on his amazing hat. We will try to get an update from Ylva later, but she is streaming her Day 2 main event action on her Jevakim stream. You can check that out as well. The ladies for Hoel will be opened, likely with a min bet. A little bit more, about a 2.2x sizing with the queens, perhaps because he's under the gun. Hammersvik also with a pocket pair. Getting decent odds for the set mine. He's also in position in the hand, so it doesn't have to be a pure set mine, but he's up against a monster by hole. And the players in the blinds not waking up with anything. So queens versus sevens, and it's a jack-4-10 flop. Not the worst one in the world for the queens. He has the queen of spades for the backdoors. Hammersvik has that 7 of spades too, but it's an ugly flop for him with 2 overcards. It should be fairly easy for him to get away from a c-bet. He may want to float, thinking he could try to take down the pot, repping a jack or a 10 on later streets. If he gets a check from hole, that wouldn't work out quite well for him. Let's see if he gives the under the gun player the credit he deserves in this hand. Not dumping those 7s yet. We could see on the screen that he has 2 outs, also has really no backdoor outs, and does fold it. And Espen showing the queens, perhaps so he can get some credit later with his early position raises. So we're playing 7-handed at the moment. As new players begin to file in or as tables begin to break, we will go to 8-handed. This amazing structure with 1 hour blinds, 100,000 starting stack is also an 8 max affair, which is beautiful. Very often you see these bigger events go to 9 or sometimes even 10 max. No hands for everyone, so it's folding around likely to the small blind, although I stand corrected. No, Gunnar was reaching for chips, but does fold. And it's a walk. Vinsbach with the jack-5, and Hole gets a walk with his ace-jack. It's not necessarily the easiest hand to play out of position, but he wouldn't have minded to get some action, at least from the small blind. And would have been happy to call or 3-bet a single raise. And here's our broadcast schedule for today. So after the main event, we're going to be hopping into the final of the Heads Up. And then tomorrow and the next day and the day after, we'll all be focusing on the final 3 days of the main event. There is a small possibility that we are able to get some of the other championship events squeezed in, depending on the outlook of events such as the ladies event or the seniors event, both of which would be extremely interesting for us to watch. Hammersvik with the 10-9 opening. Nope, he shouldn't have opened that. That's not Hammersvik, that's Lovik from the hijack, opening with King-Jack suited. This makes a lot more sense. And Vinsbach with a decision to make with his ace-7 suited. Lovik has been a little bit active. And folding around to Linne Meister with pretty suited connectors, should at least be defending here, but wants to conserve her stack. She's down to 46.5K, so below 20 big blinds. But yeah, the ace-7 must have come along for the ride, maybe with a 3-bet. But I don't think it's Linne in the hand. If she was, she would have flopped top pair. But I think that ace-7 suited somehow is in the mix, which would be ahead. I'm not quite sure who is in the hand at the moment, though. Linne has no cards in front of her, so she did not check. At least we know Lovik's in the hand with the king jack, and we can assume it's the ace-7 suited, the other hand. In which case, nobody hit a piece of this board. It went check, check. And the Ilva Thorsred fan here in the hand. And here we go. We have Vinensbach now in the hand. And I believe he had that ace-7 suited, but I could be wrong. And he's going to try to take it down. He's ahead. But it's safer just not to see a river. And he's getting maybe better aces to fold as well. Maybe some smaller pocket pairs. Probably not so much those hands, but certainly got the king jack suited to fold and didn't let a king or jack come on the river. So the field is up to 739 players. We have 472 remaining. The number will continue to rise for the next blind level and a half. Late registration will close at the start of level 11. We're nearly midway through level 9, and players will bag up today after the conclusion of level 16. Our active player Lovik is getting cards once again, opening up to, it looks like 6,000. So another 2.2x raising from early position. And he will get to play this hand in position if he does play it. And Meister waking up with an ace, but not that good of a one, calling from the small blind. Ace-10 is not typically that strong against an early position open. And could spell trouble if she flops an ace without the 10. And Utland figuring he's getting the right price with the 7-5 offsuit to at least see a flop. And it's a 7 out of the window followed by a king or a 9. So the 7-5 actually pulling ahead, but it's only with bottom pair, so he could easily be pushed off this. Both players can easily have a king in their hand. Lovik's range can even be stronger than that. And Lovik thinking about whether he wants to fire a continuation bet and rep the king, but decides not this time, and it's a 3 of diamonds on the turn. Utland still ahead with the 7-5 offsuit. And nobody wanting to take a stab. Utland has some pretty good showdown value and has the check mark, but it's questionable whether he can call a bet if either Linne, and Linne's betting big, it looks like, making a move with the worst of it. But it's 10,000. It was about a half a pot-sized bet. Utland giving a smile, kind of in a rough spot. He would have liked to see this check through. He has decent showdown value. The 8 gets those 6-10s, 10 jacks to complete straights and gets Utland to fold. Is Lovik going to sniff this one out? And well played there by Linne. Recognizing the passivity means that she could possibly take it away on the river, and now up to 64,500. Players giving her credit, perhaps not understanding that she's capable of bluffs. Sometimes when you see people that are famous, such as influencers, television personalities like Linne Meister, you basically think that they're going to be playing face up. But Linne shows that she is capable of making some small moves, such as what we saw here to win the last pot. Gunnar opening up to 5.5K with his Jack-9 suited from early position. Needs to hope that at least it gets around to the small blind without any 3-bets. And so far so good. Nobody waking up with anything. Even Utland with the 4-deuce has to toss that away in the small blind. And Jack-deuce, he would not mind to defend if he knew that his opponent had that Jack-deuce, being that he has that dominated with the Jack-9. and does get a peel, so could see some action here. Both players with flush draw possibilities as well. But it's 2 red cards on the 3, 6, 10 flop. Some backdoor flush draw for Vede, backdoor straight draw. Hammersvik not with much. Vede, though, can rep a very strong range, opening from early position, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. This should get the job done. He bet about 40% of the pot. No reason for Hammersvik to get cute with his jack-deuce against a stack that is bigger than him. A check raise would have worked, but in a vacuum, that would have been the right move if he knew what Gunnar had, but from a theoretical point of view, it's a very good fold. And meanwhile, I have some bad news to report for some Yevakim fans. I was just informed that she has been eliminated from the main event on day 2. It may be good news for some people because it's possible she'll either join in the English stream while George is busy battling it out in the 2K PLO High Roller, or with Stig Moen on directsport.no to provide some Norwegian coverage. Stig has had some nice guests throughout the week, including Johan Kite last night during the heads-up battle. Utland can easily open the button. Has one of the shorter stacks, but still has plenty of maneuverability with more than 20 big blinds. Hammersvik has suited connectors, but they're quite low. Comes to the same conclusion and tosses the cards away. Lovik, though, it's a different story. He may want to defend here with this 8-6 offsuit. He would actually be ahead, but shouldn't be thinking that he would be ahead at this standpoint. And we'll at least see a flop. I expect Utland to be continuing on most boards, and he does flop middle pair on the 5-Jack-7 flop. Has a backdoor flush draw. Meanwhile, an open ender for Lovik, so if Utland continues with this middle pair, don't expect Lovik to fold. He bets 13,000, so quite a large bet sizing into a pot of 17. And a snap call there by Lovik, giving some concern to Utland that maybe he's up against a jack or a spade flush draw. The king of clubs on the turn may go check-check. It's possible, though, that Utland came to play and wants to see another street, and he lets Lovik get there with the 9, so Lovik getting there with the straight. After the turn was checked, the possibilities of him checking the river are near 0. Expect him to bet. It's just a question of how much. He is behind an 8-10, a 10-queen, so it's not that he has the nut straight. It looks like 27,000 into 43,000, so about 2/3 of the pot. Utland double checking his cards and understands he's likely behind, so great fold by him. Once he checks the turn, though, really, Lovik could have been betting just about any river at that standpoint. He didn't necessarily need to get there, but he would have liked to call this time. This is another amazing graphic. You can take a look at the chip values below. So a 250K chip, which isn't in play, at least at this table, will be introduced later. The red chips are the ones to look out for. Those are the 25K chips. Not so many of those 100Ks out there, at least on this table yet either. And may have a guest coming in. Is it Svete? Yes, we have Svete coming in for 10 minutes. This is amazing because he is so busy. So the man, the myth, the legend, the one that you see on the screen at least a lot yesterday during that heads-up battle. Welcome, Sverre, to the stream.
Let's just face it. Let's talk honest truth here. The one who speaks way too much Norwegian on screen.
Ah, come on, come on. I would have liked to have subtitles. Maybe the AI will get there one day where when you're speaking live time, we can have live subtitles, but that technology is not quite there yet.
I know you probably introduced a lot of these players, but I figured I'd give you a little bit of a insight into some of the players playing here, especially like the two people you saw in picture now, Løvik and Vedde, who are, as I assume you saw the results from last year with Vedde win the fixed limit title and such, but these are two extremely prominent poker players, and Vedde, as you saw, is the uncle of two of the best Norwegian players as well, so this is a full family, shall we say, poker entrepreneurship in Norway.
And we're missing Oscar actually this year, but for a very good reason.
Absolutely. So it's a shame he's not here, but it's pleasurable. But I mean, I'm always intrigued. Whichever table we see Linni Meister sitting at is always bound to be entertaining. On cue, she shows up in camera. So I was thinking the best place I could possibly be is sitting next to you here, following this wonderful stream.
Ah, great, great. And yeah, Linni Meister made a move earlier that I was impressed with. She recognized on the river that she can get away with it with the worst of it. Fired out a bet and grabbed some chips, because I do not know so much about her poker prowess. I do know that she's a television personality and influencer and a well-known person throughout Norway.
She's played a lot of poker. She has played a lot of poker. She's obviously still learning. She is not proficient in the sense that she tends to go very deep in tournaments, but she's someone who's eager to learn and someone who really appreciates playing a tournament like this above anything else. So I mean, she's got good taste. She loves playing poker, and that's kind of the beginning of creating the perfect guest at our TV table, right?
I'd be curious what kind of challenges she faces at the poker table, being that she's so famous. There's probably players that target her so they can say, I bust Linni Meister. You know, maybe she can use that actually to her advantage in some spots.
It's ironic how if you have that persona and that renown at the table, how you can actually really use that to your advantage if she manages to increase her poker skills a little bit, because that can be the greatest asset you can possibly carry with you into a tournament like this.
Yeah, you just act all bubbly, and then you just destroy everybody at the table with a smile on your face.
We see Løvik, who's bidding into a pot that looks empty and is empty when... well, actually, there's a hidden card here, but we saw Vedde at least disappear with his King-Jack earlier, but we have Hol who's playing with a secret hand. Yeah,
we don't know what he opened up with, and the king kind of smacks his range a lot. Løvik did get a beautiful flop. That extra diamond on the turn isn't necessarily great either, even though we see he has a flush draw now. And let's see if he gives Espen some respect in this spot. Espen, we see, can open from any position suited cards quite a lot. They don't have to be premium suited.
That's interesting information, because I think this pot is very much based upon that exact information. I would definitely keep playing here if it was someone who had a wide range, but if it was someone who tended to be playing premium hands for under the gun, it would have been more difficult.
Yeah, and that might be information that we have here in the booth, and the players may not know that 10-7 suited, you know, is one of the hands, et cetera, et cetera. And if he's calling the turn after the board pairs, expect a call on the river, assuming the sizing isn't out of control.
I'm not too sure about it. Yeah, well, that was quite the easy bet on the river, it did seem. Still, I mean, his hand is not improving here. The 6 takes away another chance to win against a pair of 6s. He didn't fill any of the draws. He had a gut shot. He had the diamond draw in addition here, even though it was a small one. I expect him to fold.
Very curious what Hol had. I think he got away with one. I don't think he had the king there. I have a feeling he was just betting his opponent versus betting his hand.
True, but if you sit in Løvik's position here, it's extremely difficult, unless he has the reasons you are carrying right here, to imagine that he didn't feel something with the river and the turn coming up a diamond, king of diamonds, and then then having the board pair with the sixes that might have been the top pair from the flop. It's just, it doesn't ring well.
Yeah, that's true. He was getting a good price though, so he didn't have to be right that often. But you also don't want to watch your stack just dwindle in a cash game. I think it's a call. But in a tournament, you also want to protect your stack as much as possible. And sometimes making those big laydowns is what saves you. Not that this was a big laydown, but still a laydown. And Utland here with the big slick. With a little more than 20 bigs in his stack. Actually, exactly 20 bigs in his stack. And blind's about to go up to 3K. Pretty big sizing there, actually.
That's his way of saying I'm not getting away from this regardless, and I'm not going to fold flop even if I miss. It's just, I don't know. I don't necessarily like those let's make it easier to play kind of bets.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like the big blinds are gonna come around to him soon, so he's just basically asking for a free trip through the blinds. He's only going to be facing monsters with this bet sizing. But does get a lot of pocket pairs to fold, so maybe that's what he's thinking. I'm in early position. I want to not play against fives and sixes and things like that it would fold to that sizing.
Trying to make life easy, pretty much.
Yeah, it makes life easier for everybody.
The problem is that making life easy is not necessarily the most profitable poker strategy.
No.
I've been having a lot of fun walking among the tables downstairs today as well. And it's been good to see. I mean, this is such an intriguing phase of the tournament. This is my favorite time to, when I'm not playing myself, to actually be able to walk around and see what's going on, because it's, you know, those phases we go through. We have a couple of them in every tournament where the field really gets narrowed because we're ending up with a lot of short stacks. And the play and how it differed from table to table was fascinating. We had table with the greatest pot control we could imagine, much like we saw in the heads up yesterday, with strong pot-controlled poker play, and we have the sizings that are extreme just because people don't want to take decisions out there.
Yeah, it could be, and it could be also you're nervous because you're on the TV table. I don't know how often a lot of these players have been on the TV table. Obviously, Espen Hol, Gunnar Ved, and Linné Meister are used to being in front of the cameras and probably aren't affected, but some of the other players may have some nerves in the fact that they know that their friends are watching, that everybody in Norway is watching on directsport.no. But Lovik now maybe in a little bit of trouble, lucky not to actually get a jack flopped. Opens, and it was just a peel by Espen with the ace-jack. Does check. I don't think he's going to go anywhere if Lovik decides to continue. This would be a board that he should be continuing with his range from the hijack. It's a range bet, not necessarily that he connected with it.
Just the way they've been describing who's play here so far, it seems likely he's hanging around with an ace.
Yes. And Lovik has typically taken his foot off the gas when he's faced some resistance with his flop betting. He's been quite active, at least in the early goings. So I won't be surprised if he checks, but if he does bet again, it looks too strong for Hol to stick around, most likely on 2 streets of betting.
I'll tell you a story about Lovik. He's on a timeshare in this tournament because his wife also plays poker. They have kids together, so they tend to split these tournaments into half. And every second year, they get to play the main event. The other one has to take care of the kids.
Oh, wow, that is very interesting. Yeah, I have a lot of friends now having kids, and I have a 12-year-old at home, and they say, Jason, how do you handle everything at the newborn? And I said, no, at that age, you kind of need to be at home as much as possible. But, you know, when they turn like 2 or 3, then you could start taking your trips again. And then you have to wait until they're around 12 or 13 before you actually need to be around all the time. And this is the challenging part for me, having a 12-year-old at home.
I hope you don't tell my wife about this, because I'm the one. I get to travel quite a lot with my line of work, and she's taking care of the kids back home to a quite strong degree. But once again, you see Hol here refusing to let down, and we see Lovik taking his foot off the gas pedal. That makes it very, very easy for him to go out in front and just take this pot down.
For sure. And yeah, I mean, it's different when you know what you're getting into, right? So with poker players, a lot of them do play online and can stay at home. They can readjust their schedules, but when you have a job like you or a job like me, we need to be actually at the venues. We need to feel the feeling, occasionally play so that we also stay fresh. Yeah, I mean, it's a much different scenario, especially if you can line up support from other people in the family. And but I'm talking about the people that are like 24 to 30, having their first kid. They like to travel recreationally to play poker. Maybe that's the time where you maybe take a year or two off from doing that, or you travel with the whole family. That's the other option. That's what actually I did the first 2 years, because my son was able to fly for free, and the whole family came on these trips.
Okay, we actually see a real hand here for Hoel after Vedde has decided to play his non-existent 9-2 suited.
Yeah, that's an interesting open. It's the second time he's opened from, last time at least was from the button. This is kind of a loose open from the hijack, actually.
I'm impressed with this this fold actually from Meister, because she used to love those off-suited connectors with the face cards, the queen jacks, the jack tens, the king jack, king queen, whatever. And the fact that she's just, let's get away from those trouble hands, even though right now it would have been a nice hand to play. I think that is further proof that she's evolving in her poker ways.
No, it's very important not to get yourselves trapped when you're in a multi-way pot. Even if you flop top pair, you could be in trouble. But look at this flop. She's probably kicking herself right now. But meanwhile, Utland with the gut shot, Gunnar somehow ahead after connecting with his 9, and Hole may think that his 6s have some hope if it's checked over to him, but expect Gunnar to continue. If he's going to open with 9 deuce, he's probably going to continue on most flops. Doesn't have to be a big bet. This may not scare away either player, though.
Oh, it's going to scare away. I mean, I would be surprised if Hoel doesn't lay down here, if there's a bet to him. I know he's been hanging around for a lot of stuff, but this is where it kind of goes to show if he's doing it with the finesse of taking down the pot later, or if he's just being stubborn. Because if you call here with your 6s on the queen, queen, 9 in the 3-way pot, you're just being stubborn, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, but if you're calling here, you're repping that I have a slow played queen from the button, which he has a lot of queen kings, queen jacks, ace queens that he may just flat with.
That's a play I like, but well, we didn't get the bets, we didn't get to see, but I mean that's a play I would like, but I don't like repping with hands without draws. I mean, he's drawing to 2 outer.
Yes, George makes the same point quite a lot. Meanwhile, this is not the dream turn for Utland, but it doesn't get that much better. Now not only has the gut shot, also has the flush draw, hoping that the price isn't too big to see a river, because he doesn't have a big stack.
I'm guessing Hoel goes away here. I'm guessing Utland has to call, and we'll play this quite honestly. I'm surprised by this by Hoel. This is just pure stubbornness.
And waiting to see if he makes a move on the river, but it's going to be hard for him to do in a 3-way pot. Utland can't be going anywhere. 7,000 into a pot of 51,000 with lots of outs on the river. Obviously, he could be drawing dead to a queen 9, maybe a queen deuce, but that's very unlikely. Pocket 9, so is possible.
I like the idea of check raising here. To actually, with the stack he has so many fallback options. He can easily represent a queen here, having slow played that with a short stack, and he would probably get folds around, and no, if he doesn't, if there's a queen in play, he would have a great draw to fall back upon, but he decides to flat call.
Yeah, it could go either way. The tournament life in a 5-day event is something that sticks in everybody's brain. It's not an online event where if you make these aggressive moves, you can just fire up another tournament. You'll have to wait till next year.
Watch this. It's going to get checked to Hoel. Hoel is going to bet, and Vedde is going to call. That is my guess for this pot. And I think that, yeah, perhaps Hoel feel... I mean, the sane play would obviously be to check in the back, because he would most likely get called by a better hand than 6s. That's just the way he's played this hand. I'm guessing we're going to have a check, bet, fold, call.
Yeah, he's not folding out too much better, actually, but...
Oh, he actually checked behind it. He was feeling too strong, so yeah.
And Gunnar's going to get some table cred from this one, opening up with the 9 deuce, and now has to table it, and every player is taking note of that information. And Gunnar is a very smart player, probably did this intentionally so that he won't get credit for when he has those premium hands. But the whole family of poker players is always capable of making moves. I haven't bumped into Jonathan yet, but I hear that he's around. Oscar's a longtime friend of mine. And they were all doing so well last year in the Norwegian Championship. And Gunnar off to a good start here in the main event. And it looks like we have a new player, Dag Nielsen, in seat number 5. The man with the cool bet patch, the tattooed arms. Quite an interesting player, actually, Dag.
I can do a little live translation from the table talk here, talking about the frustration of finally getting a big slick and then having everyone fold to you. But if we go back to the person speaking those frustrations, he did go out and size 4 times the big blind, so...
Yeah, come on. Then you just min-raise, or you a little bit more if you're not a min-raise guy like me. I typically, at this stage, I'm always min-raising. That's my only sizing.
Well, I was gonna say I'm too old for that crap. I'm adding the 0.2, 0.3 type thing to everything. Like my standard opening is always like somewhere between 2.2, 2.5 bigs. It's I'm just old school.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you do get some more hands out with this sizing, but I'm also usually not afraid to play post-flop. And not much doing for Linne, who opened the button, but maybe she will say, I have the ace. She is ahead because nobody hit anything. It actually would turn out to be a bet to protect her equity.
Hammersweek actually hit the jack.
Ah, yeah. And is betting it out from the big blind, a donk bet from the big blind for a min bet. And look at that quick fold by Linne, recognizing that even to a min bet, that there was probably some connection to the board. I probably would have at least called or maybe even raised that min bet because it just seemed a little bit weak to me. Like, why would he be betting his ace in that spot?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going back to the previous discussion we had about sizing pre-flop. One of the reasons why I really appreciate having varying bet sizes in your openings, like going from 2.2 even up to 2.8, close to 3, is I find it to be great for deception. I really enjoy having bet 2.3, 2.4 over long periods of time, then going up to 2.7, 2.8 with a hand like a 7-8 suit to represent a big slick or something like that. Like the slightly oversized bet to represent a ace-queen, ace-king type hand, which is a standard for those kind of races against players who are good enough to recognize those kind of sizings. Because you really get action if you hit in your vicinity and you really are able to represent high up there by just marginally increasing your sizing because people notice this stuff.
Yeah, and as long as you're randomizing it to a degree, the problem I see is sometimes you can get a nice tell from players when they're betting bigger or betting smaller as far as the strength of their range, at least, which is quite important.
I mean, obviously, I believe so strongly in the idea that for every action, there's a reaction. And I feel like there's so many talks about how to avoid other people getting tells on you, but for every action you take that other people can use for a tell, you can also exploit that if you play it with a thought, with a process, with a real going into your hand, because for every negative there are positives, and that is the beauty of poker. But it takes conscious effort and thought to actually be able to utilize it.
To me, I like to protect my whole range, and when the blinds go up, like in early goings, yes, a 3x is fine for me, but once I'm on a day 2 or post late reg, not too many different sizings for me. So Lovic defending with the ace-10, and not much happening on the flop and turn, but on the river is going to fire out with the best of it. Is Meister going to call? I mean, she's blocking the straight. She could actually rep that, but I don't think she's going to call. And does fold and seems happy about it. Maybe she was shown the ace-10. It doesn't look like it, though. But it was a good fold for when she watches back the stream. Of course, if she found a jam there, that would have worked, but that's just because we know what Lovic was holding there.
I'm pretty sure this was a pure bluff from Løvik. He was expecting Linny to be sitting with something at the bottom there, and he thought he was going to get her off. But just based on her reaction, I think he was facing that exact point where Linny was going to call with every hand that was better, then she was going to fold every hand that was worse. And then, it ends up being a little counterproductive, but his goal was to get those small pairs out of the way.
Yeah, maybe the small pair, maybe an ace-jack would have folded. That's about it. Ace-queen, maybe. Maybe she went to call any ace. That wasn't connected with the board. If she's folding ace-7, she's likely folding even ace-king there. But if she had ace-king,
looks prettier.
She might be continuing the flop.
Ace-king looks prettier.
Yes, yes. And Hammersvik looks like he wants to open the button with the 9-8. Looking down at his chips is usually a sign that chips are incoming, and here we go. That holds true for just about everybody but Tom Bedell.
I think if you want to go into study of Tom Bedell's persona and his actions on the table, we could have a master's degree by the time we get any wiser.
Yeah, for sure. It was very entertaining watching him in the PLO Championship the other day.
How crazy was that? You're talking about a player who counteracts every learning sentence in poker with his play. I mean, weak passive is his style.
Yes.
And he makes weak passive work because you cannot argue with results. You cannot argue with results over time. And he keeps crushing fields, crushing tournaments, and he plays like a lunatic.
Yeah, I think he uses his image quite well. He knows how to, throw people off with his actions and his behavior. Mathematically, we're in a different ballpark. I think he wouldn't do that well in these high-stakes games online. But live is a different beast, and there's so much psychological elements that people don't think about. And just being able to sit at the table for 2 days and continue to keep your marbles and not making mistakes, that only comes with experience.
Interesting flop here. It's one of those where Hammersvik is going to take it if he throws in a bet, and he's doing that, and there's nothing anyone can answer with. So that's a good indication of why you should sometimes bet those draws even in a 3-person pot.
For sure, especially when you're up against the blinds, you have that open-ender to back you up. I think you should be betting a lot of flops, at least 2/3 of them anyway, if you're opening, whether you have or not. Obviously, you can give up on the turn if it's something else, but at least take a stab at it. I think my continuation rate bet online is a little bit too high to my liking. I've been trying to find...
How high is it?
It depends. Sometimes it could be as close as 100%. You know, if I'm at the right tables, it depends on the people that I'm playing against. If I have a lot of Brazilians at the table, then it goes down closer to 50%. They're a bit more sticky with their their hands.
That must be the greatest understatement of the day. A bit more sticky.
Bootland getting a little bit low with blinds about to go up. We'll have 11 big blinds in a stack. The player most at jeopardy at the moment. Might be joining Ylva Thorsrud on the rail. I did run into her and invited her to join us as well, but told her Stig would appreciate you probably a little bit more. And the Norwegian community would probably appreciate her more in the Norwegian stream than on the English stream. But she has built up quite the personality now and a great person, great ambassador to the game. And unfortunate she's no longer in the main event. She was very excited coming into today too. So no love for either player on this flop. Backdoor flush draw for Løvik. He was the pre-flop aggressor. I expect him to be betting quite a lot of flops as we just discussed, and this looks like it's one of them. The issue with Løvik at the moment is that we've seen the aggression immediately stop when he's been called, so that's basically giving an invitation to players to call and see if he's checking back the turn. But it may be something that we're just noticing in the booth, and the players may have not picked up on that yet.
It's so much easier to read things from up here, but at the same time, it's so much easier to miss things when you're seeing hole cards. I find that the time where you actually get to see patterns and situations the strongest is if you can rail a table, not see any hole cards, and just read from a third-party perspective. That is by far the easiest way to really get a feel and a sense and an idea where people are at.
Yeah, then that's a good point. And as you know, a lot of my work throughout the year is live reporting, and you don't get access to the hole cards there, and you are picking up on it quite a lot. A lot of times I could even walk away from a table, even if like the pot's big, then I'll know there's no showdown. You know, like I can just already read the player and see that the player is going to fold. And I'm right, like, you know, pretty much 95% of the time on these reads. But then when I'm sitting and playing at the table, I'm not actually getting the same reads, which is kind of interesting, because I'm more engaged in my own activity.
I find that the best year of my poker career was when I was able to translate those third-party views into my poker playing views. And what actually helped me do it was I did, you know, what Annette Oberstad did for a while and stuff like that, where I actually started that 2 months of online play without seeing a single hole card, just taping over, playing every tournament without seeing my own hole cards.
I don't think you can do that anymore, though. I mean, when back then the games were a bit more different.
I disagree. Not on the biggest stakes, obviously, but on medium stakes, I disagree with you. I still think that is possible. You're still able to play patterns to a strong degree, perhaps even stronger degree if you stay away from certain nationalities like the Brazilians you were talking about.
Yeah, I remember when Annette won that 180-man sit-and-go without seeing any of her cards, which is such an amazing feat. I don't know how you do that. I mean, she must have been folding aces at times.
Yeah, but it does. It isn't. In all sincerity, if you try it, I honestly believe most players with a certain capacity will get a will be mesmerized by how much this game plays on patterns and how much easier those patterns are to read if you're not obstructed by your own cards.
And I'll take it one step further, because this is an exercise I did when I wanted to learn to play better post-flop. I have done a few tournaments, we're dating back to around the Annette times, where I decided level 1, level 2, I'm going to see every flop, every single flop. And it obviously then teaches you a little bit more about ranges. This is obviously before all the tools we have now that, you know, like a GTO wizard, which can obviously would be better to study than to go ahead and do it in a real-time exercise. But it did help me construct ranges quite well. And even though I lost a little money doing it that way, it was time well spent. My game improved significantly after doing that for a few tournaments.
And it also gives you weapons. And the most important weapon of all is to be able to survive tournaments where you are completely card dead. To be able to create something from nothing.
That's true. And meanwhile, look at this. Nielsen here, Dag Nielsen rivering the trips. It isn't a big pot. It checked quite a bit. I wasn't paying attention to all the action because this conversation was so interesting, but does just call the bet by Wing Finbach, perhaps worried about flushes, the Broadway.
I agree with that. There is no reason to go over the top whatsoever.
No, you're not getting called by anything. You're
maybe king queen, but that hand wouldn't be in there playing check all the way to that point regardless. You're not getting called. Actually, you're not getting called the way that hand has been played by anything that's worse.
Well, weaker jack, like a jack 8 or something, a jack 9.
Perhaps, yes, that is true.
Yeah, because we haven't seen so much of this raise bluffing quite yet as well, so the range would be quite tight on the raids.
Actually saw a lot of those folds yesterday as I was walking around the tables, those typical trip folds with a weaker kicker type situation.
Where players were showing it after the hand?
Yeah. We had one big pot where John Kite decided to lay down his ace-jack with double aces in the board. Well, obviously it's different with aces than other cards, but that was just an interesting pot. He ended up being up against another ace-jack, so he would have chopped that pot, but that was really the beginning of the end for Kite, who was so... He lost about half his stack there and folded the remainder for the final bet. But usually, I find that folding those trips with lower kickers are a very net positive in these types of situations. You don't see a lot of people bluffing strong into those situations early in the tournament, and it's
Yeah, we don't see any Brazilians in this field.
exactly.
No offense to my friends in Brazil. This is actually a respect talk about Brazil. They're very strong as a nation in terms of poker playing, similar to how Norwegians became much stronger over the past 15 years. I have a lot of respect for how the Brazilian poker community is developed
20.
in a
Let's
similar
call it
well.
20, because then I get to be a poker.
No, but if you go back 20 years, we have players like you, players like Annette, players
Johnny
like
Lawden.
Felix Stevenson, Johnny Lawden, Thor Hansen.
I mean, not the least, Thor Hansen. This can be interesting with a diamond on river.
Yeah, I mean, both players with a flush draw right now. Nielsen ahead with connecting with his 9. May even want to raise here in the big blind.
I don't think there's a rebuy in this tournament, even though you have the hat going.
No, no rebuy, unfortunately. No second chance chip.
Ooh, he gets away. I thought that trip 9 sure is great for Nielsen. He probably wouldn't have gotten a whole lot of action anyways. But yeah, exactly. Here comes a check from Hol. I thought I was reaching for chips before he made the check there. But a diamond would have been...
It would have been showers for Nielsen, most likely. Maybe not showers, but it would have lost a good chunk of his stack.
Would have been very painful.
And Hol's the type of guy that he's not going to slow play that. He's going to bet on the larger side if he hit his flush. And Nielsen maybe a little bit disappointed not to get that river value, but when your 9-5 gets there in the big blind, you can't be too upset.
What's your play then? You sit in the back position with that 9-5 dimes, and you get the front bet after the runner flush. You have to go over the top against a player like Hol, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
That's a tournament right there. If you go over the top, because it's gonna be so little that you can't fold to the extra hit.
But if it's a big enough bet, you could just call it and just save yourself. So it depends on the sizing that Hol would have chosen.
Exactly, that's what I mean. It's a difficult situation there, sitting in position with the bet against you with that 9 high flush, but.
And then at the board pairs, it makes it a little bit easier just to call as well.
Yeah, like let's ignore the board pair for that. But in those situations, and a player that's been as active as Hol, I think that could be a tournament bust right there if that last diamond shows up.
Meanwhile, Utland, the blinds just went up to 1.5K, 3K, and just opting to raise off an 11 big blind stack from under the gun. Quite a dangerous move, but it's working out for him so far.
It's been such a pleasure taking part. I need to go down to the tables to check the status of what's going on the side tables, and I hope I get to go back to you soon.
Yes, thank you for joining, Svete, and we look forward to seeing you. Even though we can't understand you, we love your presence and love watching the action that you bring from the side tables. Thank you very much for joining us, and speak to you soon. So while we were saying goodbye to Svete with the microphone off, we see Vinsbach opting to flat with the 5s from the cutoff. That's a beautiful flop for Utland. I mean, it is 3 overcards, but he has the open ender to the straight flush. A 4, 5, 6 of spades would be the only one that's better. We see the 5 of spades is there, and then he would have been up against the set. He has a little more than a pot-sized bet behind. I would have just jammed this in pre-flop. He is waiting now to see if he can milk a little bit more value. He's definitely going to get more value out of the hand. I don't think he would have been called by the 5s if he did jam. It's a small bet of 6K. There is a baby flush draw for Vinsbach, but makes the correct fold there. And Utland chipping up. He gained about 50% of his stack there. He shows, I think, the 7 of spades. Maybe he showed both 7s. Having a little fun there with Linné Meister. It must be fun to play with a television personality and influencer that the whole country respects.
Ja, men han var kitten. Har du 2-7 år på? Ja, litt ekkel flopp også, så... Hæ? Det ser litt ekkel flopp også. Ja, litt ekkel flopp. Hvis han kåler at bak ikke treffer. Hvis det får en kål der, så er jo resten...
Espen Hole opening up his 6-5 of diamonds, where it looks like 6.5K, so a little bit more than a min bet. Folds around to Utland, who just chipped up a little bit, but had to put a little bit back in the big blind. No reason to do anything super fancy. I don't expect a shove. He could call, he could fold. He's thinking about his options and decides to save some chips for another hand. Can't blame him at all. Could have defended there as well, though. So down to 450 players. The field has grown up to 746 entries. After this blind level, there will be a break. And after the break, late registration will close for the 800 euro buy-in Norwegian Championship main event. The most prestigious event for Norwegian players of the year. Some might say even more prestigious than the World Series of Poker main event. However, when a Norwegian wins that, I think that one might be the only event that trumps this one. With Espen Jorstad winning that main event for $10 million back in 2022. A raise here by Gunnar, going with the internet sizing that I do with a min raise from early position. He loves his suited cards and looks like he's having fun while piling up some chips. Possibly does not want to leave the TV table, near 300,000 now. He came into the TV table with 238,000 and now has nearly triple a starting stack. Easy fold by Gunnar there with the 8-4 offsuit. Wins in his back with the queen 9. If it was suited, maybe, but likely will fold that as well. But Hole is not going to go anywhere with his pocket queens. He's also chipped up nicely at this TV table. Began the TV table with 196,000, now is near 300,000 himself. Going with a little bit more than a min raise to 6.5K. Linne Meister, this is a hand based on her stack. She could 3-bet shove or fold. There shouldn't be a call here, though. A shove would turn out to be not the best result for her because she would get a call in this spot and be a 2-to-1 underdog. Getting a little bit sticky if it's just a call, but she looks like she wants to shove. Going back and forth with these chips. And does just call. That's the one play that I do not like. I don't mind a fold, I don't mind a shove. But calling here off of such a short stack, leaving her just 9 big blinds behind, is quite dangerous unless she hits this board. But even if she hits an ace, We can see that she would be ahead, but she would really have no way of knowing. I think you either want to have some fold equity, and if you're called, be able to see all 5 cards being at least live with the diamonds, if not more. But meanwhile, she called, and she's going to go heads up in position against hole. Oh my God, look at this flop for Linne Meister. Flopping middle pair and a flush draw, but this could be trouble if she doesn't get there because it's also a good flop for a hole with its queens being an overpair to the board. And betting nearly half the pot, 9,000. If I'm Linne, I am shoving, but she's opting to call. No, it was a raise. It wasn't a shove, but effectively around the same. And it's an all-in and a call. Equities are pretty close. Linne Meister now in a coin flip situation for her tournament life, does not want to look at the run out. This could be the end of our Norwegian influencer, or she could gain some breathing room. And a diamond on the turn. Linne Meister can sit right back down. She's celebrating with all her heart. Getting there with the flush and the 7 of spades on the river is inconsequential. She had her opponent drawing dead. Meanwhile, Espen left shaking his head that his queens were unable to hold against ace-5, but it wasn't that big of a pot. And Linne Meister fans should be celebrating at this point, as that should be enough life for her to be able to continue along in this event. And here's a look at the chip counts. Hole was right around what Vetty had before that hand. Still has a second place stack at this table. We will have a new featured table later, and Utland with the short stack of just 41,000. Let's see if Steiner is going to find the spot as he's under the most pressure. Not this time, I believe. He's in the cutoff, but the 7-6 is a bit too light to be making a move right here, right now. Hammersvik will likely be folding his 5-3 offsuit. You should be opening up a lot of buttons, but this is a bottom 5% hand you can easily get rid of. Lovik will likely either be completing or raising. It looks like just a completion against a player that's covering him. And Gunnar loves his suited cards. He would be playing this even with a raise, but happy to get the free ride with the check back. And a 6 of clubs out of the window to go right in between that 7 and 5, but the rest of the board does not help him. Meanwhile, Lovik improving to 2 pair, hoping that he gets a bet from Gunnar. Obviously can have some minor concerns about diamonds and the 6, but it checks back. Expect Lovik to try to get some value out of his hand. Reaching for some chips and expect Gunnar to not come along any further. He may have called the flop bet with some runner-runner possibilities. Although it looks like he's making a move. Very interesting. It was a bet of 5,000, a raise with no possible equity. We could see he's even drawing dead. No card in the deck can improve him. And Lovik has too strong of a hand to be pushed off, at least right now. That can all change with the big river bet. Or if the board double pairs, actually. But I expect him to be calling any reasonably sized bet, and maybe Gunnar kind of sniffed this out that my check raise didn't work. But he can also put Lovik on 2 diamonds, but not this time. Gunnar first to show, and he will see that He was up against 2 pair that sneakily checked that flop. I'd like to see at least 4 more players hop into the main event. It is a freeze-out affair. If it wasn't a freeze-out, I'd expect this number to be double, if not triple, what we're looking at. But this is poker at its purest. And to have 750 Norwegian players entering an 800-euro buy-in event that is solely for them is quite a fantastic turnout. Espen possibly would open that in later position, but not from under the gun. Nielsen will likely fold as well. Lene Meister should be folding her king 6. We've already seen Utland fold a similar king 6. And a jack 7 going into the muck from the cutoff. Lovik, though, might be opening the queen 4. It is suited, he is on the button, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. It looked like a min raise, but now another chip got added, so a raise to 7,000. Snap fold by Gunnar with the 7-3 suited. Finally finds some suited cards he doesn't want to play. And Vinnesbach with the ace-9, opting to defend. No 3-bet forthcoming. Not a good flop for either player. Lovik likes to continue on just about every board. So far, I believe he has around 100%. C-bet rate has been opening a bit. We'll see if it will work. If he does it, we can see that Vinnesbach is ahead. May feel sticky enough to call a flop bet if he's been paying attention, but Lovik checking it back and letting Vinnesbach further improve with the 9. He's not going to be going anywhere now, especially after the flop was checked back. Are we going to see a delayed c-bet by Lovik, or is he just going to kind of let this hand play out? Maybe he feels he even has showdown value with the queen, but that would be very thin. And possibly a bet on the river with another overcard to the 9 would work. The flush draw would have gone there, the queen king would have gone there. The flush draw, though, probably would have bet the flop. And Lovik deciding not this time, shows the queen 4. And a small part there by Vinnesbach with the ace-9. Not really too much opportunity for him to pump up the pot, and Lovik wasn't doing the job for him. David Trigg doing some calisthenics there in the background. One of my favorite people on the tour here. Whether he's a dealer, assistant floor, or a dealer coordinator, the man wears many hats and he's good at all of his jobs. I am not the commentator Stig Moen. I am the commentator Jason Glatzer. George Sanford is getting prepared to play in the 2K PLO High Roller. He may join us later. I kind of hope he doesn't, because that means things didn't go well for him in the High Roller, even though I miss having him in the booth. We will have some guests throughout the day to compensate for that. In the meantime, I'm more than happy to carry along the action with you at home. For those of you that want to follow the action in Norwegian, I recommend you check out directsport.no, where Stig Moen is commentating the action. One of the best commentators in the world, somebody I've learned a lot from. We've done some English commentating together, most recently at the Coolbet Open in Bratislava back in the autumn. But to say he's professional would be a true understatement to the word. I have a lot of respect for Stig Moen, and if there wasn't already a fan club that I'm a member of, I would create my own fan club for him. Lovik not afraid to be opening pots. He opens up yet another one, this time with the queen 3 suited. Vinnesbach calling from the small blind with the 8s. Similar to how we won that last pot with the ace-9, but this isn't a flop that 8s are happy to see. 3 overcards, 3 Broadway cards, Jack, King, Queen. Lovik connecting with this queen, back to our flush draw as well. It wouldn't be the worst flop to actually be betting here. You want to get those blank 10s out of the way that can get there on straight draws. And if he has a king, you can slow down, can easily get out of the way. It doesn't seem like Vinnesbach is the type of player that's going to raise you light off of flop. Vinnesbach hoping that an 8 comes on the river or that at least gets the showdown. But I think Lovic should try to protect his hand at this point. Obviously, we see that it's only 2 outs that Vinnesbach has, but if he thinks that it's possible his opponent has a 10, we want to be betting there to get rid of him and not let him realize his equity. So Lovic with the delayed c-bet takes down the pot. Do like watching Lovic. It's always nice to have active players at the TV table, such as him. Gunnar Vette also providing some action as well. Not afraid to open up his suited cards from any position. Linné Meister is going to fold. Hasn't been able to get anything in the way of cards since doubling up with her ace-5 of diamonds against queens, held by Espen Hall. Actually, it was Espen, I believe, Hammersvik that had the queens there. But never mind, we have Gunnar back in action, opening up with the king-queen, a raise to 7,000. And Nielsen waking up with the big slick in the big blind. 3-bet is incoming. Look at that face by Dag. That poker face would make me nervous. It looks like a 3-bet to 26,000. To 16,000, apologies. And perhaps Gunnar can get away. He hasn't seen any 3-bets yet by Nielsen, but deciding to play this hand, he is in position. He doesn't need to just hit the board to win the pot. It could be a board such as this if he's doing a double barrel, but both players with the backdoor flush draw with strong cards. Nielsen with the better end of that. Other than that, not much love on this flop. Some connectivity and a runner way for Vette with the jack as well for a straight. I guess you could say the same about Nielsen. And Nielsen betting for 12,000 now. Is Vette just going to give up? If he calls here, it looks rather strong. It will make things very difficult for Nielsen. The power of position, but it's also tough for Gunnar to continue along after bricking this flop. And does lay it down, waiting for another time. If he saw the cards, he would have behaved differently, but against the range of Nielsen, I like the fold. The only reason I would like a call is if you're getting checked on the turn, you can try to take it down, but that's only if you're putting your opponent on a hand like ace-king, ace-queen. Usually I give somebody respect if they're 3-betting for the first time, especially at a TV table, and probably would have not even seen a flop with that king-queen, but Gunnar is an extremely gifted post-flop player that he can get away with these things a little better than I can. For those that don't know me, my name is Jason Glatzer. I've been in the poker media industry for about 15 years now. Have worked for many different publications, now head of media at Poker Pro, also providing lots of independent live reporting and commentating, media planning, editorial content, podcasts, you name it, I've done it. We'll be off to the Irish Open straight after this, where I get to be the pretend Laura Cornelius for a few days, doing a little bit of hosting before heading into live reporting. So quite a mix of everything. We saw JP McCann floating around, who is one of the brains behind that. And then straight after that to the Battle of Malta, where I run the media team, also do commentating on the final day. And we saw Telly Bartolo and Diane Fenich in the house. So it seems like all my upcoming trips are somehow interconnected. It wasn't planned that way by me, but it's nice to see the cooperation by various groups. Meanwhile, Hull opening up. Meister defending the king 4. Hull was ahead, but basically betting in position. Meister, with no piece of the board, easily gives up. A fairly standard hand for both players. So we're midway through level 10. Players can still hop in, not only for the next 30 minutes, but also during the break. We're going to check how long the upcoming break will be. It'll be a 20-minute break. So in less than an hour, we'll know the final size of the field. We'll know what the prize pool is, and probably an hour or so later, we will know the full payouts of the main event as well. And with the great job that the Spade Poker team has been doing, I imagine that we're going to have a nice graphic of that as well. But I'll give you the lowdown regardless of that as soon as it's available in about an hour's time. Vinnesbach with the fish hooks, certainly going to open. The saying is there's 1,000 ways to play jacks, and every single one of them is wrong. But certainly just opening from the hijack is standard. Opening from any position is standard. And folds around to Utland in the big blind, and might be defending off his short stack. It was a 2.5x raise. If it was a min raise, I would expect to see him defending quite often. He may be thinking twice about this sizing. Goes back to what Sveti was saying. He likes a 2.5x sizing or to mix up the sizings. Not so many chips in that stack. It's 6 total chips, but we could see that adds up to it looks like more than 35,000. It looks like he has 38 in a stack, but fairly close to what it says in the graphic. And does call, leaving himself not too much behind. Just has 26,000 in a stack now. It looks like maybe 31,000. But look at this flop. This could spell trouble for him. He flopped the open-ender along with the middle pair. Also has a backdoor flush draw. Winsbach, though, has the overpair, the gut shot to the straight, and a better backdoor flush draw. This could spell trouble. I expect Winsbach to continue, and here we go. 8,500. Now is Utland gonna jam? Is he gonna call? We know he's not going anywhere on this flop. You don't defend a 2.5x raise. Get this flop not to get your chips in, and does indeed jam it all in. Winsbach making the snap call and is a 2-to-1 favorite to eliminate Utland. You can't blame Utland. Once he sees that flop, he has to get it in here. It's unfortunate that he's up against Jack, but does have some hopes. Has 2 outs for the Jack, the 6, the 9, the 8. The 8 isn't live, actually. Now, a lot of those outs are out of the door because a club, even though it gives him a flush, would give Winsbach a better flush. You could see him watching from a distance. And the king of clubs on the river. That is it for Utland. He does river the flush. Unfortunately for him, it's against a better flush. He is out in the early goings before late registration is closed. But the good news is for him is there was no bubble, no soft bubble. The drama is over nice and quick, and he has plenty of time to enter some of the other amazing events, including other championship events. It probably will not be the last we've heard of Svein Utland. It's just the last we've heard of him in the main event. And it's our first elimination at the TV table. Things got a little bit dicey for Linne before, but she got there with her ace-5. She got it in on a monster flop where she had flopped both the 5 and 2 diamonds. She had diamonds only to get that last diamond after going all in on the flop on the turn to double through queens. However, in this all-in situation, we did not see Svein able to get the cards he needed to survive and double his stack the same way we saw Linne just do. Early position open by Lovik with the pocket 4s. So far the field's leaned out, including Linne Meister making a very aware fold with her 3s. And that's an excellent outcome for Lovik. 4s is not a hand you want to play post-flop that often. And very often when you're being called or 3-bet, it's going to be tough for you to continue along with that hand playing 4s out of position. Folds around to Espen with the ace-queen. He's certainly not going to be folding that. It is suited as well. Very strong hand from middle position. Nielsen taking his time a little bit, but folding the jack-9. And Linne Meister not even thinking about her king-queen. She would have been dominated range-wise, or at least with actual cards before the flop. And it looks like she's having fun at the same time while playing some solid poker. Svete did inform us that she has a decent poker background, that she was on beginner levels at first, but now due to her experience, she's picked up some things along the way. And we can see that she's a fairly aware player and also showing comfort at the TV table. Although she had her eyes closed when she was all in before, but that could be nervous for any player, and you can show your emotions at that point because there's no more actions to be taken. Not giving away any information. Espen opening up to 6,500 with the ace-9 suited. We'll see him very often now opening up a little bit lighter than that even. But he is hoping not to get any resistance, at least from players that have position on him. If he knew Gunnar had ace-5, he wouldn't mind a call, but Gunnar has a lot of different gears. It might not just be a call. He can also 3-bet there. He probably would if it was suited. Maybe not, because it was an early position open that he needs to respect to some degree. But it's a paired king flop, 2 clubs, nobody with clubs in their hand on this king-king-6. Both players with red cards, with black cards on the board. And Gunnar deciding not to be sticky here, giving some respect to his opponent, and Espen with the best hand takes down the pot with a single C-bet on the flop. You'll hear me say C-bet a lot. That stands for continuation bet. Typically, then the pre-flop aggressor or the pre-flop 3-better, whoever was the last to be showing aggressive action, when they're continuing with a bet on the flop, it's called a continuation bet. I know most of you listening already understand that concept, but just explaining it to those that might be a little bit newer to poker, being that the Norwegian Championship attracts both players that haven't played before all the way up to experienced, super experienced pros, including Tom Bedell, who we saw earlier this week. We had Espen Jorstad playing last year. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it out from Korea this year. But there's a lot of pride that goes into winning a Norwegian Championship. And meanwhile, Linne Meister with the ace-king, opening up to a big sizing of 10,000. can't say I'm a fan of more than a 3x sizing if you're doing this only with hands with ace-king. I understand the min betting might not be for everyone, but you kind of want to not give away the strength of your hand so much. Keep the opening sizes relatively close, in my opinion anyway. Or if you're going to be betting big sometimes with the ace-king, you need to be doing it with weaker stuff. And even showing the ace-king, that's a little bit of a mistake there by Linne Meister. She should not be showing, even though some of the players will find out later from their friends watching the stream on a 30-minute delay that she had the ace-king there. It's giving away a little bit too much information in real time that if I'm betting big, I have a hand. But perhaps there's something else in Linne Meister's mind that now that she showed the ace-king with a big bet sizing there, she maybe will do it with some of her more marginal holdings, in which case showing that ace-king has a little bit of sense to it. And even though it's a friendly table, you're still competing for a lot of money. You could be friendly with everything. It doesn't mean you need to show your cards unless you have to. Or unless you have a reason to is another way. You want to get into your opponent's mind a little bit. Like showing a big bluff. Or actually getting a hand but showing the card that doesn't connect to the board type of thing. Meanwhile, we have the well-composed Vinzenbach here opening up with the king-4 offsuit from the small blind. With just a min-raise, making it easy for Holt to defend just about anything he has, including a 7-5 offsuit. He does have 2 live cards, king-4 not that far ahead. Let's see if Vinzenbach can continue on this queen-9 deuce flop despite not connecting with any piece of the board. A jack-10 would give him a straight, but this should get the job done. He is ahead. Hole really having no reason to continue here. Didn't really snag anything on this board, but doesn't seem to want to go away. Eventually does fold. And Svein Vinzenbach here chipping up a little bit. Back to near what he started this TV table with. He started with 147,500 and should have about that now as well. We have a break coming in about 15 minutes or so, so we'll probably get close to a full orbit with these players. I've really enjoyed watching all these different personalities, all with different playing styles, battle it out, but I'm sure the next TV table will be equally, if not even more interesting. It's been an absolute pleasure watching Linne Meister play poker as well. It's always nice to see somebody that is slightly outside the poker hemisphere battling it out with the veterans and showing that she can hold her own. So an early position opened by Hammersvik with the suited gappers. Hole calling from the small blind with the suited connector. Nielsen also coming along for the ride, making the easy complete from the big blind. No love for any player on this flop. The king-jack is ahead, but Dag has no way of knowing that and will likely have to fold if Hammersvik finds a bet. Hole should have an easy fold if a bet's incoming, but if it checks around, that opens up the possibility for the players in the blinds to take this one away. And he does check it through. Ace of hearts on the turn. I mean, it does give Nielsen a Broadway draw, but perhaps we're going to see a delayed seed bet by Hammersvik and not by Nielsen. Very quick check there by Nielsen, in fact. This is the turn that he could represent. I mean, he no longer has the flush draw, no possibilities, but he could steal this away. And players should give him the respect of having a lot of aces in his early position opening range. And with neither player connecting with the board, this move should work, even though it was a small bet of 7,000 into 21. And quick fold there, Nielsen thinking things over. And he thinks the story checks out, even though it doesn't. Didn't connect with his ace on the flop, but connects on the turn. We see that he had 10-7. So nice job there.
It's my only chance to wear it, you know. I had mine on up there. Wasn't happy about it, but well done. Ja, jeg har hatt bra. Mange sånne mindre greier på det. Noen ganger fikk jeg tatt det. Så kom en kongerutter på turen, og så jeg hatt bra. Det men ser det at du taper jo hver damer også, så det er jo det går opp og ned. Ja, han på målet hans eller han var vel på maner. Ja da, han er nok det. Det er første målet.
So a bit of chatter between the players and between hands, and we do have a new player. It looks like it's Alan Dierstad in seat number 7. And it looks like a fresh entry too. So one of the late entries, we see the field approaching 750 as we're getting closer and closer to the break. As a reminder, the late registration period will close after the break, at which point we will know the final field size and the final prize pool, and we'll know the payouts probably very soon after that as well, but sometimes that takes a little bit of time to make sure that everybody is happy, you know, with the pay jumps and things like that. It typically goes through a few different approval levels. But meanwhile, look at this hand. Gunnar opening up with the ace-9. Linne just calling with the jacks. But this could be a trouble hand for her because we have the new player who nobody knows anything about, may just say, you know what, I came in late, I'm trying to spin it up. But meanwhile, wakes up with the pocket rockets right away and 3-bets to 19,000 from the big blind. That should at least get Gunnar out of the way, especially after Linne made the call from the small blind. Maybe if it was mano-a-mano, he would think about calling, maybe even think about 4-betting, depending on his reads about Dierstad, but that would be a bit ambitious. I think a fold is incoming and does indeed fold. But Linne Meister in an awful spot, a new player at the table, doesn't have any reads on him, has a very strong hand with jacks. A shove would turn out to be disastrous. She's thinking about what to do with her jacks. I can never lay them down here, but it looks like that's possible here. Thinking about, is this the time to make my move? I wouldn't blame her at all. Jacks is very strong, and it's quite unfortunate in a blind-on-blind situation that her opponent wakes up with aces. And if it was just blind on blind without Gunnar Vede opening up from early position, it would be quite an easy 4-bet jam against what the big blind could be 3-betting against. But the 3-bet looks a bit stronger after an early position open, a call from the small blind. Very hard to sniff this one out, though. Oh my God, makes the fold with the jacks. What a hero. Oh my God. And Dierstad showing his aces out of respect and giving a fist bump to the TV influencer here. Wow. I am just floored at the discipline there by Linné Meister. I don't think I can get away from it. It's easy for us to get away from it in the booth because we see the aces, but in real time, that is an extremely difficult fold. Wow. I am floored that she folded the jacks and folded them correctly. Amazing. I'm not sure she should have showed that she was folding the jacks, although it did get the information, at least for her head, that she was up against aces, but that gives up a lot of information that I'm just flatting with jacks, and if you 3-bet me, I'm getting rid of strong hands. But other than that, amazing play by Linné Meister. Wow, 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 wow. And now she's on top of the world, saving her tournament life. Of course, she could have maybe gotten there with the jacks, but odds were extremely against her. I am still just floored by that move. Meanwhile, Vinsbach's turn to open from middle position with the king-jack. We don't know what Dierstad has here. He's new to the TV table, so maybe doesn't know so much about putting his cards in that box in front of him. But the TV table dealer is on top of everything. So maybe we will see his cards shortly, being that they are in the box now. Does call, so we can put him on something halfway decent, suited connectors, some pocket pairs, some ace X's, king X's. But meanwhile, Vinsbach, we see that he improves the top pair, backdoor flush draw, on top of which he will be continuing. It is a dry board, but still should be trying to get a little bit of value here. Perhaps from the 7 from one of the players in the blinds. We could see that Hammersvik has an easy hand to fold facing a bet. We do not know what Dierstad had, but maybe we can get an idea of the range of what he would have depending on what he does. If he calls or raises, if he folds, we may never know what he has. Does call. So I'm guessing at this point he's on a flush draw. He has a 7 or some kind of pocket pair. And a queen on the turn. Vinsbach will have a decision whether he wants to check back or not. It's become a much more dangerous board with a club flush draw out there as well. Looks like he's getting prepared to put a little bit out here. Maybe even close to a pot-size bet. We'll find out in a second. No, it's a small bet, but that's enough to get the job done. I'm guessing Dierstad had a 7, but that's just a guess. He is a fairly new player at the table as well, so it's hard to know how he's been playing. But if I was sitting at the table and I'm called, I'm putting him a lot of 7s, maybe some weaker kings. So although I do not know Norwegian, if there's a message like this here, there's likely a message from the tech people over at Spade Poker. So let's see what's happening. Apparently we're going to have some Norwegian announcements during the break. So I'm not sure if that means we're going to be missing 20 minutes of action or whether that's going to be during the 20-minute break. And I do not have any Norwegians within shouting distance to get that message translated for me. But perhaps if the Spade Poker people are listening, we can also get that message up quickly in English, or you can message me as far as what this means, if it's a 20-minute show that we're getting during the break, or whether there's going to be something happening 20 minutes after the break resumes. But we need to hop into this hand. There's something happening here. Ace-8 versus Ace-King in the blinds. We have an open with the Ace-8 to 7.5K. Lovic should be 3-betting here. It is a 3-bet, and Ace-8 in the small blind is a strong hand. Lovic has not been 3-betting that wide, or that much at all for that matter. Has been opening quite a lot of pots though. And it's decision time here for Hammersvik. A 4-bet would not work out that well for him. A call playing Ace-8 out of position is very difficult too, even though it is strong. When you're facing a 3-bet, these are typically hands you can let go, but in a blind versus blind situation, it changes Lovic's range, but makes the good fold there. Lovic picking up a nice pot. Nice small pot anyway. And it looks like we're changing our deck. Mr. David Trigg finds something wrong with potentially one of the cards, immediately hopping in with a brand new deck. These are special cards used at the TV table because each individual card has an RFID reader, which is how we can see the whole cards on a delay. So this was recorded actually 30 minutes ago. We don't see any of the information in live time either here in the commentating booth. The Norwegian commentating is going out straight from that, and we are on a further delay where you can check us out in the morning. I still want to see one more player. I said I want to see at least 750 in this bad boy. It's already impressive. At 750 is just a number. We're over 500,000 in this prize pool for a Norwegian-only 800 euro buy-in championship freeze-out event. The purest form of poker. Amazing structure, 5 days, 1 hour blind levels throughout. It's almost worth getting your Norwegian citizenship just to play in this event, because I can't think of many other events that are freeze-outs these days, as poker should be for championship level events, in my opinion, such as the World Series of Poker main event in Las Vegas during the summertime. It's not to say I'm not a fan of re-entries. When I travel to an event, I do like the fact that I could re-enter because I've invested time in getting out there, et cetera, but the side events are mostly re-entries, so that's where you can have your fun if you prefer re-entries. But if you want to be a true champion in an event, you shouldn't have 5-6 tries at it. So absolutely love that they're keeping the structure pure. They're not going after a money grab of trying to get as much rake as possible. And with the robust schedule, they understand people traveling in from Norway and other countries have plenty of other things they can play after they lose their first and only bullet in one of the 8 championship events, including the main event that you are watching now. Meanwhile, we have a 4-way pot. It was an open by Hole here with the 3s, a call by Linney from the hijack with ace-jack, 10-9 coming along for the ride from the small blind by Lovic, and Gunnar Vedde with the queen-8 from the big blind defending, only to flop a queen here. So Vedde miles ahead with his queen-8 at the moment. But being that he was in the big blind, it's not his spot to continue. It's very difficult for Hole to continue in a 4-way pot with really no draws with his 3s, so it does opt to check. And Meister checking as well. But meanwhile, I said there's no draws, but this is a huge cooler for Vedde. After it checks all the way through, Hole gets there with the full house, getting his 2-outer. As predicted, Gunnar is betting his top pair now. It's not top pair, but 2 pair, but connecting with the top card on the board. Now is Hole gonna slow play this, or not. He probably wants to try to let those flushes catch up, or maybe he wants the draws to pay a bit of a price, maybe get some value from some queens as we see here. Nobody with the actual flush draw. Does just call a little bit of sneaky sneaky. Should get Meister out of the way. Ace-Jack is a pretty hand pre-flop, but not on this board. And Lovik suited connectors should quickly go into the muck as well as they do. Ace of clubs on the river. This may actually save Gunnar. I expect Gunnar to be checking a lot and calling bets. It would have completed the club flush draw if that's what he thinks his opponent potentially could have been on, and his opponent should have a lot of aces, perhaps even an ace-queen, although that would have likely continued on the flop. But Gunnar has to be thinking, if I bet here, what is behind me that might call? And I can't think of a single hand in this situation. But he's ahead of plenty of hands if he checks and is bet into, so does come to the same conclusion and checks. Hole should feel fairly confident he has the best hand here with the full house. Try to get some value, and it will maybe work, maybe not. Bets 32,000 into 43, so big sizing. So this might be our final hand. We hear Sean announcing 1 minute left in the main event. It depends on how long it takes for Gunnar to make his decision whether he's going to call or fold. We know he's not raising here. No reason to turn your hand into a bluff. Trying to sniff this one out. Probably replaying the hand in his head. What does he have here? He checked the flop. I hit the queen on the flop. How can the 3 help him? We could see that it does, but Gunnar has to be thinking, can he have pocket 3s? Probably not. Maybe just playing for the ace and betting it, or maybe just trying to float me and taking down pots in position with hands like 6s and 5s and 4s. I don't think he would be doing that here. But Gunnar does make the call, thinking he has a chance to win the pot, and is shaking his head that the boat got there on the turn. And players will be going on break, so we will be back with you in about 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, depending on what the Norwegian message says below. This is Jason Glatzer, looking forward for the next 6-7 hours and commentating the main event before heading right into the finals of the €800 buy-in heads-up championship later this evening.
Together. Okay. I need your ticket and you. There's no need to seal it. I did say. I know. Okay. Your ticket inside? Yes, ticket inside. Do not seal your bag. Please. Do not seal it. Do not steal your bag, you mean? Don't steal it. Take him out. Take him out. Your wine is out. Right. Okay, everybody. What do you need? An hour.
Ma come glielo chiedevo io? Gli potevo mai chiedere questo? But we will open, yeah? We can. You get a smoke? No. Go get a smoke. Another question? I don't smoke, buddy. Hurry up. I'm going to the second floor anyway. You got it, brother.
out on this thing?
No.
First time, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
The first time now, this location, yes.
this location?
Yes.
Okay. What they want you to do is they want you to just make sure the muck's down here,
Yeah.
pot's here, and then the flop goes across here.
Yeah.
Okay? So,
In the all-in. Okay.
yes, try and have it
Okay.
so it's a bit closer, like that.
In the bottom all-in, the player.
Correct, yeah. And so when you,
The same. No.
yeah. Just so you know, you deal the muck card here, and then it's just, you have to start dealing the flop here. Alright? And then just try and keep it as low as you can, so then if you see the winning hand, you can push
Yes.
it. Yeah?
Yes.
Pardon? Toilet, just outside here, across the hall. No. On this floor, on the other side.
The preparing the card of the flop.
Yes.
This okay.
They generally want it just there, yeah.
Okay.
Because that's where the reader is.
Okay.
The reader down here is not, it doesn't work down here.
Fold the speed.
Yeah, you say
Fold.
C2 fold, C3 fold, C4 raise, 5 fold.
Sit. No, 2 fold, 3 fold.
No, just be clear with them.
The sit.
Yes, I say C2, C3. Hello again, sir.
Hello. Need good cards?
It's not down to me today. I'm going to be here. That's why they got me to watch it rather than deal with it on my own. Very
Players in our main event, less than 4 minutes on your break. Please start taking your seats at this time. Players, if you're standing on the ground floor and blocking the doors, please keep your conversations moving so your players can get into the room. So guys and gals, please do not block the walkways, keep walking, keep your conversations going. Players, less than 3 minutes on your break. 3 minutes to get the ticket to the show. Everything's going to go in less than 3 minutes.
players in this seat.
Going to restock of the Turbo Tournament. Outlines 1,000, 1,500, 1,500. Dealers, please restock the game. The registrations are now closed. Main event dealers, if you have 2 or more people back to your table, please begin to prepare your deck. Players in your main event, you have less than 30 seconds on your break. You should be making your way back to your seats at this time.
Hello. Out of 5. Seat 5. Seat 1? No.
Alright, let's look at your break. 2,000, 4,000, 4,000. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Okay,
2, 4, and 4.
Seat 5. Yes.
No sense running, your hand's already dead. First card off the deck, your hand is dead, so don't run.
Josuele.
No sense to cause an accident, next time play accordingly. Registration is now closed for this
Also,
event.
just to let you know, guys, there is no technology used at this table, so if you need to use your mobile phone, you need to step outside. We are now going are they ready?
Ask them, yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay, guys, take your seats. I'm going to shuffle up and deal shortly. If you're not at your seat for your first card,
Blinds.
the match will not be live.
2, 4, 4. Blinds.
Shuffle up and deal, please.
Deler med litt gode stoler da.
Welcome back. We are back from the break, and late registration has been closed in the 800 euro buy-in championship main event. And we have a brand new table, but before we get into that, you could take a look at the chip counts in the meantime. We reached that magic number that I was hoping for. The final number was 750 entries. There must have been a last-second entry during the break, and the prize pool is 523,800 euros. The payouts should be coming along fairly shortly, but in the meantime, we're hopping right into the action with a whole new host of players. Including Acid Nielsen in seat number 4. He was on the TV table yesterday. We were not commentating that in English, but did watch a little bit of the Norwegian action of him. Quite an interesting character. We also have Evan Evanson in seat number 3, who is known a little bit for poker media as well. Stig Nielsen on the button here. And Age Spets. We have Nielsen versus Nielsen. This is going to get a little bit confusing. Meanwhile, we have the Nielsen in the big blind who defended here, improving to top pair, while the other Nielsen improving to middle pair. And it looks like it's a bet call, check bet call of 8.5K, already 38,000 in the pot. This will often go check, check quite a lot. No reason for Nielsen to be betting doesn't know even if his ace is good. There's a lot of 2 pairs he would be behind at this point in time. Might even be behind the Queen Jack straight. And we'll see now that the 3rd club came on the board whether Nielsen turns his hand into a bluff or whether the other Nielsen goes ahead and bets. So Stig Nielsen firing out a bet, and let's see what Acid Nielsen does here. Quickly folds. So it says 749, but we're up to 750 players. We did get that one extra, as I mentioned in the intro, coming off the break. Blinds are now at 2,000, 4,000 before going up to a 5,000 big blind in about an hour's time. And then we will have our second break of the day. It'll be the halfway point of day 2 after that break. Evan Evanson, even though the picture is on Acid Nielsen, it's Evan Evanson still with cards in front of him, thinking about opening up that King 8 suited, and he does. Acid Nielsen quickly folding. August bets with the Jack 8, should be folding this from the button. And meanwhile, the popular Stig Nielsen folding in the small blind. His Jack 9, and Mottingsdal opting not to defend with this 7-6. Meanwhile, it's Terje Sirnes as the table captain. He started things off with 349,500 in chips, so nice start for him. August Spets not too far behind with 345,000. There are no short stacks on this table. Stig Nielsen came in with the shortest stack with 135,000, but that is well north of 30 big blinds, which is plenty at this stage of the tournament.
Da sier sikkert Stig, her har Åge en dritthånd, hva gjør han nå? Nå skal han skal ikke blande meg om. 6-6, raise 10,000. 7-4,
So we have an open by Spets with the trays, but Sogstad here with the 9s coming along from the ride from the big blind, opting not to 3-bet. Definitely was going to call. And 9s are ahead on this 10-4-5 flop, but Spets being the pre-flop aggressor may try to represent something that's better than 9s, but instead checks it back. Sogstad has that 9 of clubs, so has a flush draw, but feels his 9s are likely good after it was checked on the flop. But Spets not buying the story, perhaps because he has the 3 of clubs too, maybe thinking he has a small possibility to completing a flush that his opponent doesn't have, but does raise it actually. This is not just a call, so repping that he was slow playing something on the flop, putting Sogstad in a spot of bother. Thinking things through, it's not as an easy call. We could see the cards, but if I was in this spot, I would also be taking my time trying to figure out what Spets is up to here. Like, how does that 8 of clubs help him? and gets the better hand to fold. So great awareness by Spets, waiting until the turn for some aggression, getting a few more chips in the pot, and getting the better hand to fold.
Der har vi Åge Spets. Alle tror han er god. Han har bare Stakkars Martin Søgstad måtte kaste med sin poker 9. Det har vært gøy hvis jeg hadde treffet det.
So there's 10,000 in the pot before the cards are dealt. It's 2,000, 4,000. As most tournaments are these days, we have a big blind ante in effect, at least until heads-up play on day 5. And we are currently in the early parts of day 2. Late registration just closed in this prestigious event.
Jeg har sett deg på Paradise Hotel. Seniorversjon. Du har en litt slesket trønder på Paradise. Skal vi så sesong 2? Geriatric Hotel. Åge Spets, det er ikke det du har kjent for.
Stig Nielsen here with a pretty hand from the cutoff, ace-queen. Stig is an experienced veteran both in Norwegian Championship events and in poker events around the world, as is Terje Sirnes. Who is opting to defend with pretty suited connectors of 9-8 clubs. No, he's not defending, he's 3-betting. Putting some pressure on the shorter stack of Nielsen. But there has been some table dynamic that we're not aware of, being that these guys have played together for 2 hours before coming to the table, and gets Nielsen to quickly fold his ace-queen. So well played there by Sirnes. He's here to accumulate chips, as most players are. And it's another lively table, loving this. And Acid Nielsen was lively yesterday from what I saw. Seems like a very friendly fellow. All these players have known each other most likely for many years, especially Evan Evanson and Acid Nielsen and Åge Spets. And Stig Nielsen, for that matter. Meanwhile, it's Acid here with the Queen-9 suited. Too early position for him to want to get involved. This is a little bit different from the last table where we saw players like Gunnar Vedde opening up these suited gappers like 10-7 suited even from early position and getting away with murder. Mottingsdal opening up with the ace-10, however. Sirnes folds, Hogvall will likely fold, so gets a walk. Not the worst situation with ace-10. If you're 3-bet, you may have to let it go. Obviously, he wouldn't mind a call and playing post-flop with ace-10 either. And now we have the final field update. It's 750 players. And we're nearly down to half the field, so the average stack is at around 200,000 right now, so it's about a 50 big blind average. And the stats that you see in the field, that's manually updated, so it's a good chance that we are down to about half the field. But either way you want to look at it, it's about 200,000 average. Had the lovely Elizabeth drop by to say hi, one of the fantastic photographers here at the Norwegian Championship alongside Thomas Stacha and also Vojta. This is certainly a hand that Stig is going to want to play. Pocket queens, although he sees a problem with one of the cards. So not quite sure about that. But assuming this isn't a dead hand, I assume he would be opening up the queens. does indeed open to 10K, so a 2.5x kind of sizing that Sveti was talking about earlier, where I'm just opening for 8K. But different players play different ways. And look at this, Hogvall in with the jacks. This is gonna spell trouble. We saw Linne before with the jacks getting away, but Hogvall saying, my jacks are strong. There's a lot of dead money in the pot. Who can blame him after Sirnis called? But I don't see Stig Nielsen getting out of the way to a short stack shove.
84,500.
It is a significant portion of his stack, though, being another one of the short stacks, but Queens is too strong to give up on. And it is a call. The ace-7 getting out of the way. Stig isolating with an overjam, and is in amazing shape to eliminate Hogvall. Hogvall needing a jack. But instead, Rune has to still sweat it out. It's a 2-5-5 flop, drawing to just 2 outs, no backdoors around. 5 of clubs on the turn. Can't even be saved by a 5 on the river, or a 2 on the river doesn't help him either. Needs a jack and only a jack, but it's a 10 of clubs. Stig Nielsen eliminating Rune Hogvall early at the second feature table. Not much he can do. We did see Linne get away from jacks earlier, but that's an awfully hard hand to get away from. It's super strong. And is walking away. Maybe we'll walk into one of the other side events that are happening today with tons of action at Card Casino Bratislava. So it looks like we're getting a new deck. Cards are being spread out on the table. And in the meantime, let's take a look at the chip counts. So Olge Spets as a table captain with 369, but Sirnis not too far behind. And most of the players are closely grouped together outside of Stogstad, who isn't quite the short stack, but just he has 30 big blinds compared to the 90-ish that the top of the leaderboard has. But still has no reason to be freaking out at this point. Certainly not in push-shove mode. In the meantime, there's a little bit of discussion going on between Dave Trigg and some of the players. But the action has quickly resumed. That was a quick deck change, quite impressive. But the show goes on. Nielsen, who just chipped up nicely with Queens versus Jacks, folding his 10-6 offsuit, but Moningstyle happy enough to get involved with his Jack-9 suited. Sogstad opting to just flat with his Ace-4 suited. So it'll be heads up to the flop after everybody else folds their hands. A diamond out of the window, but that's all. Ace-4 shouldn't feel too bad about this flop. Has a wheel draw, backdoor, a flush draw. But the king hits the range of an early position open that Moningstyle is trying to rep with his C-bet. We can see how sticky Sogstad is, facing a bet of 16,000, a little bit more than half the pot. And Sogstad opting to call, playing the hand in position, which makes a difference as well. And certainly he's going nowhere now, unless the bet is just a jam, because he has the open, he has that wheel draw, a straight flush draw, overcard to the board. And after it's checked, he's trying to take control of the pot, and this will get the job done unless Muddingstall has something else in mind, but no reason to blow up his stack after he was called on the flop. This is why sometimes floating flops is not the worst of ideas, but you should be doing it with hands that you have chances to improve on as well.
Deilig, det. Bare å se at kongen på resten. Vi har mye skipsbord her, så å si alle er over. Kommer inn 2 shortstacker nå, men jeg blir sikkert kjempeglad for å komme inn med lite stekk med 3 rikrever bak seg.
The early position players folding their rags. Sogstad even folding his 10-7 suited from the hijacking. Good thing for him he did, because Sirnis waking up with the pocket rockets, the gold of poker. Evan thinking about what to do with his queen 8 before folding it. I don't think he was really thinking too hard about it. Acid Nielsen folding his king 9. And Åge Spets will either defend or fold, opting to fold. And unfortunate for Cernes, he doesn't get any action from his aces and showing the 2 red ones to the table.
Jeg rota meg inn. Jeg kastet kings. Tenkte jeg syne jeg floppe 2-par, og så drar du meg ut, du vet jo det. Sjekkreise med 2-par, og... Jeg kastet kings, bare så skal jeg få noe snakke om det. Bruker på din par,
Players are having a ton of fun. I know I've said that before, and I'll continue to say it as long as I continue. Such friendly interactions. It reminds me of when I started playing poker at a very young age of around 10 or 11 years old on kitchen table back from where I'm from in New Jersey. Those of you that know me understand that I've lived in Europe for more than 20 years, in Lithuania for 14 to 15 years now, which has a decent poker scene as well. Åge Spets in the small blind. It was an early position opened by Sogstad. Ace-9 suited off a big stack. He's willing to at least call. And let's see what Nielsen does here. Stig will likely be folding his 9-4. Indeed, he does. Martin Sogstad has a huge edge in this hand, and this is a little bit of a dangerous flop for Spets. Flop's top pair. Sogstad, meanwhile, with a better kicker, also has that gut shot to Broadway, backdoors to the flush. It's a beautiful flop for him. One he should be betting. And does bet 13,000 into a pot of 28, so nearly half the pot. And Spets with the easy call, even though he's behind, he does need to call with the top pair. 8 of diamonds on the turn doesn't change anything for either player. Removes the backdoor flush draw from Sogstad's possibility. It didn't come to the front, but still a rather strong hand at the moment. And it's kind of like a milking bet here, 15,000 into 54, so less than 1/3 of the pot. Can Spets sniff this out? Very difficult to fold top pair, even on this board. And things went from good to amazing, although it didn't give him the flush with the 3rd spade on the board. Sogstad now has Broadway. The problem is that it's going to be awfully easy for Spets to fold. Now is Sogstad going to check, hoping his opponent bets? Probably not. He's going to try to take charge himself and hope for a call. It's a bet of, I believe, 31,000. It was a tricolor bet. Indeed it was. Now Spets trying to sniff this out. It was possibly the worst card in the deck for him, but may save him some chips. All the broadways completed. All the flop flush draws would have completed. So even if you think your opponent didn't have top pair, what are you putting him on now with the triple barrel? Does he think that Sogstad's capable of a triple barrel bluff? Most players are. And Spets making the wise fold. When he looks back at that later, he will see that he was behind the entire way. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer coming to you live at Card Casino Bratislava for the most prestigious event of the year for the country of Norway and the Norwegian Championships 800 euro main event, a 5-day affair with just one opening fight. But despite that, and despite this not taking place in Norway, attracted 750 unique players in this freeze-out affair to create a massive prize pool north of €500,000. We should have the payouts fairly shortly, and we will share them with you as soon as they become available. In the meantime, we have a highly entertaining table, and there's a lot of chips in play too. So both from a personality point of view and from a poker point of view, this is very cool to be watching how it's playing out. Many different poker players with many different poker styles. It gets a bit boring when you can predict what everybody will do. And we have an open by Evan Evanson from the hijack with Queen 10. Spets coming along from the button. Nielsen opting to just call with his nines from the small blind, and Mottingsdal also calling with his Jack 6, perhaps thinking he's getting a good price. But these kind of hands can get you in a lot of trouble multi-way. But this is a safe flop for the Jack 6, can easily get away. If there was a Jack high flop, that could have been trouble for Mottingsdal. But in the meantime, it's Spets getting the best of it, hitting the top pair. No reason to be slow playing this four-handed as well, but Evan Evanson has yet to act. He may continue here, but does check as expected. And Åge Spets also checking it through. Quite interesting. Perhaps worried about somebody else slow playing, but he's letting other players potentially get there. The 3 of spades doesn't change anything, although Mottingsdal's 6 now becomes an interesting card because a 5 would improve him to a straight, but that's really drawing kind of thin. But maybe it's Nielsen that thinks his 9s are good now leading out. So perhaps that's what Spets was hoping for when he checked back the top pair and a 4-way hand. And what's Evanson up to here? No connectivity with this board, no club. But just trying to steal this one away. And actually might work if Spets folds. I don't see how Nielsen can call with his 9s. It looks so strong when you have a bet and a raise. And it's one of the reasons I would have liked to see Spet continue. Now he has to fold the best hand, possibly thinking he got away cheaply, but he had the best hand. And unless Nielsen thinks Evanson is capable of doing such a thing on this kind of board, he has to fold as well. So very nice play by Evan Evanson. Not something I would do out of my arsenal with Queen 10 and no redraws, but had a nice read on the board and shows the table. Perhaps getting into the heads of some players like Åge Spets, who had the top pair.
Eneste måten han kan vinne potten på nå, å race. Han har jo ingenting. Jeg føler Stig kommenterer overalt. Når jeg går til posten bare, nå bare gjorde all natt på etterpå. Det noe regning? Nei, det det ikke. Ja, da kan du gå på senteret. Da kan du gå på senteret og kjøpe deg en genser.
Tadray Sirnes folding his weak ace from under the gun. Evanson, who just took down a pot with some aggression with the suited gappers, may want to open. We've seen other players do it with the double gappers, regardless of position. And opening for 10,000, balancing his range a bit. And getting a lot of folds. Sogstad may defend his king 6-0, but opts not to. So Evan Evanson getting back-to-back pots despite not really having much of anything. And putting on a clinic for those of us watching. You could see the list of commentators in that graphic below. I am Jason Glatzer. George Sanford will be with us throughout the week, but today he will be playing the PLO High Roller, a 2K buy-in, so he's preparing mentally for that before that takes place tonight. So has a day off. Maybe we'll get him in for a little bit of time before he gets started with the PLO at some point today. If not, he will be back with us later in the week. And you can see Stig Mohn, legendary commentator, commentating in Norwegian. And Auge, who had to fold the top pair earlier because he missed out on a continuation bet, is happy to be opening up the ace-10 from the hijack, and it looks like it was just a call by Mottingsdal. It was 10.5K. Mottingsdal calling with the eights from the button in position. And Spets pulling ahead after flopping the middle pair, but does opt to check, understanding that there's a lot more cards to come, and does now improve the two pair, but there's 3 hearts on the board. We can learn a bit about Mottingsdal, whether he's going to give up easily, but he somehow calls with his eights. No heart in his hand either. Perhaps feels Auge is capable of repping hands he doesn't have, but it's such a dangerous sport at this point that I'm surprised about Mottingsdal's call there with the eights. But we'll see if he had a plan in mind. It probably won't work with a strong 2-pair here by Spets. There's plenty of hands he's behind that if he's raised, maybe he would fold, but we shall never know. And Auge Spets picking up a pot after being bluffed away off a pot a few hands ago by Evan Evanson. So we're down to 360 players, less than half the field left. Not quite halfway through day 2 on the 3rd of 8 levels of the day. So still in the first third of the day. Mottingsdal waking up with the fish hooks, opening up for, it looks like 11,000. And Sirnes with a weaker pair of 9s, making the call as he should. He could even be 3-betting there against a cutoff open. And maybe Evan Evanson has more magic up his sleeve, calling with the king deuce from the big blind. Quite entertaining to watch Evan. Jack's still ahead on this 4-queen-7 rainbow flop, but there should be a little bit of concern by Mottingsdal that somebody might have the queen in their hand. However, he wants to get hands like the 5-6s that might be in the blind's ranges, especially if they're suited, to pay the price or to just not let players realize their equity. But it's Evanson leading out with a donk bet. Evanson is here to play. Did not see that one coming. But a call by Moningsdale, and Cernis perhaps saving himself some chips and folding there. Could have been more dangerous for him. And that's a bad card for Moningsdale. Evanson, if he leads out, it's going to put Moningsdale into a bit of trouble. And more aggression about to come from Evan Evanson. And gets the full, gets away with it twice. Does not show the bluff this time. But two nice bluffs by Evan Evanson. Showing some awareness, some experience, making moves that I'm not sure I would have made, but they worked out very well for him.
He bet 50, I folded, and then I asked what happened. He never called the 50. Exactly. That's true. On the flop, he bet 4 green ones.
Yeah, 45.
20.
A little discussion about the previous hand. Dave Trigg is here to sort that out, but in the meantime, we'll be quiet so we can listen in on what the players and floor are saying.
You got some change back, but not for
He bet 20.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to get the TD up here.
And he put in 225.
It's a bit of a situation. What happened next?
And then you gave him 5K back. So you actually got 25K. More than you should have.
Yeah, that's nice. Then there's 25 back.
I think it's 25K. Yeah.
No.
Let the TV see it.
Right, okay, so the bet was 20. You put in 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, he bet 50.
Yeah. He said here, he bet 50, and then what happened after this?
The dealer gave him 5K change.
Only 5K.
So it sounds like it's just a small issue of a couple chips that the change maybe was given incorrectly, but the players seem to be aware of what's happening. Dave Trigg is one of the most experienced floors and dealers around, so I'm sure this issue will be resolved correctly.
The flop or the turn?
The flop.
Yeah, bet
I
20.
bet 20.
Yes?
2 red ones. 2 red ones go from there.
No, the red one. No, in the turn. 2 red.
I raised 50,000.
Because I was in the hand. 20, bet raise, so I folded my pair.
Sorry, gentlemen, it's going to have to take a minute to bring out the double check. So the bet was 20, he made it 50. He never called, and the hand was over.
I folded, and then something happened, and the turn was.
I can explain, because I bet 20, and then he probably put out 2 reds, and he thought he called, I thought he called, and then
But why is the hand complete?
He put in the
because we continued like
the flop 20. Call 4. Turn bet 45. Call 2 pieces red.
Okay.
But he didn't bet 45, he bet 20.
No, the turn 45. Flop 20. Turn
Problem is right now what is missing from
He bet 20, he raised 50 on the flop. And you gave him 5K back. Because there were 2 reds.
I have the answer, because you're gonna have 40 and you put in 50. That's 20. Yeah. You should have 30,000 back.
Yeah, that's correct. That sounds good. Are we all happy with and agree with you?
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And you should also get 20,000 for me, because I would have called the 20,000.
But he didn't call my raise.
He didn't raise.
No, I understand it, but the hand is now complete. We can't reenact any of the cards. There's literally no We both agreed that that's the money you were missing. That is all we can do is refund you that money that he's happy to do so. That's our fault. Now we're going to continue. I'm sorry about that.
That's the right.
Nothing we can do with the cards being on.
Men det som er riktig, er at da må greia, det som er feil, at du må også si fra. Men når han gjør feil, så må du også si fra.
We've agreed that it can be the game has to continue, guys. And sorry,
Great job there by Dave Trigg in sorting out the situation. All the players seem content with the outcome. That's always the best, so props to Dave. Props to the players for explaining clearly what the situation was and helping Dave resolve it. And as one of the players said, shit happens. And, you know, we're in a live situation. The most experienced players, there's a little bit of pressure on the dealers wearing that headset, announcing all the action. I can tell you that the dealers here are among the best in the world. You just walk around the room and you see these dealers at many of the bigger international events. Some of the top floor in the world as well. So even though it does have this kitchen table fun feel with the players interacting with each other so much, it is a serious event at the same time with an amazing structure, 5-day affair. But we've hopped right back into the action. It's folded around to Sandsmark. A new player, Roger, sitting in seat number 2. And it looks like it's going to be a cheap flop for both players. Evanson just completing, Nielsen checking back. It goes check, check on the king 3-10 board. Backdoor diamond flush draw comes to the front door for Nielsen on the 10 of diamonds turn. Evanson is checking again. Nielsen is gonna put out a small bet. He is ahead despite the flush draw. Evanson shows his 8-7. Queen of diamonds flashed by Acid. And they're asking to show the other one, but he's not willing to do that. It was enough for him to just show that he had a decent flush draw. Perhaps already a made flush. We know he didn't.
Nå ble det headset på. Det ble for mye bergenser i
Stig Nielsen taking his time with the safe 4. He didn't know it was his turn to act. As soon as he looked down, those cards are likely to be tossed away as they are. Waddingstyle going to fold that. Sockshead folding his suited gapper. Cyrnus likely to open his king-queen. Indeed he does for 10,000. Roger Sandsmark, our new player, folds. Evan Evanson, let's see what he does with the suited ace on the button, facing a single raise from the hijack. He is here to play. He has shown some amazing post-flop awareness. Does just call from the button. It was a raise to 11, not to 10, so quite big sizing, nearly a 3x. And a great flop for ace-7 suited. He now has a flush draw on this deuce, 9-5, 2 hard flop. Meanwhile, Cyrnus is going to continue. has that Queen of Hearts, otherwise really nothing. The Queen of Hearts we could see is kind of a meaningless card. Let's see if Evanson raises or calls. We know he's not going anywhere to a 1/3 pot bet and does call. It was a half pot bet. And already 64,000 in the pot. 8 of spades on the turn. Can Cyrnus continue the aggression? Evanson would likely call or raise any bet with both the flush draw and the gut shot. Cyrnus saying, I have an overpair, I have a set. Do as you wish. I am betting small, though, for 6,000. This is inviting a raise from Evanson, actually, the small bet, but he may just want to get the cheap price to see a river. No, a raise is incoming, folks. He's likely going to realize his equity right now. He raises, oh, it was a big bet to 60,000. I apologize. So it was a call. It said 6,000 initially. And the 6 of spades on the river, it would have completed a spade flush draw, but we see for Evanson, it completes his gut shot straight draw, likely going nowhere. But Cyrnus is continuing his story with a rather big bet here. And Evanson thinking on this bet, 140 into a pot of a little bit more. There's already 300,000 in this massive pot. Evanson with the goods, with the straight, but doesn't have the unbeatable hand of a spade flush. We could see that if he makes the call, he's going to win a big pot. And he's bluffed a few players off pots earlier at this featured table. Is this a time where he's bluffed off a pot? Trying to get a read from Terry Cyrnus. It is a big bet for about half of Evanson's remaining stack, but I think he will come to the conclusion that he has to call here. Possibly would have been raising if it was a smaller bet. But in this case, it's such a polarizing bet. Either he has a flush or he doesn't. And Cyrnus with that king of spades, hoping that that's enough. Thinking his opponent never has spades here, but little does he know that Evanson has that 7. Does not look comfortable at all, and who can blame him? It's an easy decision for us because we could see Cyrnus's king, queen. But Evanson does not know that and is deciding whether his opponent made that flush or not. Certainly not betting an overpair this way. Probably not even betting a set this way. Would try to likely get a little value from a set, but not with such a big bet. And it's nice to see that Evanson is taking his time. Evanson counting out his chips. I don't think he's going to fold. And Cyrnus looking very confident. Evanson still deciding. He said, if you have the backdoor flush, you have the backdoor flush. He made the call. And Cyrnus can't be too thrilled about that. He's now down to 112,000. He came into the table as the table captain with 350,000. And now it's been all Evanson at this featured table. Pulled off a couple bluffs, made a nice call there, and is easily the table captain. We will see his chip stack in a few moments, but it should be around $500,000 at this point, maybe a little bit less.
at han treffer hull Han får vel stripen i bunn. Men jeg må flushedrag.
Jo, men hvis ikke jeg treffer flushen eller striden noe, så er jeg ute av potten.
Ja. Jeg skjønner det.
Det sånn det funker?
Ja, så det resonemanget, det altså...
Nei, men det jo mye lettere for han å kanskje sjekke hvis hjertet treffer, ikke sant? Så det jo litt uheldig at du vet jo ikke du på hull.
Men det jo, jeg sitter med peanuts, jeg kan sitte her i 4 dager.
Jeg trodde lite sekund. Skyna meg med det skøyda.
Ja, det hadde vært bra. Da skal du få klapp på skulderen av meg.
Det hadde ikke vært noe skjedd.
Du har jo riktig bort i hånda, så ikke nødt.
So an open from Sirnes from early position with the king 7 suited. Sandsmark just calling with the ace queen suited, not 3-betting, allowing Evan Evanson to get back in the action. And not only is he above $500,000, he's above 600,000, a quite impressive stack. Started the J chip leader, only had $500,000, and I say only, that's a massive stack, but you can see that he's chipped up quite nicely, and most of it has happened at this feature table. It also allows Åge Spets to get involved, but he decides not to call or raise with his eights. I was expecting to see him call, but maybe there's a 3-bet that I missed. Yeah, there was a jam with the ace-queen, so this all makes more sense now. It wasn't a call. Gets the eights out of the way, and Evanson doing a little Hollywooding. He should never be calling such a big jam with just 7 high. It is a pretty enough hand to see a flop with, but not to call a massive all-in with for a third of his stack. You can give Rogers some credit. And Evanson, an experienced player, is not going to be calling. This is more for show. So a nice little pickup there for Sandsmark. Adds a third to his stack, up above 200,000. A bit of breathing room with blinds momentarily going to go up to 2.5, 5.
Jeg går ikke på TV hvor driter meg direkte. Det går 5 minutter først i hvert fall.
Men jeg ble litt fint her.
Jeg spilte med riktig da. Håper at han skvis bak. Rødten kanskje, så kommer du i forsøkene.
Så tenkte han var en mye. Han skal bare ut og gjøre det. Og det har han tenkt om meg. Ja. Nye fakta. Sitter med han på. Sitter jo på.
Folds around to Evanson with the fish hooks. There was a raise, it looks like, to 11. Gets ace-4 out of the way. Spets, though, opting to float a bit on the button with the 8-6 suited. Playing the hand in position. A fairly easy hand to get away from. So 2 of the bigger stacks, and this isn't the flop that that Spets is going to get away from. And Evanson, not thrilled to see 2 overcards to his jack. It does go check, check, and an 8 on the turn. So a few more outs for Spets to actually get there. But Spets is going to try to take it down now, try to rep that ace or king. Perhaps thinks his 8 is good, but understands that he has a lot of equity, even if it's not with a flush draw. Possibility for trips in 2-pair, neither of which might be good, but if it's checked twice, you got to feel that you're not facing a set or a strong 2-pair. And finally, it gets Evanson to fold. Evanson has gotten a lot of other players to fold and now had the same thing happen to him. And a nice little pickup there for Åge Spets.
ikke stått. Men du sa jo at du ikke ser det.
Det var sterkt.
Da er det jo greit.
Jeg kastet. Det er et bra kast. Jeg kastet det. Dårlig, altså.
Så hadde en sliten konge. Akkurat som eieren av kortet.
If you're wondering a little bit about the location of the TV table, it's located a floor above where we are in the cash game area. Behind the cash game area, there's a lot of tournament tables. There's a whole nother floor of just tournament tables, probably about 150 tables in total, maybe even more, just for the tournaments, and a few dozen tables for the cash games as well. And being that we're early in the afternoon, there are some cash games running, but it's not as full as it will be tonight when around 20 tables of cash games are expected, if not more. Nielsen opening the hijack with the queen nine. So far, Acid is getting folds. He even got a fold from an ace here from the small blind. But Sogstad defending a suited ace from the big blind. And not the worst flop for queen nine, flopping two pair on the 9-4-4 flop. This is likely going to go check, bet, fold. No backdoors for Sogstad. And Nielsen getting the job done, taking it down there, denying his opponent any small equity that he had. And here comes the hoodie back on for Åge Spets. Down to just 350 hopefuls in this prestigious main event of the Norwegian Championship. The Norges Mesterskapet i Poker 2024 main event here at Kart Casino Bratislava. Roger folding his 10-7 suited. Evan Evanson will likely be opening his king-queen. Is by far the chip leader at the table, although he's dipped down below 600,000 after losing a small pot a couple hands ago. Let's see what Stig Nielsen decides to do with his 10-8 suited. Decides to fold. Moddingstyle is going to fold his 9-5. And Sirnes is going to defend with his Jack-5 from an early position open. Does have two live cards. Much better flop for Evanson than Sirnes because he can rep that ace. Goes check, bet, fold once again. And Sirnes, who started this table with a huge stack, is now getting lower and lower, down to just 84,000 in chips below his starting stack. While most players are enjoying their experience at the TV table, I would not blame Sirnes at all for feeling otherwise. And I guess this is an amazing time to introduce myself again. I am Jason Glatzer, normally joined by George Sanford, but George is off playing the high roller tonight, the PLO high roller, with a 2,000 buy-in this evening. Should be a fun field in that, and the Norwegian commentator Stig Moen, an absolute legend, broadcasting on directsport.no. A bunch of standard folds from early position. Let's see what Nielsen decides to do with this king. Doesn't like the 8 that goes along with it and folds. Moddingstyle, though, looks like he's raising to 10K. A call by Sogstad with the queen 10 suited from the button. Sirnes is jamming his queen 9, making a move. And it looks like this might work based on what the other players are holding. Sandsmark would have liked to have played his ace-8, but not facing an open, a call, a squeeze. Just not strong enough. And gets Mattingstall to fold the ace as expected, and Sogstad, even though he's dominating the queen 9 with his queen 10 suited, really no possibility he's calling off half his stack here. But as I say that, he's putting his check protector over his card, so maybe thinking about it. In this particular situation, it would be good. And does make the call, but it looks like it was less than that 86,000, which is maybe why. No, it is for more than that 86,000. So it's queen 10 versus queen 9. Teddy Sirnes at risk. Ah, we're back to the dual screen. Love this. And a queen out of the window along with a 9. So Sirnes improving to 2 pair, but not out of the woods yet. Any 10, any jack. And it will be heading to the showers. 5 of clubs on the turn, looking very good for Sirnes to double. Still has to fade a 10 or a jack. 7 outs, one of them is dead in someone's hand. And the 2 of diamonds on the river. Sirnes getting back in business with that big double up against Sogstad. Sogstad hurting a lot of his stack there, but did get it in ahead. A little bit surprised by his call there, but perhaps recognizing some weakness in his opponent's squeeze range. But meanwhile, Terry Sirnes on some kind of roller coaster ride. Started this table with 350, was down to 80 and change, now back up to around 170, 180,000 in chips. Perhaps even closer to 200 because there was some dead money in that pot as well. So this is the last hand of 2,000, 4,000. We'll have a dealer change before the blinds increase. Acid Nielsen first to act. Snap in the muck with the 10-9 offsuit. August Spets folding. And Stig Nielsen with the 5-4 letting it go. Mattingstall quickly letting go of his rags too, as did Sogstad, who just lost a big pot and is now below his starting stack. And Sirnes, we can see he was at around that 200,000 range, not playing around with 7-4 off. And this could be a walk for Evanson. Really no reason for Roger to get cute with this 9-4. He may want to just call and see a flop, but it was a call, but Evanson, I believe, raised because it looks like Sandsmark already let go of his hand. And Evanson picking up 4,000 in chips, but also got back his big blind and the big blind ante.
Okay, guys, new dealer, and there'll be a new level. Blinds are now 2,500, 5,000.
Okay, we're taking it to the next level.
Taking it to the next level. I love that. Don't know who said that at the table. It might have been Evan Evanson.
Hello. Even har sånne fine ordspill. Og mens Åge sitter en gang, da koser vi oss.
And here's a look at the chip counts at the start of new level. Evan Evanson just on an absolute tear up to near 600,000. Meanwhile, Sogstad, after losing a pot where he was all in and was ahead of Sirnes, only to fall behind to his 2 pair, is the short stack with 18 big blinds. Still plenty of chips in his stack to get things back going again. Folds around to Sogstad. He will probably has too many chips to be jamming, but certainly will be opening here. Looks like to 2.5x, 12.5K. Possibly enough to get Sirnes to fold his weak ace, even though it's suited. Sandsmark with the same hand, but unsuited from the button. Doesn't look like he wants to give up on his ace. Double checking his cards. Does give up on it after all. Evan Evanson with a pretty hand, King Jack suited. actually plays very nicely against eights. And Evanson has chips to spare, so he may 3-bet call. He may just call himself. I don't think he's folding. He is reaching for chips. It does look like just a call. And Acid Nielsen opting not to defend with his queen six. Evan Evanson checking in the dark. And just one overcard to those eights. I won't be surprised if Sogstad bet, but he opts to check, opening up the opportunity for Evanson to steal this away. Which looks like exactly what he's trying to do. A bet of, I think, 25,000 into 35,000. Indeed it is. Does Sogstad buy the story? He's seen Evanson bluff a few times now. At least doesn't buy Evanson's story for now. And makes the call, and now he should probably be going nowhere with his eights after the top card on the board pairs. It makes it much less likely that Evanson would be betting a queen. However, it is for most of his stack. Sogstad thinking things through. If I call and I'm right, I win a big pot, but if I call and I'm wrong, I'm left with just a few blinds in my stack. Will his passive play pay off in this spot? Sporting that Iron Maiden t-shirt. Iron Maiden would support aggression. One of the best heavy metal bands of all time. Taking his time, thinking things through. No flush possibly made it, no straights out there, so he's potentially only worried about whether his opponent has a queen. I suppose he'd be betting other pairs like this. He would be betting a full house like this, but does make the call, and we'll be getting the good news that Evanson was full of it. And Evanson down to 515,000. Meanwhile, Sogstad is back in business. He doubled up a short stack. He basically effectively doubled back up here. So chips just moving around from player to player.
Har du noen gang sett Martin Gassa? Har du noen gang sett Martin Gassa? Nei, jeg prøver å bløffe calling station. Ja, prøvde jo her, jo.
Du har det igjen I neste 10 minutter.
Har Gassa. Hun ser ut som du kastet mot meg når du var bak.
Jeg vil kalle det uflaks.
Kaster bare når du er bak.
I hope you all watching at home are having as much fun as I am watching these entertaining players play their hearts out. So many different playing styles, so many very capable players. And meanwhile, Roger with the nines. We haven't seen much action from him quite yet. A fairly new player to the table, but has now been here for a couple of orbits. And Evanson is not going to go anywhere with the ace-queen if what we've learned about Evan is true. It's now just a question of whether he's going to call or 3-bet. It was a big betting size by Sandsmark, though, nearly a 3x with those nines. Looks like Evan wants to call and not raise here. And that's exactly what happened from the button. Gets to play the hand in position, assuming nobody tries to squeeze. Nielsen quickly folding his 10 deuce. It's over to Alge now. And Spets with the ace-3, giving it up, which is fair enough in a multi-way pot. He would have been far behind the ace-queen held by Evan Evanson anyway. And not the flop you want to see when you have nines. Equally, when you have two black cards with the ace-queen, not the best. But I don't imagine that Evanson is going to go very far. It's a bet of 20,000, so a little less than half the pot. Snap calls it. Oh my, the jack of hearts on the turn. It brings two flush draws, but most importantly, it gives Evanson Broadway. Sandsmark checking his nines again, but he has an open-ender, drawing dead with that open-ender, but will likely call a bet if Evanson keeps it on the smaller side. Even though he has the nuts on the board, he needs to make those flush draws pay the price. Perhaps those nines pay a price, like an ace-9 or the nines that Sandsmark actually has. Same with the bear queen. Oh my, what's going on here? A bet of 75,000, a check jam by Sandsmark. He's gonna be out the door. There's not a single card in the deck that can help him. A bit of a missed timing there by Sandsmark. Showing a lot of heart. And the 6 of hearts on the river doesn't matter. And Evan Evanson just on fire, over 700,000 in chips. Meanwhile, Roger Sandsmark, not a long appearance at the TV table, but showed heart. A bit of a mistimed jam there. Hoping that he could had some fold equity, not realizing what kind of monster of a hand that Evan Evanson had, never folding the nuts there. And Evanson, who began this table with 290,000 in chips, now near 800,000, if not more. And it seems like seat number 2 is a rotating seat. We've had 2 players hit the rail from that seat since the break, and no other player leaving. Folds back around to a hero Evanson, who has 718,000, so a little bit off when I said he was around 800, more in the 700 neighborhood. But when you have a 2.5-5 blinds, from a big blind perspective, it might as well be millions. You have 140 plus big blinds. And Evanson trying to roll over the table a little bit here as Jack 6 gets through, picking up the blinds. It's Evan Evanson's show, and we're all here to witness it. And having fun along the way, as are the other players, except for maybe Roger, who just hit the rail. Spets with the Cowboys. Evan Evanson trying to get away with another one, but Spets with the Cowboys. Nielsen should be folding. Mattingstall should be folding. Now, is Evanson going to get cued out of position? I think he can give his opponent a little bit of credit, but does opt to call instead. Does have some equity on this flop, but not so much. A backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but does check it over to Spets, who fires out a bet of, I think, 25,000. That should get the job done. Not enough connectivity there for Evanson to really continue along for the ride. And Spets is smiling at the outcome there, possibly hoping to get a little bit more, but at least takes down the pot. No bad beat for the Cowboys.
Jeg hadde på noe sånt, siden du sa det, jeg sjekker hvor du...
Jeg er kjent for å være calling station.
Jeg er kjent for å være på langplass, så det er jo perfekt.
Tournament director Sean announcing about the 350 buy-in Poker North Masters main event. And for just a 350 buy-in, that has a 500K guarantee. A lot of opening fights, including one going on right now. And if you bag chips, you get at least a min cash in that event. So a bit of a different structure than what we see here. But if you're not from Norway, or if you've already busted from the main event, that event has lots of value. Evanson's VPIP rate is through the roof, opening up this time from early position with the 9-8 suited. Sogstad defending with the Queen 10, a hand that got him in trouble before, even though he was ahead. And what a flop for Evanson. No red cards for either player, but Evanson with top pair and also a gut shot straight draw. Sogstad just with the 2 overcards, some backdoors to the straight. But likely won't be enough to keep on going, and Evanson just cruising along. Did lose a pot before when he called the 3-bet with 7-5 suited, but didn't affect him very much. You could see the mountain of chips he has. So it's King Jack versus King 10 on a Jack 6 King flop. It's going to be hard for Sirnis to get away. He is miles and miles behind, and certainly not getting away from 2 pair. Dream spot for Sogstad, who is down to 16 big blinds before. Now in an amazing position to get back up over 200,000. Sirnis is going to have to either call or raise. There are a lot of hands that beat him at this point, but his hand is too strong to go anywhere. Perhaps that will lead to a check by both players. It completed the straight for players that had the queen. It does go check, check. And Sogstad back above 200,000. Terry Sirnis can't get anything really going. I mean, he was a chip leader to start off this table with around 350,000. Now has about a third of that left in his stack. The break can't come soon enough for Terry Sirnis.
Jeg holdt på å tenke på at man kunne ha 3 sett eller noe sånt. Men jeg gjør ikke det.
Okay, Spets may do something with the King 3. It's sitting on him for a little bit of time, but maybe just more engaged with the conversation than he is with his cards. As soon as he looks at them, they get tossed away. Folds around to Sogstad, who also quickly folds. Terry Sirnis completing from the small blind with 6-3 suited. And Evan Evanson a man of many moves. Raising it up. Cyrnus making the snap call, so it was raised to 12K and a call. Not a good flop for either player. 2 aces and a king, 2 spades, nobody with any spades in their hands. Cyrnus checks. If Evanson is going to raise from the big blind, he could bet here, but opts to check and is actually ahead. Another check by Cyrnus. Possibly worried about some aggression from Evanson. Evanson firing out a small bet, but it's enough to win the pot and add to his already impressive stack of chips. Ten deuce folds, Stig folding the king 6, queen 9 off in the muck, but Sogstad is going to do something with the snowmen. 12-5, so 2.5x sizing. Cyrnus with the king queen wouldn't be in the worst of shape against 8s, but there's still 2 more players to act. And jams in the lot for 121,000. It's going to be awfully tough for Sogstad to call. I mean, it's kind of like the bottom of the area where you can be calling with 8s or 7s. And Sogstad asking for a count, double checking that he does have the snowmen. And does not look comfortable in this spot, and who would be? If it was a bit less, it would be an easier call. Here he has to realize that, yes, there's some pairs that he's beating, but likely it's a race or a domination. He's beating those 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s, and 3s, though, and decides that's enough. And we're off to the races. Sogstad against Terry Cyrnus. Cyrnus, who began the table with the chip lead, is now in jeopardy of not making it through the break if he doesn't get a king or a queen or some other combination that will push him ahead of 8s. Meanwhile, Sogstad will be shortish on chips once again, a spot that he was familiar with not so long ago before doubling up. And a queen out of the window, followed by a 7 and a 5. So not only top pair, but a backdoor flush draw. Sogstad down to the last 2 8s. Looking very good for Cyrnus to double now. 3 on the turn is blank, does not give any backdoors for the 8s to the front door. An 8 or only an 8 is what Cyrnus needs to fade, and it's a king of clubs on the rivers for Cyrnus to double through Sogstad with the top 2 pair. Can breathe a sigh of relief after nothing was going right for Terry Cyrnus upon reaching the TV table. Now back in business. Over a $250,000 in chips he should have in his stack. And a nice smile there by Terry after doubling through his opponent. Making the move with the king-queen offsuit and getting rewarded after winning a flip against Sogstad Snowman. Stig Nielsen with 7s from under the gun. Definitely a candidate to be opening with. And he feels the same way, opens for 11,000. Folds around to Evan Evanson, who may want to play in position. I would have already folded my Jack-8 to an under-the-gun open, but Evan Evanson, with the chip lead, can control a bit of the action and actually isn't that bad against the sevens, has 2 overcards. And Spets thinking about defending with his 10-3. Not necessarily a candidate to be doing in a multi-way pot, but is getting a good price, isn't costing him that much, at least now. Another ace-ace-king flop. We've had a couple of these already. We did see an ace folded by one player with ace-deuce. Checks around to Evanson. Perhaps wants to try to steal it. He didn't play Jack-8 just to play the board, but checks it. Perhaps thinking if it checks back to me on the turn, I'll make a move then. Perhaps Spets thinking about making a move with his 10-3. He's looking down at his chips anyway. It looks like bet incoming. Let's see if Stig Nielsen can sniff through this. Possibly thinking, would a king bet like this? Some flush draws would be betting like this. Also, I guess we see Spets betting it with air and getting away with it. As Evanson got another move in his arsenal with a call or a raise. He's actually ahead, but that's not why he would be calling. He'd be calling to be making a move on the river. And does call. Playing the player, not playing the board. And the 4 of hearts on the river. Let's see if Spets can continue his aggression. It likely would have worked, and Evanson is going to try to take this one away. I'd be completely shocked if he called the turn not to bet the river when it's checked over to him with no connectivity to the board. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. 40,000 bet, and Spets will have to fold. If he does find some kind of tell on his opponent, maybe he could raise, but that would be very ambitious, and Evanson taking down yet another pot. And showing the Jack-8 as well. Possibly not getting in the head of Spets, who only had the 10-3, but just showing the table he's capable of anything. While also providing some great entertainment for those of us watching. Modding style folding his Queen-9 suited. Folds around to Cyrnus with the big slick. Definitely going to open. It's just a matter for how much. It looks like for 11. And Evanson, who called with the Jack-8 before from the button, likely not going anywhere with the 4s. Using his stack quite well. Does call, but Nielsen now with the ace-queen suited. Definitely a good squeeze candidate, other than the fact that he'd be up against the big slick of Cyrnus. But in terms of play, either a call or a 3-bet are both fine. Spets thinking about getting in with his weaker diamonds before getting rid of his hand. And Stig Nielsen does have a live card with the 8, but in a multi-way pot, these are the kind of hands that can get you in trouble, so he does indeed fold. Oh, we did get a call by August Spets with the inferior flush, but there's a 6 out of the window. But a set for Evanson. Can anything go wrong for Evan Evanson? Okay, the 6-9 did fold as expected. And Cyrnus checks his big slick. Evanson showing before he can bet when he doesn't have it, actually has the bottom set here. It is a draw heavy board, so he's trying to fold out some of that equity. Gets a call from Cyrnus, who's hopeful, but drawing very thin. And now just drawing to a chop if the 3 comes. But Evanson is probably not going to let it go that far. He's going to likely try to protect his hand further, make his opponent pay the price if he had a 7 in his hand. But how many 7s does Cyrnus have? And Cyrnus going nowhere. Evanson using his image to his advantage here, building that pot up to 176,000, and a 7 on the river might slow Evanson down. Perhaps Cyrnus takes a stab, but Evanson likely going to check it back with so much showdown value. And Cyrnus is going to be left shaking his head. How does Evanson always have it when I'm putting money in the pot? It never has it when I'm folding. And another nice pickup there by Evan Evanson. In absolute control of this TV table.
Ja, men altså, det faktisk uflaks for deg at der der hadde du fått. Nå hadde du fått.
Det har nå vært nede i dalerne. Litt sånn.
Eneste jeg fornøyd med at Magfristen sa ikke 3 butikker. Det var riktig.
Folds around to Evan. I expect him to open. He likes to play pots, getting closer and closer to 1 million in chips. Raising his bad ace from the hijack. Gets acid to fold his queen deuce. Bets. Is he going to get a little sticky on the button with the queen 10? It looks like he will be either calling or 3-betting. It is a 3-bet to 20,000, so a quite light 3-bet. Matting style folds. Is ace-7 suited. And Evanson is likely going to come along for the ride, getting an amazing price to do so. Is actually ahead, but has to be concerned that his kicker on his ace is not going to hold, despite we see what Spets has.
Nå skal jeg gjøre sånn, det her sånn World Championship bekast. Ultimate kortet.
We kind of have an angle on Matting style. And does show it fold the ace, and his opponent shows a queen. So Evanson getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine, but didn't really cost him anything. He's asking whether his opponent had queens, but when he watches it back later, he'll be surprised that August Spets made the move with queen 10 offsuit.
Jeg kastet hånd på 40 minutter.
Men det var jo bak. Du må kaste når det bak. Da hadde dame 4. Any 2.
Dame 2. Any 2. Any 2 må ta en neve.
Du hadde ikke sett på kortet, tenker jeg.
Spets with queen 10 again. Worked for him once, maybe it'll work for him twice. Matting style calling from the small blind with a better queen, suited as well, but didn't connect with this king 8-6 flop. will likely have to give up as Spets was able to find the continuation bet. Meanwhile, both players now with a gut shot to Broadway on this rainbow board. Moddingstyle still ahead. Possibly would have led out if not for this ace, but he's going to lead out anyway, making it difficult for Spets to call. It's a pot-sized bet as well. Moddingstyle with just 76,000 back. And Moddingstyle getting away with one. Although was ahead actually, so didn't really get away with too much there, but at least didn't have to face what would happen if I checked on a very scary board for both players. It looks like we have some new blood coming in the form of Newt Hotley in the hot seat of seat number 2, where we've seen 2 players hit the rail since the last break. Hotley starting off with close to 320,000 in a stack.
Er det gli for meg fordi du drar langplassen? Rett i blikket. Jeg får så vidt at du valgte...
Jeg plukker 6-4 ops ut og kaster brevet.
Det gli for meg, det fyller seg. Så det kommer godt mekt der, så har jeg gjort det samme. Men jeg har jo liksom sannsynligvis S-hjerter.
Sånn gjør det.
Det er jo tanker jeg bak der.
Folds around to Stig Nielsen, who folds his queen 4. Quick fold by Moddingstyle to follow. Sockstad with the queen 9 suited may open the button here, but decides to fold off a sub-starting stack. Searness, who recently doubled with queen 9 versus queen 10, getting out of the way. It looks like we had an open here, actually, by Auge Spets in this hand. Do not remember what he had. But the new player, Newt Hotley, taking his time. Taking my time. Was it a 3-bet shove? I wonder what Hotley had there. Looks like it was a raise and a 3-bet. If not a 3-bet shove, it certainly was a big 3-bet. For those of you just tuning in, I am Jason Glatzer, normally joined by George Sanford, but he will be off playing the 2000 PLO High Roller this evening. So today it will be just me with some guests. George may pop in before the PLO begins, or if things do not go well for him there. But once the PLO starts, I hope not to see him, because that means something went wrong. Spets limping from early position. with 7-6 offsuit. I'm not sure if that is correct, but for now we will assume that that's correct. And Evanson with an ace in his hand with a weak kicker. Yeah, it is a limp, folks. A bit curious there with the 7-6 offsuit. We haven't seen that from Spets yet. Perhaps just trying to mix it up a little bit.
Det var sånn vi gjorde det på 80-tallet. Det er check. Det er nesten jeg kaster.
Du kunne kaste den her. Hei,
Evanson just happy to see a flop. No love on the Jack 5 King rainbow board. Spets betting 5,000. Evanson giving up on the best hand. And a cheap pot for Spets.
Nei, det var så flaut, for jeg kunne ikke vise kongeparet deg. Det veksler.
Det er veldig gøy hvis det er...
Vent da, veksler her.
Det er veldig gøy hvis det er stemt.
Men du vet, de nye gutta vet ikke dere, vet du. Det er de som går all in.
The new boys.
Jeg tenkte han på hjørnet her, han går all in, tenkte jeg.
Du husker på 90-tallet?
Dere er veldig
På 90-tallet så husker jeg, da var jo limp race med aces på uteredd. Det var liksom greit. Hadde aces, det var ikke snakk om å race.
Jeg kastet jo kongeparet.
Utegame.
Ja, du kastet kongeparet.
Jeg skal gå viralt.
Skulle også si da, kongeflopp.
Hvor er det gamle som også? Den der gamle der, den går jeg ikke på.
Folds all the way around to Hotley on the button, who folds as well. Evanson with the 10-3 suited will at least complete, if not raise. He's shown he likes to play suited cards. Typically likes to play in position and bully his opponents out of pots. But does complete, and Nielsen with the 5-4 offsuit. Evanson actually ahead with his 10-3, checks in the dark. 7-8-9 flop, not the worst for 10-3 backdoor club draw. Does connect with the 3 on the turn. Nielsen needs a 4, 5, or 6. This will go check again, and Nielsen going to try to steal it. Perhaps it'll work. I think we'll get a crying call from Evanson though. Shows his 7, his 4, 5, I'm sorry, and the 3 along with the 10. Even if he didn't connect with the 3, he would have been ahead, but maybe wouldn't have called without connecting a little bit with that board. And a small pot for Evanson. He's used to winning the bigger ones, but he'll take the smaller ones along the way. We're probably about 15 minutes away from the next break, give or take. That will be the halfway point of day 2. Your commentator will be trying to grab some food during the break. And we'll try to be back on time. Meanwhile, Mattingstyle with the ace-7. Not good enough for him to open from early position. He decides folding back around to the button once again. Evanson. There's not too many buttons he doesn't like to open with. Let's see if it's the entire lot, being that 6-4 offsuit isn't the best of hands, but does like to play position. Does get at least Nielsen to fold. Acid not wanting to be part of that. And Spets may give up. He only has 10-5, is ahead. It's pretty much a garbage hand though, although it does complete 2 flushes, 2 straight draws. Every possible straight can be made with that. And does call. By now he understands Evanson is just opening up every button that's folded to him as well. And look at this, Evanson connecting with bottom pair on the Jack 6 Queen rainbow flop. Spets with not much at all. Evanson, it looks like he's reaching for half bet size, betting 15,000. And should be a quick fold by Spets unless he wants to make a move. That's a backdoor straight draw, that's about it. Otherwise, it's a pretty scary flop for him. Folds the 10, and folds and shows the 10. And Evensen keeps on trucking at 869,000 in chips. Began this table with 289,500. He is one player that's not going to want to leave the TV table, but I'm sure he's just more than happy that he can control the table that he's at, whether or not the lights and cameras are on. After the break, we should have a new table, hopefully with as many entertaining characters as we have at this table. Very impressed with Evan Evensen's domination of this table. Has to be near the overall chip lead, if not having the overall chip lead after an amazing run the last hour and a half plus. Acid Nielsen's turn to open a button with ace-jack suited. Very pretty hand. A 3x betting size, and Spets with the snowman this time. Don't think he's thinking about folding. He's thinking about likely whether he could be 3-betting or calling. Does call. And Nielsen looks a little frustrated folding his queen 4. Can't get much going due to the action in front of him at all times and a lack of good cards coming his way. Eights are ahead on the 3-10-7 flop, but there's one overcard to it. Will likely call a continuation bet by Nielsen, who has 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw. Especially a small bet of 12,000. He'll either call or raise, but I don't see why he would be raising here. So as I say that, it looks like a raise to 30. Perhaps feeling he might be ahead, deny his opponent some equity. The check raise from the small blind does look rather strong. Acid Nielsen thinking over his possibilities. What would Spets be doing this with? Am I even ahead at the moment? What can I possibly draw to if I'm not? And Spets taking down the pot now. And up to near 400,000 in chips himself. Just 302 hopefuls left in the main event out of a field of 750 entries that will continue to get smaller and smaller over the course of the next 4 to 5 hours as we watch day 2 play out to its conclusion. And we're witnessing some fantastic play by Evan Evensen, absolutely dominating the table. Sogstad's turn to open from under the gun, hoping nobody wakes up with anything that he'd be playing out of position with. I think this is a little bit too light even for Evan Evensen to float. Perhaps if it was suited, even then, I would expect to see more folds and calls or 3-bets, considering it was an under the gun open from a perceivedly fairly tight player. Morningstar defending his 7-5 suited and does get bottom pair on the 5-9 ace flop, but Sogstad has all the aces in his range. Morningstar could have like an ace-5, ace-9, of course, but Sogstad is going to rep that he has the top pair. Well, maybe not. Morningstar trying to take control, dunk betting his bottom pair for 15,000. Perhaps recognizing that if the short stack Sogstad doesn't have an ace, he can take down the pot now, deny his opponent the equity in terms of what he has. So Nice play there by Madingsdal.
Her bløffer politikeren. Det er klippet, ass. Den er dritbra. Jeg klarer ikke lytte den gamle stokken der. Her bløffer politikeren. Alle de andre raser. Arseniet i harnisk.
Acid Nielsen opening up his queen 10 suited from the hijack. Spets folding his suited queen with a deuce. Folds around to Sogstad, who may defend his short stack with 7-6, but decides not to, and it's down to just 15 big blinds. We're gonna have a break fairly soon, in which case that will be a 12 big blind stack when the blinds go up after the break to 3,000, 6,000, before progressing to 4,000, 8,000. There'll be another break after that before the blinds go up to 510 and 612, and after the 612 level, players will bag their stacks to tomorrow's day 3, which we will also be broadcasting here from Card Player Casino. Card Casino Bratislava, sorry.
My table, it was a table break.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but you're now on this table.
Ja, du har byttet bord nå, vet du.
Where I get the money I pay them?
På vårt bord da. Skal du på Ajas bord?
Knut Haltley having a conversation with the floor, I think, about his ordered beverages from the other table, which was broken before he came over here.
Mattis, det var overskriften din, da. Se politikeren.
Folding all the way around to Madingsdal with 6s on the button. He opens up for 11,000. Sogstad folding a bad jack, and Sirnis likely folding his 10-5 offsuit. It's not that you want to see calls when you're opening with 6s, so not a bad result for Madingsdal.
Det er jævla bra klikkbait. Det er bra klikkbait.
Må jo være det. Det kan ikke være noe annet enn det.
Den har vi sagt så veldig glad i meg. Takk så bort for det. Har du mulighet? Her er det.
Evanson opening with the 10-9 offsuit, seemingly controlling everything. And this is from under the gun Sirnis with a fairly loose call with queen 7 from the small blind, and Haltley coming along with a weaker queen 4. Does flop the best of it with the 2-4-5, 2 spades, has the middle pair, has a backdoor flush draw, but it checks around to Evanson, who is repping. He has a bit more. Gets a quick fold from the small blind, but Haltley may decide to call here. He hasn't been at the table too long to know that Evanson has been a bit of a bully at this table. Another check by Haltley. Is Evanson going to double barrel with air? Having a little chat with Haltley. During heads-up play, you can chat with the other player in the hand. Checks it back. 2 clubs on the river. I'm not sure what Haltley's trying to do with this bet. What is he going to fold out? Not much, but takes on the pot regardless. But with that bet, what is Evanson ever calling with that is behind that queen 4? I like a check so that you can induce potentially a bluff.
Stå trener der med best.
Ja, ja. Har du kommet på pallen, vel? Du skal ha vært med.
Jeg har ikke så mye håndhist.
Du har i hvert fall vært topp 3, da.
Jeg hadde
Ja, ja. Ja.
Jeg kan ikke ljuge, du ser på det.
Nei, nei. Og jeg hadde treff. Bra kast.
Hva er gutter?
Sogstad finally finding a good spot with his short stack, jamming the 10s. 14 big blind shove, and Halte quickly folding his 4s. That would have been disastrous for him. Of course, he could have delivered a bad beat to Sogstad, and Sogstad picking up the blinds and ante up to 84,000. A small smile. Things have not gone his way so much at this featured table. Did double up a short stack Terry Sirnis, who began the table as a chip leader before doubling up himself, before then doubling up yet another player. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride.
Det klarte i hvert fall å stoppe det røket. Ja, det rane, det stakkars.
Det er noen sånne lesbedal eller noe sånt, hvor det sitter 100 000 for hvert barn du fikk. Lepsedal, nesten.
Small blind, big blind situation. Evanson once again involved. Both players flopping a 5. Maybe some kicker issues here with Nielsen, but for right now it goes check, check. The deuce does not matter, even though it also connects with Nielsen. His 2 pair would have been counterfeited by the kings, but happy enough to call a bet. And the 4 diamonds on the river, so the 10 kicker does matter after all. And I don't see Nielsen getting away. A quick bet, an even quicker call. Evanson showing his 10-5. Nielsen showing he also has a 5, but scratching his head, saying, how does Evan always get there when players call and doesn't seem to be getting there when he's getting folds? The rich continue to get richer as we're approaching the second break of day 2. And that sounds like Alf Jacobson in the background. Very distinctive voice. May not be Alf, maybe an Alf impersonator, but I'm pretty sure it was Alf. And I'm not talking about Alf from the 80s, the alien life form. I'm talking about Alf, the charismatic Norwegian poker player. Always the life of the room, no matter what room he's in. Quite an entertaining fella. Interesting, Halte folding his ace from the cutoff, showing some tightness with an aggressive Evan Evanson having position on him. And Evanson hasn't found the button he doesn't like, is either calling or raising. Usually would be raising here, but he's getting a little bit cute near the end of the TV table. Gives Nielsen the right price. He would probably be coming along even with a raise, and Spets gets a free look with his 8-3. Probably wouldn't even be calling a min raise if it was called by the small blind. Is he asking whether you would call an all-in? It's a multi-way pot, so I would expect Spets to respect that, not talk about the hand. Ace, 6, 10, 2 clubs on the flop. Nielsen pulling out ahead, but may not realize it. He should feel he's fairly okay. Middle pair, nut flush backdoor. And another min bet, check, check, min bet. Nielsen will call or raise, but he's calling, it looks like. And Spets should get out of the way fairly fast. Oh, it is a raise. It's a raise to 12,000, which should also get rid of Evanson. Evanson may want to float in position. It's just 7,037, but then he's not playing his cards. He's playing his position. And 8 gives him a straight, but other than that, not much going on here. And if it's an 8 of clubs, he may have something to worry about. 4 of spades does not change the hand too much. Let's see what Evan Evanson does here. It looks strong to be check raising the flop and continuing out on the turn, but it is a small bet. Not really the right price if you're just going for that gut shot. But if you want to see what happens if your opponent checks the river and try to take it away, maybe that's Evan's plan. And this might be the card to do it. Let's see if a bet is fired out, and then what Nielsen does after he checks. 25,000, not a massive bet in terms of percentage of pot, but compared to what Nielsen has in his stack, it's would bring him down to 64,000 if he called it wrong, but he's not worried about that anyway. Makes the call and wins a decent pot near the break. His 10 is good. And it looks like players are about to go on break, so we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. See you soon at Card Casino Bratislava.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
For en gjeng vi har fått bevitne på det TV-bordet. Jeg vet ikke helt om det har vært norgesmesterskap i poker, eller om det har vært norgesmesterskap i vrøvling og bløffing og lange historier. Men for en gjeng, den skulle jeg gjerne sitte og spilt litt poker med en sen fredagskveld i hvert fall. Og så ser vi jo at det noen av disse her som vi antageligvis kommer til å se langt de neste dagene også, ut fra hvordan de har gjort det med jetongstacken sin. Men noen av disse har også Sverre sett og møtt tidligere i dag, da han var nede i hovedrommet for main event og møtte forskjellige spillere. Sverre?
Beveget meg inn i den kanskje innerste periferien av denne main eventen. Hjørnet, det siste bordet, kanskje det som skal brytes aller først, men betyr ikke at det periferien av Poker-Norge. Jeg sitter her med et par norgesmestere ved siden av meg her. Jeg har Per Frode Innersund, jeg har Robert Kaggerud, men vi har en som kanskje kjent fra helt andre arenaer også. Even Kvam, hvordan pokerkunnskapene dine?
Nei, altså det jo, jeg har jo spilt litt, men jeg kan ikke si at jeg noe utstikker når det gjelder å vinne, men det kan ikke jeg si.
Jeg vant til å høre deg si at du best på absolutt alt. Er du ikke best på dette også?
Altså, jeg kunne ha likt å sagt det, men akkurat her så jeg underdog, altså. Det jeg.
Hvor mye krever det fra din person å tillate deg selv å si at du underdog i noe som helst?
Nei, altså når jeg har kamera foran meg, så liker jeg å være verdensmester i alt, men det krever litt å si at jeg underdog, ja, det gjør det.
Du skal få lov å spille hånda di, nå er det du som i storeblind her, så jeg kan bevege meg til en som har kastet hånda si. Per Frode Innersund, du norgesmester fra utlands-NM tidligere, og du har ikke spilt dårlig poker etter det heller. Du jo oppi der nesten hver eneste gang det spilles turneringer nå.
Jo, da har jeg utviklet og spiller siden av det. Jeg synes det. Så nei, det bra, men så får han Robert her på venstre siden. Det var jo ikke så bra, tenker jeg da.
Skal la være å ta inn Robert akkurat nå når han spiller pott, men vi kan gå tilbake til deg mens floppen kommer konge 9-8 2 ruter. Ja, fordi at du har jo havnet mellom to, kanskje det er litt forskjell på rutine på disse to ved siden av deg i dag?
Jo, ja, jeg kjenner ikke han fra før da, men nei da, jeg spiller med mitt spill, så jeg regner med at det går bra.
Vi kan jo ta litt om bordet akkurat nå. Det er Even Kvam som har bydd på bordet konge 9-8 2 ruter. Er det en pott mot Robert Kagerø her, som har en avgjørelse å ta fra tidlig posisjon etter at det var han som åpnet denne potten. Bordet, potten er på cirka underkant av 20 000. Budet altså på 6 ut, kommer et syn her etter at det er 2 ruter i floppen. Vi skal få et kort til en 10-er, så ligger altså konge 10-9-8, 2 kløver, 2 ruter akkurat nå. Det er Kvam som snakker først fra storeblind-posisjonen sin. Han tar etter setongene sine og banker ut 25 000. Race er meldt. 15 er budet, beklager, han sa 15. 15 000 her altså inn mot Kagerø, og så er det jo litt sånn, det er jo en litt sånn breial tilnærming å sitte med norgesmestertaggen sin på telefonen mens man spiller pottene, men han tar i hvert fall et umiddelbart syn her, velger å henge med. Det skal komme et riverkort nå, konge 10-9-8, 2 kløver, 2 ruter. Siste kortet det er ikke helt UF-en spar 7, bordet ligger altså konge 10-9-8-7. Det er Kvam som skal snakke først. Han sitter vel med en 65 000 bak. Vi snakket oss om at vi beveget oss litt inn i referien her. Han velger å sjekke til Kagerø som har en avgjørelse å ta også. Bordet, konge 10-9-8-7. Han sjekker tilbake. Det er Kvam som viser opp en 10-8 for topar. En Kagerø som ser ut som han var på draget her. Og stor pott til Even Kvam som tar et stikk mot stjernespilleren, rett og slett, Robert Kagerø. Det er fair å introdusere deg som en mester i norgesmesterskap.
Ja, akkurat norgesmesterskapet har gjort det bra, ja.
Du har gjort det ganske bra på andre arenaer også. Hvor mye legger du i pokeren om dagen nå, sammenlignet med hvordan det var tidligere?
Jeg vil si jeg legger like mye i det, ja. Ja da.
Det blir i hvert fall spenning på dette bordet. Vi skal bevege oss litt videre innover i lokalet, etter hvert som Even Kvam, han slår litt bedre fra seg enn de andre influenserne så langt, så jeg tror han er den eneste som fortsatt er med av de gutta som var på start. Men se på det skuet vi får når vi kommer hit. Det er bord etter bord etter bord som fortsatt er i aksjon her på dag 2. Vi skal etter hvert bli bedre kjent med noen av de som er i aksjon her. Det er mye action på mange av bordene nå på dag 2 sammenlignet med dag 1. Det er jo selvfølgelig med tanke på at man starter med litt ujevne chipstacks. Man har også litt færre big blinds i forhold til stackene sammenlignet av det man har på en typisk startdag. Vi kan ta en liten tur nedover her og se hva vi finner på de respektive bordene. Det er mange store navn, ser vi, og det er interessant når vi begynner å komme til denne fasen av spillet, er at vi ser at det er mye flere kjente navn igjen enn det kanskje er i startfasen, fordi det er jo en del av disse førstereisene som tidlig har måttet si takk for seg. Vi jobber oss videre ned til vi kan se hvordan det går med en gutt vi kjenner meget godt, som sitter her med for halva priset. Men vet du hva, før vi går til Petter, så tar vi en titt på siden, fordi her ser jeg at det er en all-in-pott. Og det er slett ikke en ukjent mann som sitter i bakkant her, som har fått på setongene. Kan vi bevege oss her til Riseng som har fått på setongene. Det er fortsatt en person som tenker fra 8. posisjon. Vi ser også en Syversen som har beveget seg inn på bordet her. Det er kuler og krutt på absolutt alle stasjoner, men det kommer et kast. Det er all in og syn. Vises opp knektepar mot nierpar. Og det er en nier som kreves her, så sant det ikke kommer en hel haug med spar i bordet, for spardraget lever på den ene nieren. Det er en tier som kan være med å bygge litt stritvarianter også. Kommer en 8, så blir det ekstra 4 outs. Foreløpig så er det kun nier, og det er bare nier som kan hjelpe i denne potten. Vi ser at han dekker sin motstander, så det er 60 000 som er på spill, ikke 60 000 som klarer å bevege seg inn nå. Det betyr at det blir en en aldri så liten smell her for Riseng, men du sitter fortsatt godt i det, gjør du ikke det?
Jo da. Stålkontroll på det her.
Jeg vil påstå at du vinner prisen for dagens fineste solbriller i hvert fall. Er det mye tanke i dem?
Ja, selvfølgelig. Prøve å spre glede og kjærlighet. Bare et verktøy i den businessen der.
Men ikke flere chips?
Nei, altså nå får det være nok.
Nå er det nok, sies det her. Hvordan er det å reise seg etter altså komme inn og spille main event etter en såpass tøff og lang dag som du fikk i går? Fordi det var en av de lengre heads-up-duellene vi har hatt i dette Norgesmesterskapet, Thomas.
Ja, det var ganske slitsomt. Jeg spilte main i hele går også, så det kjennes på kroppen, men overraskende bra faktisk.
Men det er et paradoks. Det er ikke så mange som vet hvor stor fysisk påkjenning det faktisk er å spille en så lang heads-up-kamp.
Nei, det er veldig krevende. Man må jo tenke i hver situasjon, og man får liksom ikke tid til å gå på bordet og strekke på seg eller noe som helst, så det er ganske hardt for huet.
Lykke til.
Takk for det.
Vi beveger oss tilbake til det bordet som vi skulle følge i sted før det var en all-in, fordi nå ser jeg nemlig at det er en mann som har gått all-in. Han har fått syn. Det er Petter som skal unngå en katastrofe her.
I dag er det på stell, Sverre.
Han viser opp sekserpar, møter S-konge. Det betyr at vi har en coinflip her. Det er en Petter Kristiansen som trenger å unngå S eller konge for å holde seg i live. S og konge er altså kortene som kan slå han ut. Det kommer S og det kommer konge. Og det betyr at det er sekser eller 2 kløver som kan holde oss vekk fra denne totalkatastrofen. 6-6-6 er veien å gå her. Det kommer ikke en sekser, og da må vi dessverre si takk til deg, Petter. Det var godt å få det live på TV, var det ikke det?
Vi fikk den da på direkten. Helt perfekt.
Men altså, du kommer tilbake år etter år, og du er ikke ferdig med å spille poker her i Bratislava i år, selv om du er ute av denne?
Nei, absolutt ikke. Jeg skal spille mer. Akkurat kjøpt meg GT, så jeg blir en stund til.
Til halva priset?
Ja. Nei, det var ikke det. Faen, det er mye vis. Jeg orker ikke.
Vi beveger oss i hvert fall videre. Det er sjelden man klarer å målbinde denne mannen her. Men som dere ser, det er action på alle bordene, og vi har jo en tendens til, altså jeg lover dere, dette er ikke staged. Det er virkelig slik at det blir all-in-situasjoner nesten hver eneste gang vi beveger oss til et bord i disse sekvensene her. Men her ser det ut som det spilles en pott. Vi beveger oss enda litt videre og ser om det er noen vi kan få i tale. Men det er en interessant fase av turneringen det her. For det er jo akkurat den perioden hvor det er mange av de som har sittet og ventet lenge fra i går, som begynner å bli short-stacked. Og det er klart, da sitter skjetongene litt løsere enn hva de gjorde tidligere. Vi kan ta en liten avslutningstur bort til bordene som er nærmest utgangen.
Ha det bra, Sverre.
Ha det bra, Petter. Samtidig som Petter skal fortsette det som er langt fra noen katastrofe. Han har kost seg i dag. Han skal virkelig nyte disse dagene i Bratislava. For jeg lover dere, det er veldig mye som skjer her når det også ikke er spill på bordene. I kveld så hørte jeg rykter om at det skulle være et NM i beer pong etter at man er ferdig. Jeg tror det kommer til å bli mange deltakere. For det er jo en del som kommer til å ryke akkurat i fasen vi er i nå. La oss bevege oss nedover her nede. Vi tar en tur og sveiper innom bordene på veien, samtidig som vi ser at det spilles ganske likt overalt. Det er en del store potter som spilles fra start av i dag. Flere som kanskje har bestemt seg for at de skal ta litt initiativ tidlig. Jeg kan jo bevege meg over til en av de gutta som sitter med flest skjetonger for øyeblikket. Og det er paradoksalt nok etter at han startet denne main-eventen fryktelig sent, for han spilte finalebord på Fixed Limit i går. Ragnar Dysvik, hva spiller du på?
Rundt 400.
Hva har skjedd?
Nei, spilt godt, fått gode kort. Da renner skjetongen inn.
Altså, han går litt under radaren her, Ragge, som vi kjenner han for i gamle dager, fordi han later som at han er en av de gutta som møter opp her og ikke har den kompetansen og bosatt seg på Vestlandet her litt utenfor Alfarsvei. Men det vi ikke skal glemme er at Dysvik er en av de desidert fremste pokerspillerne vi har, og har vært det i nå faktisk flere tiår, vil jeg tørre å påstå. Og det er et eller annet med at hver gang man ser deg ved et pokerbord, så sitter du jo med en stor stack.
Må jo prøve på det da. Jeg har lært litt av spill mot deg.
Litt smisking, det fungerer alltid på veien. Det er det som egentlig er det å få god pokerglid og virkelig kjenne at du får med deg den ekstra turen på veien. Jeg skal bevege meg forbi her, og så kan vi gå avslutningsvis ned langs denne siste rekka for å få med oss de aller siste bordene. Nå har vi vært i den ene enden av spektret. Her er vi i den andre. Vi kan se at det spilles bord her. Her sitter blant annet Vilde Fagerbakke og spiller. Det er et bord som ser ut som det ikke er like mange skjetonger som veldig mange av de andre, hvor det er en del litt mindre stacker. Og avslutningsvis så kan vi vel si at det her er helt enden av denne. Nå har vi bare ikke vært i motsatt del, men nå har vi i hvert fall dekket 2 av 4 hjørner av spillet som er her. Even Evesen og Eisid som sitter ved siden av, de sørger i hvert fall for at det blir stemning på dette bordet. Even, hvordan har det gått så langt?
Det har gått veldig bra, altså. Det er jo, du vet jo hvordan det er, praten er i gang, Sverre, når det sitter sånne folk som er. Men du har sett den filmen Gjøkeredet, har du det?
Absolutt.
Det ligner litt på den filmposteren, på den filmen Gjøkeredet. Og Jack Nicholson, han sitter her.
Kjenner du deg igjen, Eisid?
Ja, stemmer det.
Altså, jeg vil jo påstå at Åge Spets kanskje er den som oftest drar opp stemningen på slike bord. Altså, føler du at du bidrar til det gode humøret i tillegg til den gode pokeren?
Ja, så absolutt. Men her er jo veldig humørbord, vil jeg jo si da. Alle spillerne her.
Du har jo spilt på noen av de største scenene i løpet av din pokerkarriere, Åge. Hvordan føler du at nivået på et NM-startbord er sammenlignet med disse store arenaene i det store utland? Det står ikke tilbake, gjør det vel?
Jo, det gjør det. I hvert fall det bordet jeg spilte på i går var ganske dårlig. Ja.
Det er deilig å få det ordentlig. Jeg tror vi sier at vi setter tilbake, gjør oss klar for det som blir TV-bordet igjen, og så er det bare å glede seg, for her kommer det til å bli action utover hele dagen. Og jeg kommer snart tilbake for å følge opp fra sidebordene.
Og fra den reportasjen fra litt tidligere i dag med Sverre, så skjønner vi jo hvorfor TV-bordet ble det det ble. Det var jo Alibaba, de 40 røverne og skøyerne. For de av dere som ikke orket å sitte oppe hele natten, og som kanskje ikke fikk med dere formiddagens oppstart av dagens sending, her er et lite gjenblikk av norgesmesteren i hvordan vi fikk norgesmesteren i 8Game.
Begynner å dra seg til. Det har vært mange comeback i denne Mixed Games-finalen så langt. Akkurat nå så er det Tarjei som har satt press. Det må nesten ja, det er et valg her om det skal synes for siste skjetonger eller ei. Vi spiller det som er deuce to 7, triple draw. Og siste skjetongene kommer på, og det skal byttes 1 kort mot 2. Oi, det er kjempekort som vises frem her, og 8-eren gjør jo ting enda vanskeligere. Kommer en 9-er, det er bra kort det, men det er høyere enn 8. Dame gjør at dette er over! Vi har en vinner! Det er Tarjei Forus som går seirende ut i det som har vært en av de mest durablige duellene vi har sett i et Mixed Games-finale noensinne. Det varte, og det varte, og det varte, og det varte, og så vil jeg bare si, til tross for at det går feil vei, for en innsats du har lagt ned.
Ja, det var en hard kamp, men han var best i dag. Så.
Nei, dette var en legendeduell som kunne gått begge veier.
Ja, det svingte frem og tilbake, men ja, i dag var det hans dag.
Jeg skal rette fokuset mot norgesmester for andre gang. Ikke bare norgesmester for andre gang, kanskje. En av de store pionerene som gjelder det å spille noe annet enn bare Hold'em i Norge. For det er ikke første gang vi spiller Mixed Game, Tarjei.
Jeg er glad i Mixed Game. Jeg brukte et helt skuddår på å lære meg det. Så hadde jeg grindet på stars.
Men jeg vil bare spørre deg, altså den duellen vi er vitne til i løpet av Heads Up her, det må være noe av den villeste finalene vi har sett i en Mixed Games noensinne.
Jeg tror vi byttet chip-leaden sikkert 10 ganger, eller kanskje mer. Det var helt sykt.
Og ikke bare bytte chip-lead, men det er ganske godt å se hvordan dere klarte å bevare tålmodig, altså fundamentert spill mot slutten av en så lang duell, fordi at det er fort gjort når man blir sliten og har sittet så lenge at man begynner å bare kaste på skjetonger. Det skjedde aldri.
Nei, jeg følte han var bedre enn meg akkurat på det der. Stein solide, han Tor William. Helt sykt gode. Heldige så drog han ut.
Hvor viktig er det å vinne akkurat denne titelen, at det er Mixed Games som går din vei?
Nei, det er prestisjetittel. Jeg er fornøyd med det. Andre gang jeg tar Mixed Game-tittel, så er jeg fornøyd. Ekstra fornøyd nå.
Ja, som vi ser her, du har allerede rukket å bytte ut. Du hadde en stjerne.
Ja,
Nå er det 2 stjerner. Altså, man sier jo gjerne at en gang, da kan man snuble inn 2 ganger. Da har man vist at det er kvalitet som står i fokus.
Ja. Nei, hvis jeg kan det. Jeg
tror vi omdøper det. Det er ikke kvalitet som står i fokus, det er kvalitet som står i forus.
Sant. Bytte bare litt og skriv bare om på den der. Deilig det.
Det betyr i hvert fall at det er denne mannen som skal få tøfler, han skal få plakett.
De forrige tøflene mine, så det passer jævla bra da. Jeg vet ikke hvor de ble av, de andre tøflene. Så de var sletne uansett, så jeg trengte nye.
Champagne, tøfler, ikke minst plakett, i tillegg til å dra med seg en hel haug med cash. Det er en grei dag på jobben da.
Ja, det er ikke verst. Jeg koser meg med det.
En verdig norgesmester, det betyr også vi kan...
Helt seriøst, jeg må si noe før vi slutter her. Det pokergreiene her, det er bare for løye, det er bare piss i forhold til dette her. De blir sulta nå. De blir sulta som et våpen. Det er mye viktigere.
Og med det så sier vi gratulerer til Tarjei Forus som har gått seirende ut av denne ekstremt lange, tøffe og iherdige duellen i Mixed Games. Og med det, gratulerer til en ny norgesmester.
Takk man.
Ja, man blir glad når man ser at det betyr noe å bli norgesmester for andre gang også, ikke bare første gang. Tarjei Forus, en fantastisk duell i 8-gamen i natt mot Tor William Molstøl. Vi hadde også 2 andre dueller i heads-up. Vi skal ha en finale der i kveld mellom Tor Arne Fenes og Petter Solberg. Den ser du her på Direktesport rundt 9:30. Det kommer til å bli en durabelig fight. Men nå skal vi ganske snart se at det sitter folk bak meg her. De gjør seg klar til TV-bordet. Vi skal ha norgesmester Robert Kaggerud på bordet. Vi skal ha Ragnar Dysvik, som vi så på Fixed Limit-bordet i går. Og mannen som vant freeroll-NM i 2023, og som elsker å få klemmer, Inge Fagerbakke. Stig, ordet er ditt.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer for the second half of day 2 of the 800 € buy-in Norwegian Championship main event here at Card Casino Bratislava. We have a brand new table, brand new players for the next 2 hours. Blinds have now gone up to 3,000, 6,000. The chip leader at the table is Ragnar Dysvik in seat number 2 with 400 and 3,000. A lot shy less than what we saw last table by Evan Evanson, who compiled more than 800,000, just steamrolling the table. We'll see if anybody becomes immediately the table captain like Evan Evanson did. And there's Anders Ringstad in the background. And there's Maura Ringstad, a good friend of mine. A fun poker player, also provides accessories for poker, including poker tables and poker chips. Solid guy. I hope to run into him later. I did run into Frankie while I wolfed down some food. Also good to see him. It's so good to see so many different people here, not just Norwegians, but people from around Europe, around the world, come out for the Poker North Masters and Norwegian Championship. Although the 8 championship events are only available to Norwegian players, there's a whole load of side events of interest to players. I noticed that there's a turbo with just a 120 or 150 buy-in. Had more than 9,000 up top, so quite a lot of action going on. There's a 350 buy-in Poker North Masters with a 500K guarantee going on as well. A 2K high roller PLO that's open to everyone. And our co-commentator, George Sanford, will be playing that. That's why he's not with me in the booth today. Preparing mentally for a long evening of play, hoping to advance to tomorrow's day 2. So if things go well, as we hope they will, we may be without George for the first half of tomorrow as well. Meanwhile, it folded around to Dysvik, the table captain on the button. Actually had a little bit less, and it's Robert Kaggerud with 582,000 in seat 8, who appears to be the chip leader at the moment. But he's not in this hand. It's a 3-7 Jack Rainbow flop. No love for anyone but Olsen with the middle pair, but it's Disvik continuing from the button. At least gets Fagerbach to fold, and let's see what Olsen opts to do here. Olsen folding his middle pair, so a nice easy pickup from the button. Let's see if this table is as chatty as the first two. Sometimes it takes a hand or two at the TV table for players to get back to normal. The lights can be intimidating if you've never been on a TV table before. You're the center of attention not only on the stream, but also in Card Casino Bratislava as well. Players walking by to play cash games, they have to pass by the TV table, along with some tournaments running in the back end of that room as well. And it looks like the cash games have begun to pick up already. Good to see. Ratmo opening up from early position with King 10 off. So far, so good. It might be a little bit of a tighter table. There's no Evan Evanson types, perhaps. Here is a look at the chip counts. So 583,000 for Kagerud. Olehov with 133,000 as a short stack, but still some play with 22 big blinds and 1 hour blind levels. Meanwhile, the average is getting closer to that 300,000 mark with nearly 2/3 of the field gone, 279 players remaining from the 750 player field. And the one thing that we haven't announced yet are the payouts are up. We will not be likely reaching the money today, but tomorrow we will see the top 95 players celebrating after earning a min cash of at least 1,310 euros. The payouts just jump up fast from there. The final 9 players will lock up 8,640 euros, and the winner on Saturday evening will go home with a 6-figure prize of 107,900 euros. Quite a nice payday in this Norwegian-only freeze-out affair. An open by Fagerbach with the King 9, Olsen with a better king calling from the button, but meanwhile Grosdanic waking up with the 10s, maybe a 3-bet coming. Samir does 3-bet to 40,000, gets Fagerbach fold, and Olsen quickly folds as well. So being that there was that king and queen out there, this is a good result for him. The squeeze, everybody folding. Don't have to worry about how your 10s will flop, turn, or river, and just get the job done now. Ariad Ratmo folding his rags under the gun. Alexander, though, it's a different story for Danovic with the ace-queen. Certainly will be opening. We can learn a little bit about the bet sizing of players, but it looks like a little bit more of a min raise to 14,000. Gets a bunch of folds, super fast folds, even too fast for the graphics to keep up. Meanwhile, Olehov with the jack-queen, thinking about what to do off his short stack. He is facing an early position open. We do not know what the table dynamics were before the TV table began. These players likely have been playing with each other for a few hours, at least most of them. And does call, but look at this, the chip leader with the Cowboys from the big blind will be squeezing. For how much is undetermined, but there's no way he's just calling. And this is going to put Danvik in a bit of a spot, assuming that Kagerud has been aggressive before the TV table began. Perhaps he's gained his chips in the old-fashioned way, but I have a feeling he's made some moves Quite a large sizing. This actually should save Danevig and Hove. Although Hove may feel that he needs to double up soon, but he's okay. He has around 18 bigs. And Danevig looks like he is going to shove. Oh my God, what's going on here? Easy fold for Ole Hove, easy call for Kagerud, and Danevig needs a lot of help, at least needs that ace in a pot worth 539,000. He's already up from the table, apparently regretting perhaps his actions, but still is just a 2-to-1 underdog. There is some hope, even though he's getting ready to leave. Oh my God, an ace out of the window. The ace-queen pulls far ahead on this ace-jack-6 rainbow flop. It's now Kagerud, who either needs some runners or a king. That brings some of the backdoors up front with the 10 of diamonds. Now it's a king or a queen. Queens are partially blocked by Danevig. And the jack on the river, the ace-queen gets there. Lucky double by Danevig to stay alive and to get to 539,000 to be now the new table captain. Quite a bit of a cooler and bad beat for Kagerud, who could have been the absolute dominating chip leader on the table. He already had the lead. It seemed like he was in an amazing spot to win a pot north of $500,000. Instead, he doubles up his opponent, Alexander Danevig. Crazy action just off the break. It's hard to say that maybe you shouldn't have floor bet jammed that ace-queen, but if there's been squeezes before we got to this table, ace-queen is still a very strong hand. Just unfortunate for Kagerud, his Cowboys in hold, and rather fortunate for Danevig that his aggressive move paid off. Not always the best hand. Pre-flop wins. Poker can be a cruel game. Combination of skill and luck, a lot of math, a lot of psychology involved. This is why we all love poker. Wow. This definitely seems like a slightly less social table than what we've seen at the first two tables and throughout the week. It doesn't mean the players don't get along, but there's not this constant banter that we've been witnessing. Meanwhile, Olsen with a pretty jack-9 suited, but opts not to play it from the hijack. Rozdanek folding his king-6. Ole Hove gonna fold his rags, and Kagerud likely gonna give a walk-in unless he feels like he needs to gain some chips back after losing with the Cowboys. He's at least gonna complete and see a flop with his Brunson. And Rotmo may decide to raise, but says I'm happy enough. Let's see a flop with my king-7. Keep some pot control and gets an improvement to middle pair along with the backdoor flush draw on the king-ace-8 flop. Is Kagerud, though, going to take a stab at it? I think very often this goes check, bet, fold, but maybe Kagerud is trying to rep that I slow played an ace hoping that you would raise. It's just a min bet. This will not work, at least not right now, but it does build up the pot a little bit in case Kagerud has other things in mind later on that may or may not work. The 8 of diamonds on the turn. And Kagerud basically giving up on the hand. Rotmo may check back, understanding that his hand is pretty well protected. There's not too many rivers that are going to make his hand worse. He does check it back, possibly for some pot control. No, he's not checking back, even though the graphic says. He's betting, it looks like 15,000 or so. And that's enough. 10 deuce has nowhere to go, and it was actually a bet of 25,000 into 30,000, making that decision even easier, but it could have been a min bet, and that would have been enough. sometimes you want to try to let your opponents catch up, but in the case of the 10 deuce, there was probably nothing that was going to allow that to catch up in a way that would have called a river bet. But maybe a check back would have induced a bluff on the river. Who knows? We will never know anyway. So we're getting closer and closer to that time where George Sanford's going to start playing that 2K PLO high roller, sending him all the positive vibes and best luck in the world. That's a pretty big buy-in for a PLO event. He's certainly more than capable of being ahead of the field in terms of PLO knowledge, especially as it comes to tournaments, but even if it was a cash game. He's somebody I learned to respect the expensive way playing cash games with, that I enjoy his company, but not if he's sitting in position against me at a cash game table, whether it's PLO or mixed games. Not much happening in that last hand, but we'll get back into announcing the action. Dave Trigg doing a little song and dance there. Our tournament for the TV table. Amazing at what he does, also an amazing person. Can't think of too many people with a bigger heart than Dave Trigg. Been mentioning his name a lot, but he deserves every ounce of love that he's been getting all week. Or now that I'm in Europe, is it every gram of love? I have to think about that one. I've lived in Europe for more than 20 years. I should know the answer to that. Did grow up in the Garden State, New Jersey. Spent half my life in the States, half my life in Europe. Enjoy the European lifestyle a lot better, especially living in the beautiful country of Lithuania. So a small blind check. This Vic isolating with the 10-9 and King 8 not wanting to stick around. So good awareness there by this Vic.
Come off while you're at the table. There are also electronic devices that can communicate. If you have a smartwatch, please take that off.
I like this. Good job, Dave, because we've seen players with phones on the table in some of the other events. So I'm glad to see that there's some new rules being enforced.
While you're on this table, it needs to come off. There's no electronic devices whatsoever.
If you want to check your phone or your smartwatch, you're more than welcome to do it, but just not at the TV table. You could take a few steps away. If it means you miss a hand, you miss a hand.
It's very unlikely someone's going to do that, but we have to protect everybody in the meantime. Thank you.
Now I know why Anders Mora Ringstad was here. He was patching up his friend here. Patching up Ronnie Olson with his website for the poker tables and chips. We've seen different people drop by with different kinds of patches all week long. So another small blind limp, a lot less activity at this table compared to the last one, but the last table was something special. Can't every day have a table with that kind of activity, that kind of banter. Really did enjoy the action there. Not to say that we're not going to enjoy the action at this table. Doesn't need to be crazy plays to enjoy the action. We did see that nice all-in call where the ace-queen got there to win a massive pot against kings. Grozdanek folding the Robbie Jade Lou. The Jack-4 offsuit that she became famous for winning a hand in a very odd fashion against Garrett Alderson. Mired in controversy. Nobody will ever know what happened there. That being said, there's a lot more in the poker community that believe Robbie. Definitely getting more hands per hour in at this table. Some fast action, people folding their hands rather quickly. Nobody wanting to play from early position, unlike the first two tables we've had today. We had Gunnar Bede opening up a lot of suited cards from early position and getting away with it. And then later on, we had Evan Evanson doing whatever he so chose. Everything seemed to work for the Norwegian. Ole Hove with the suited gapper would have been something maybe Gunnar would have opened, but most players are going to fold that from under the gun. Meanwhile, Dan Vig folding his king-9 from position after getting that lucky double not so long ago with the ace-queen versus the Cowboys. Fagerbach raising the button with the queen-10 suited, but it's Olsen's turn for Cowboys. Are Cowboys going to be unlucky for everyone, or was it a one-time thing? But there will be a 3-bet incoming most likely. And Samir just staring down at Olsen while he's counting out his chips. Three bet to 45, 3x the 15. Rosdanek easily folding a 6-3 suited, and I expect Fagerbach, even though he's in position off his stack size, to fold more than he's going to call, but I won't be surprised if he called. Oh, it was a 3-bet to 35, then it's an easy call. Getting a pretty good price. And now can he rep that ace? Olsen, will he continue? If Olsen continues, it'll probably be bet fold. If Olsen checks, then it makes his hand far more interesting. We could have some leveling wars going on. You could see the hand, the right hand of Olsen shaking a little bit, and to me that usually means that a player is fairly strong if it's done naturally without their control. And Fagerbach making the quick fold. Olsen denying the flush draw equity, the backdoor flush draw equity, not much more, but picking up a pot over 214,000. Must be at least a little pleased his opponent didn't have an ace. Maybe would have liked to have gotten more money in, but it would have been hard for him if his opponent called, so fairly good outcome for him, despite being miles ahead of the queen-10 suited. Or should I say kilometers ahead? And there we go again. Kagerud with the queen-10 suited. We saw a lot of players opening these kind of hands on the first two table. Kagerud feeling the same, min-raise from under the gun. Alexander hoping at least he can play this hand mostly in position, but he's not going to get his wish with Danovic here with the fish hooks. Possibly thinking about how much he's going to 3-bet, or maybe he's just going to call. Interesting. Inviting other players to come in behind as well. Disvic coming in with the ace-jack, which maybe he wouldn't have done if it was 3-bet. Olsen getting involved with the 7s. By not 3-betting, we're going to go 5-way to a flop. The queen is still alive for Kagerud, who began this action with a min-raise. Actually, we're going to go 4-way. There was a little bit with the graphics, but it's 4-way to a flop. And I was about to say, everybody but the 7s has some love, but look at this flop. It smacks Olsen in the face. King, king, 7 for the full house. Not much he needs to be worried about. Still might be betting if it checks around to him, only because somebody might have a king that he can get some love from. Also, when you're the last to bet and you weren't the one to 3-bet very often, what winds up happening is nobody believes you. But meanwhile, it's Danovic thinking his jacks are good. Gets the ace-jack to do an easy fold, and Olsen now thinking about whether he wants to call or raise. I think when somebody's betting into you in this spot and you're in position, you can call at least this street. When you have such a solid hand, it might be different if the flop and the board are completely different, but in this particular situation, I love a call. Kagerud getting out of the way with this queen 10. And now Danvig may slow down, may speed up. We'll see if he thinks his jacks are still good. He's obviously more worried about a king than a 7. If he thinks his opponent has a 7, he doesn't think he has 2 7s. You'd be putting him on a 7-8 suited, 7-9 suited, 6-7 suited, ace-7 suited, but does check. And is Olsen going to continue, checks it back, hoping that his opponent provides some action on this 5 of hearts river. It's going to be hard for Danvig not to think he's ahead. If I'm in Danvig's spot, I'm putting Olsen on a single 7. And Danvig asking to see how much chips his opponent has. While his opponent doesn't need to count them for him, he does need to make sure that Danvig has a clear path to doing a visual. Another difference for online poker players to adjust to. It used to be live players needing to adjust to online, but the world has turned upside down over the past 20 years. I'm old enough to remember all of this. Now Olsen, what is his bet sizing going to be? How much does he think he can get away with? What is he targeting here? A king probably would have bet the river, likely would have bet the turn. So targeting a hand exactly like what Danvig has with the jacks. I bet a 55, and Danvig with great awareness making the snap fold, not even thinking twice about it. If Olsen watches his hand back later, he'll be scratching his head a little bit. But meanwhile, he picks up a tasty pot with the 7s and a 4-way pot involving jacks, ace, jack, and queen 10 suited with his 7, so still a great outcome for him. Couple of early position folds before Fagerbach decides to open the hijack with his snowman. Fagerbach began this feature table with 264, has about 100,000 less. Kagerud couldn't defend here as king 7. I don't think he's thinking about folding. Might be thinking about a 3-bet. Maybe he's thinking about a fold, I don't know. Ah, the raise was to 50,000, never mind. Of course he was thinking about just folding. I didn't realize with the 2 chips, it looked like a 10,000 raise to me. But it was to 50,000, which is a big difference. I'm wondering if that was a live misclick or not. It smells a little like a live misclick, or maybe he was trying to show that it was a live misclick when it really wasn't. It could go either way, a fake live misclick. I've done that before where I've accidentally tossed in the wrong chip down nominations and then just sweat out, hopefully, just to take down the hand. But it cost me in one spot my tournament life. So you should be careful about that if that was a live misclick. Folds around to Fagerbach, who will also be folding more folds. Danik is likely not to play his Jack 5, only hole, even though he wants to do something with his short stack. 3 high is not the hand to start with, but Kagerud with a decent hand from the small blind, opting just to complete. We'll see what happens if he's raised. Oh my God, Rotmo with the big slick is likely going to be raising. Reaching for those chips. Let's see for how much. Raised to 22,000. Kagerud will likely be calling. He might be 3-betting. I don't think he'll be folding unless he has a read on Rotmo through the previous play that he hasn't been raising when I've been limping from the small blind. And is making the call. Oh my, what a flop for ace-9. Flopping trips on the 6-9-9 flop. Rotmo with backdoors to the flush. Likely thinks he's still good. But let's see if he can check it back. He should be firing a continuation bet in here most of the time. It just is a kind of a shame that he ran into such a cooler. About 1/3 of the pot for 15,000. Now is Kagerud going to raise or call? We know he's never folding unless he misread his hand. What you gonna do? I'm wondering if this is timing just to say I'm not sure what to do, or if he doesn't know how much he wants to raise, or if he wants to call yet. Ah, here we go, the dual screen setup. So it is a raise by Kagerud. Check raising his flop trips. Does Rotmo buy the story? Harold doesn't have a made hand. May feel there's better spots later, even if he's not sure whether his opponent is doing this with air. Could be doing it with 2 hearts, could be doing it with the 7-8. Obviously could be doing it with a 10-9, ace-9, 9-8. And does get away from the hand, so nice awareness by Rotmo there. Did have the best pre-flop, but was able to not cost himself money, that much money post-flop. And now there's a little friendly banter going on, which is nice to see. On a table that seems fairly tight pre-flop like this, I'm opening my ace-5 suiteds, but when it's like an aggressive table like we had before, it's a different story from under the gun. Meanwhile, we see an ace-deuce opening up from the hijack by Samir, and Harold calling from the small blind with king-jack off. And let's see what Alexander does from the big blind. He folds his queen-6 offsuit. Rainbow 7-5-9 flop. Grozdanek still ahead of Rotmo. Rotmo checking it over. Backdoor flush draw for Grozdanek. 1 overcard to the board. Fires out a small bet. It's enough to get Rotmo out of the way. Much to the delight of Grozdanek. It's always interesting to see how much the table dynamics change from table to table based on the personalities at the table. A lot of skilled players in the field. There's more than one winning style to poker. There's plenty of things that players I respect do that I don't do because I don't understand why they're doing it. I'm not a top level player, but I do beat the games that I play in. Rotmo improving to top pair. Disvik with bottom pair on the ace 7-10 flop. 2 clubs, nobody with clubs in their hand. Disvik checking from the big blind. Rotmo is continuing, and we'll see how sticky Disvik is with his bottom pair. Likely will stick around at least for one street. Does call. So 57,000 in the pot. Queen of hearts on the turn. Another scare card for Disvik. Is Rotmo going to continue again, or does he think Disvik could have some hands like Queen 10, maybe a 10-7 that he's slow playing? Possibly worried about better aces, but not so much. And it was a bet of 30 into 57, so about half the pot. Disvik thinking it over. And makes the call. Ooh, that's a scary card. If Disvik can turn his hand into a bluff, which he must know he needs to in order to win the pot, he should be betting, but he checks. Perhaps concerned he would be betting into his opponent's Broadway, which is non-existent. Rotmo, it would be super thin value to fire a bet here. You're not going to get a call because we see what Disvik has, but you're behind anything that would be calling, but that's not going to stop him. He's not going to get a crying call from a 10 at this point, and certainly not going to get a call by Disvik on a 7. And it's a fairly big sizing as well, saying I have the king, or I have nothing at all, but it's a merged range kind of bet. A hand typically that you're happy on the river just to go to showdown. But there's not too many hands Disvik is ahead of that would have played it this way, that's for sure. Certainly a king plays it this way. Disvik in deep thought. And does find the fold. Rotmo is probably happy about that one, even though he was ahead. I don't know what would have been calling him that would have been ahead of his, that would have been behind his top pair on that scary looking board by the time the river came along. That is a better bet when you have something like pocket eights and the board was just all high cards and you could rep that king. Otherwise, I would have preferred to see just a check back on the river. No problem with the value betting he did on the other streets. But it worked out all the same. Got the fold, didn't have to show his ace. Ole Hove with Jack 10. Has 15.5 big blinds and decides to jam it all in. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything. So far, so good. Fagerbach not going to call his king. The 6 isn't strong enough, so Ole Hove picking up some free chips. 15,000 more into his stack. And when you're at 15 plus big blinds, adding another 2.5 to your stack to bring you up to around 18 big blinds is always nice. And according to the big board, We're down to exactly 1/3 of the field, 250 players remaining out of the 750 player field. So that would bring us at a 300,000 chip average. Players started with 100,000 in chips. 1 hour blind levels throughout this event. Amazing structure. Going to open the hijack with the suited king 9. Danovic with the king jack, a dominating king, gets him to fold. This Vig quickly folding his jack 8. And let's see if Olsen decides to defend. He does with his ace deuce. Oh, it was a call by Danovic. I apologize. I thought he folded. So we will be going three-way, which makes the ace-deuce call a little bit tough, even though we see that the ace is live. But meanwhile, it's Rotmo with the worst of it, getting the best of it on the queen, 7-9 flop, 2 spades. Nobody with spades in their hand does check. Danovic has a gut shot to the straight, an overcard to the board. If he hits the king, though, he's going to be pretty far behind the 2 pair of Rotmo. But the 7 of hearts on the turn. Nobody with the 7. King 9 still ahead. Perhaps Rotmo tries a value bet, but it's going to be Olsen trying to just steal it away, saying, I defended my big blind with the queen, maybe with the 7 even. I think Rotmo has actually a tougher decision than it seems like. It's a small bet, so he can call it. But he has a player behind him. Does call, and Danovic getting out of the way. And the 3rd spade comes on the river in the form of a 3. Rotmo with the check mark after flopping a pair with his 9 and improving to 2 pair on the turn. And Olsen checking. Rotmo needs to think that if I bet what's going to call me that I'm beating, so he checks it back for showdown. And up to 363,000, more than 60 big blinds after tabling his king 9 suited. Our real Rotmo playing that hand rather well. A bit of pot control involved. Kagerud with the 5s, opening from early position for a min-raise, more than fine. Especially with this deep stack table. Rotmo may call, may 3-bet. It looks like a 3-bet to 30, so a 3-bet to 5 bigs. Gets a lot of these speculative hands out of the way, but a lot of these hands would be folding anyway, just the min-raise and the call. And Kagerud is getting a good price to set mine. You have better implied odds to set mine when you're in position than out of position, but I think the 3-bet was too late for him to ignore, and does come to the same conclusion. So 75,000 in the pot. Coin flip situation, but the ace-queen is in position with that and can take advantage of this 9-king-4 flop with 2 clubs. Rotmo with the ace of clubs in his hand as well for the backdoor nut flush draw. Should be continuing if he 3-bets on a flop like this, but decides to check it back and not add to the bloated pot. 5 still ahead after the 8 of diamonds turn. Kagerud, no way of really knowing that. It could be a spot where if he wasn't 3-bet, he would consider turning his hand into a bluff to get those 9s and 8s to fold. But if it wasn't 3-bet, then he would have had to bet the flop to rep that. So it does check through, and it's a 5 on the river. Nothing for Kagerud to worry about. But meanwhile, Ratmo playing this hand so passively, it did cost him the pot, because he could have bet the flop, bet the turn. Either would have likely worked. But certainly Kagerud going nowhere in the river. He's going to try to get some value, most likely. Ratmo may make a crying call with the unconnected nuts to the board. Also may even wind up raising. You know, he has that ace of clubs, trying to rep the flush to some degree, realizing that his opponent should have less flush cards in his hand. But it's a rather fairly big sizing. Might save Ratmo some heartache here. And indeed it does. So Kagerud getting there at the end. Ratmo's light 3-bet let him stick in the hand to begin with. And then not continuing on the flop or turn allowed Kagerud to get there on the river to take down the pot. I'm going to check some of the action out at the same time at some of the other events. The Turbo that I was referring to had a 150 buy-in, attracted 271 entries, and we're down to just 7 hopefuls, including the likes of Joachim Backe, who we saw yesterday, Wenche Ekholm, Jaroslav Volkowski, Christer Fredriksson, Kristen Heimstad, Knut Johansson, and Daniel Sother. And really, it's just Volkowski as the only non-Norwegian at that final table, waving the Polish flag rather high. The final 7 in that have locked up 1,050 euros for their 150 buy-in, so already a nice return. But it gets much better from there with the top prize of 9,173 euros on the line for just a 150 buy-in. So best of luck to the final 7 in that bad boy. Meanwhile, back to the sand, we have Ole Hov defending the big blind with the ace-5 against the open from early position by Denovic with the 8-6. And Denovic flopping pretty well here with the gut shot and a flush draw. You could see, even though he didn't directly connect with the board equity-wise, he's actually in better shape to Ole Hov, who's ace-high, would win the hand if it ended now. And was that an overbet? It was a massive overbet. But that's basically just saying, let's get it in. I have pretty good equity. I'm curious to the sizing there. Meanwhile, the Poker North Masters, Day 1F is up to level 4. Another 176 players entries adding to the field there. The horse fixed limit is on level 6. 1 player out the door, 250 buy-in, 63 players already in that for a prize pool of north of 13,000. There's another turbo tonight at 8 o'clock featuring a 150 buy-in. And of course, the PLO high roller that we've been talking about all day long with a 2K buy-in. Some of the best Omaha players from around Europe will be hopping into that one. Expect a fairly big turnout. And that's it for today's schedule, other than the cash games that will be running nonstop and tonight's heads-up finals. It will be Tor Fennis, who we saw putting on a dominating display. He was getting hit in the face with the deck against a victory against Christian Steinbo, facing off against Petter Berg, who defeated Thomas Severson last night on the side table. Those players have locked up 9,220 euros already for their 800 euro buy-in. in hopes and dreams of becoming the latest Norwegian champion, winning the plaque, the trophy, the slippers, the sticker, and a 15,000 euro top prize. So really looking forward to that later when we'll be crowning another Norwegian champion this evening. Meanwhile, we have plenty of action remaining for you in the main event today. We are on day 2 of 5, and already more than 2/3 of the field is gone. Still a bit of ways from the money with 95 players getting paid, but maybe we get there tonight. If not, it'll be sometime early tomorrow that players are ITM. So we had an open by Danvik, call by Olsen, 3-bet shove by Ole Hove with the 8. So fold by the 4. Is Olsen going to get it in? Ole Hove finding a good spot to squeeze. Likely did not want to race against ace-10. Fairly good outcome for him to get chips without seeing a flop. Monster hand for Disvik under the gun with the big slick. No way that's being folded. Looks like a raise to 15. Olsen calling with his ducks from early middle position. Meanwhile, Samir Grozdanek folding his 8s there, respecting the early position open and call. Perhaps just trying to protect his stack after he got that lucky double about 20 minutes ago with ace-queen against kings. Meanwhile, it's Denovik's turn for the ace-queen. Or was it Denovik with the ace-queen getting lucky before? This could get him into a bit of trouble. Disvik just jamming the lot. Wow, more than 50 big blind 4-bet shove with the ace-king. Ducks quickly gets out of the way. Danvik will likely side fold his ace-queen, tap the table. And Disvik showing his ace-king, giving away some information. It did smell like a hand like ace-king. Just 232 players left. They are dropping fast. I'm wondering if we're going to get any side table action from Svete like we did last night during the heads up. He was giving us a little bit of coverage at the other table once in a while, and we'd get some coverage when there was a big hand during the final 3 of the 8 game as well. The 8 game was won by Tarjay Forrest last night. I believe that's the second time he's won this 8 game championship. Would have loved to have seen that on stream, but we did catch a little bit of it here and there, just without the whole cards. Disvik likely to defend his ace-10 from a button open, maybe even 3-betting it, but does decide to play it safe and call. And Queen-Jack flopping top pair on the 2-5 Jack Rainbow. Happy days for Rotmo. I expect Errol to be betting most flops, so when he has top pair, he should be betting as well. This Vic may decide to stick around. And Ragnar does make the call. 9 of diamonds on the turn. The Queen Jack still ahead. This Vic needs an ace and only an ace. Will likely fold if he's facing 2 streets of aggression, unless he thinks his opponent is capable of double barreling hands that got there with the second diamond with the king queen, and I guess that's what he's thinking. He quickly makes the call. Is he going to get rewarded with an ace on the river? No, it's a 6 of heart. And this Vic, hoping this gets checked down to showdown and not cost him more. He's likely going to have to fold if facing a third bet. Rotmo needs to think what would have been calling the flop and turn that will also call a river bet. There are a lot of hands he's behind of. There are also a few hands that can call that he's ahead of. The 3-4 that would have gone there for the straight, maybe would have checked again as well. That would have been one hand that would have called both streets. But Rotmo undeterred, firing at a bet, hoping now that Disvik gives a hero call. As Disvik didn't snap it off or raise or do anything yet, probably going through Rotmo's head is please call him ahead. If Disvik had top pair, he would have called by now or anything better. Perhaps if he had something stronger, he would still be tanking, thinking about how much he would want to raise to, though. So need to be careful when thinking about these spots a little bit. I haven't seen Rotmo get out of line at all to think, though, that he wouldn't have something betting all 3 streets. Certainly any poker player is capable of doing that. And makes the hero call only to get the bad news that he was behind after the flop. And Harold Rotmo getting some value on that river that I didn't see. But that's why he is playing and I am in the booth. It's very interesting, this table. I mean, we've had these action tables and the dynamic on this table is so much different. It just goes to show you that poker doesn't only have a luck element in terms of how the cards might fall, but also in terms of your table draw. I would much rather personally play at this table than at the one with Evan Evanson or the one with Gunnar Vede, just because they're far less predictable. Grozdanvik getting involved with the 9s, 2.5x raise. Kagerud opting to call behind with the ace-jack suited. Fagerbach defending with the 10-9 suited, perfectly fine multi-way to defend that. A club out of the window, it's a queen-9 deuce flop. Ace-jack has some backdoors and overcard, but meanwhile is Grozdanvik with the set, hitting his one outer, because we see the 9 in Fagerbach's hand for the middle pair. Fagerbach still has some small equity for a straight, but other than that, it's not looking very good for him. And Grozdanvik betting 20,000 into a pot of 54. Let's see if Samir gets any love. It is a scary board for a set. There's some 10 jacks that could be involved, for example. I don't think he's worried about whether he's ahead right now, but more worried about whether he can stay ahead. And a quick call by Fagerbach. Three of hearts on the turn gives the check mark over to Grozdanvik, who should be going and trying to get more value out of his hand. No point in taking the foot off the pedal. Targeting hands like ace-queen, that might be Well, he's in the big blind, so targeting Queen X kind of hands. Praying that it's like a Queen Deuce, a Queen Tray. That may get out of hand with him. Likely does not figure Fagerbach could possibly have a 9, even though we see that he does. Bets 80,000, bets a little bit large. Fagerbach with the snap fold. And Samir with a big smile on his face as he's picking up that pot. Grozdanvik with the Queen 3 suited. That's going to be tossed away. Maybe would have been played by other players at other tables from under the gun, but not at this table. And Ole Hove, did he just call with this big slick off a 21 big blind stack? It looks like he did. At least that's what the graphics tells us. And based on what's happening here, it's inviting other players to come along at a very cheap price. Perhaps Disvik would fold the button with the King 6 suited, but doesn't mind putting one big blind in. Fagerbach happy to complete with the King 5 suited. So the Kings are almost dead. 10-5 and along for the ride too. And I said they're almost dead, but look at this flop. Every single player probably feels they have something, but Disvik flopping top 2. That hand likely wouldn't even be in play if we had a raise from Ole off the relatively short stack. Ole betting 12. Is Disvik going to slow play or is he going to raise? Does put in a little bit of raise. Gets the top pair to fold by Fagerbach. Very nice. And a jam by Ole Hove and a call by Disvik. We could be losing a player. Can't blame Hole for jamming at that spot. Does have backdoor flush draw. His ace is live as well. Some runners that are paired up that are above a 6 also get him there with the ace kicker. So some equity. We could see Disvik, despite having the top 2, was only a 3-2 favorite, and it's the 5 of spades on the turn. One more card to come, and Ole Hove may be out the door. And the 7 of diamonds on the river. Ole Hove slow played his ace-king and paid the price. Meanwhile, Disvik flopping amazingly to win the pot. He understands he was a bit fortunate with that flop to be facing off against a limp ace-king, which is quite rare. And chips up nicely. Must have more than $500,000 in his stack now. And a bunch of players have dropped from other tables too, so down to 225 players. We have a dealer change, so that usually means that we're up to blinds 4,000, 8,000, and indeed we are. Here's a look at the stack. So not quite over $500,000 for Disvik, but still the table captain. After that hand with 463,000, Fagerbach, who wisely folded his top pair in that spot, facing a lot of action, is the short stack, but still with 19 big blinds, nearly 20 with 158,000 in chips. So lots of chips at this table. Nobody in serious jeopardy. Olsen is the second shortest, but still has 26 big blinds. Folds around to Disvik, who just won a big pot, but will not be opening 6-3 suited. Oh, he will be opening 6-3 suited for 15,000. And likely will be getting away with it. Grozdanvik should be defending a lot of hands, but if he doesn't want to defend 9-5 there, it's a slightly more than a min raise. Who can blame him? Pocket threes for Danvig. Looks like he wants to open them. Gets a few hands that could be troublesome to fold out of the way. It goes all the way to down to Graz Danvik, who is likely going to fold his 10 deuce offsuit. And gets a walk with the threes. A pretty good result there. Fagerbach first to act from the hijack, opens up for a min raise with the queen 10 suited, and cowboys here for Olsen. Amazing spot for him. Always nice to have somebody open to allow you to 3-bet your cowboys. Makes it increasingly likely that you'll go heads up with these kind of hands. He has a little bit too much to be jamming, so expect some kind of normal 3-bet sizing. This looks like it's a little bit on the big side, but let's see what the count is. Oh, he just called. Not sure I like that too much. It allows this ace-10 to get in, whereas if he 3-bet, Kagerud likely would not be getting involved with his ace-10. Maybe we'll choose to fold anyway, and it'll work out for Olsen. But Olsen missed out on a chance to thin out the field a little bit. Maybe wants to keep Fagerbach around and play the hand in position. And it's a 3-bet here. Maybe he was setting up a 3-bet by another player so he could 4-bet it in. Gets the queen 10 to fold, but Olsen's not going to go anywhere. Is he going to call again, or is he just going to jam in the lot right here, right now? Now he has a jam stack based on that 3-bet. Can add 113,000 to his stack, get back over 300. Assuming that Kagerud doesn't find a hero call with his ace-10 offsuit. Or he could call and take his chances on a flop. He's opting just to jam in the lot. Will Kagerud get out of the way? We saw kings cracked once this feature table against ace-queen. Kagerud asking for a count. Let's see what Robert does after he finds out that it is for quite a bit. At 205,000, he would have 140,000 more, half his remaining stack to call with ace-10. But possibly thinking, was Olsen trapping me, or is he making a move now? Even if he's making a move, it's not that your ace-10 is guaranteed to win. And it looks like Samir is leaving the TV table, not because he busted, but best of luck to Samir Grozdanek, who looks like he will be moving for some table balancing, or maybe just taking a quick break and sitting back down. So good luck to him anyway, just taking off his jacket. It can get a little bit hot at the TV table. Anyway, he had time to do so while Kagerud is thinking things over. Is he thinking of making a hero call with ace-10? Or maybe Samir just changed chairs. That's a bit strange as well. That might be it, because it looks like now he's in seat 7 instead of seat 6. That's going to throw things off. But wow, Kagerud finding a call. What's happening here? Olsen at risk with this cowboy. So far, so good on this 10-queen-3 flop. Has even the flush draw in his hand. Has to fade an ace or a 10, just 3 outs because there's some club blockers. The 10 of hearts was in somebody's hand. Amazing spot for Olsen to potentially double. Even more likely to happen on the 7 of diamonds turn. Can he hold on the river? And the 7 of clubs on the river. The Cowboys double up. So Olsen with a healthy chunk of chips. Kagerud calling from the, no, he folds, but it was Disvik who opened up to 2.5x with Queen 8 suited, but Rotmo with the 9s. What is Errol gonna do? Calling and raising are both on the table. And he is 3-betting. This will likely work, and indeed it does. Well, maybe not. He hasn't folded yet. It would be a little bit sticky to stay involved with the Queen 8 suited. Have to respect the small blind 3-bet, and it does eventually fold. An open with Queen 8 again, but this time from the cutoff it is suited by Kagerud. Disvik going to defend this big blind with the Jack 5 suited. It was just a min raise. Facing the short stack Kagerud. And what a flop. I mean, he doesn't have the big slick for the full house, but does have a nice flush draw on the ace, king, ace, 2 diamond flop. A small bet should get the job done on a board like this. Just a min bet, but Disvik has no backdoors. I guess a backdoor Broadway draw, but this isn't really enough to keep sticking around. You were getting the price pre-flop, but even a min bet maybe isn't the right price, but if he wants to try to steal it, that might work, and that's what exactly he's going to do. Making a move. We haven't seen much of these moves at this table. The problem is Disvik isn't repping any ace kings or pocket kings or hands that Kagarid should be folding to, so I think he will come along and does make the call, possibly giving Disvik some food for thought. Nine of spades on the turn. Disvik keeping up with this story. A bet of 35,000. What is Kagarid going to do? We could see how far ahead he is even without making that flush. Could be a little bit concerned at this point that his opponent has booted up or is betting a weak ace in the same fashion. Let's see if he can snip this one out. It's easy for us because we see the cards. Not necessarily that easy for Kagarid, who does not have a made hand. And Disvik showing some skills. Over $500,000, stealing one away. Check raising the flop, betting the turn with air. Lost a few more players, down to 219 players. Maybe we will reach the money at this point today. Danvik thinking about opening the button with the 9-6, counting out some chips. Looks like he will be doing so. Folds around to Rotmo in the hijack with the ace-jack suited. He's counting out his bet, and here we go. Looks like the 16. No, it's a limp. No, it's a 16, I apologize. And that's enough. Nobody waking up with anything they want to play. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, on to the next hand. pulled around to Danvig in the hijack this time with 7 deuce suited. Doesn't look like he wants to play, but Disvik up for it with the 6s with the min bet. Nope, it's a raise to 20. Olsen, is he gonna try something out with his ace-9 suited? Indeed he does. He just calls, and it will be heads up with Olsen out of position with his ace-9 in a coin flip situation. A diamond out of the board, along with another diamond and an ace. Beautiful flop for the ace-9 suited, except for the fact that Disvik hit bottom set, so this could be trouble for Olsen. It's certainly a check raise possibility, facing a bet of 30,000 into 56. Could be set up for a massive pot. This is such a setup for both players, potentially, if Olsen can get there with this flush, or runner full house. Runner 4 of a kind, I suppose, is in theory possible too. Let's see if Olsen calls or raises ops to just call. Seven of clubs on the turn. 2 potential flush draws on the board. I expect this fixed sizing to be even higher than before. Looks like about 2/3 the pot, but let's see it come up in the graphics. 75,000. Olsen can't be going anywhere. He might even feel that his ace is good. Very often it is, but it is strong when your opponent from the cutoff is betting twice. Disvik has shown us he's capable of moves, but he didn't show his bluff before. So the table may not realize. And if the table doesn't realize, then maybe Olsen could get away at some point in this hand. I just don't see how he's getting away now. But this could spell a lot of trouble if he raises here. Then he's gonna need a diamond and only a diamond as a 4-1 underdog. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. Was that a jam or just close to a jam? It is pretty big. It's, I think, to 150. And now, Disvik is likely going nowhere. Is he just gonna get it in right here? Disvik jamming it. And Olsen now in a spot of bother. If he folds, he threw away a lot of equity. If he calls, he's gonna be very far behind. They're not getting the right price. 720,000 in the pot. Disvik having Olsen well covered. He looks like he's in a roll for pain. He must realize now that his top pair is likely not good enough. Often facing top 2 or a set. Of course, it's possible his opponent is doing this with some kind of connected club flush draw with a jack, but it seems optimistic to think that way. Not getting the right chip odds, and then you have to consider your tournament life. You did just put 150,000 more into the pot though, so nearly half the stack in. Olsen is thinking things out, perhaps trying to reconstruct the hand. A big difference between live and online play. You could take your time and think things out, try to get some reads from your opponent. There's no time bank to worry about. Sometimes in live events, they have a shot clock with time bank cards, but in the Norwegian Championship, you have plenty of time to think. What will Olsen do here? The drama. In a world of pain, Olsen. He kind of put himself in the spot, though, with that raise. I would have liked to have seen a raise on the flop, even though he was miles behind, just based on the connectivity he had. And does make the call, and the 4 clubs on the river. Very unfortunate turn of events for Stig Nielsen, showing a lot of heart with that raise. Thought about it a while, I guess felt he was committed. And meanwhile, Dipsvik winning a massive pot. First player at the TV table to have a 7-figure stack, or at least very close to it if he's not above 7 figures.
Altså kongen selv, eller? Men kongen?
Nei, han hadde 20. 2 syvere?
Ja, han hadde...
Ja, du var sterk, ja. Du var sterk.
Jeg skal selv.
Nei, du kan ikke trebete. Jeg trodde jeg skulle lure deg. Det er kuttefilmer. Jeg tror du vil ligge der.
Og jeg kastet big deals.
Er det du som er big man, altså? Ja.
Danvig with the fish hooks, early position, can be open from any spot at the table. And we have Truls here. Do you want to join us, Truls, for a few minutes, or you can't? Okay, maybe we get Truls later. We got the definitely not. He's a busy man, doing a fantastic job all week. Folds around to Kagerud, who is kind of in a spot with his short stack, opting to call for slightly more than a min bet. His queen is live, so if he flops top pair, or something like this where it's top 2 on a monotone spade board, has to be happy about that. Should be check jamming here a lot of the time, assuming Danvig will continue. It's a scary board for him too with those 3 spades, less so because of the queen. This may check through again. Really little reason for Danvig to turn his hand into a bluff. Kagerud's 2 pair no longer looks that tasty. We see that he is very far ahead. The reason why the equities is even showing at 15% for Danvig is if another spade comes on the board, it's a chop. But it was a check call with the 2 pair, not scared by the flush. But meanwhile, it's gonna be a chop pot, assuming that one player doesn't bet the other off. Kagerud, are you going to jam? Are you gonna turn your 2 pair that no longer is valuable into a bluff? Does check, Danvig checks behind. Both players chopping it up. Danvig's gonna see he got away with one after that flop. If he bet that flop, he's maybe gonna be jammed off the pot with the queen 3. He may have called not believing the situation because Jacks is still pretty strong, and it would have been a chop pot anyway.
Hvor lav må sterken være før det er kastet? Hvor lite må du ha for at det skal være kastet?
Wishing David Trigg better health. He's been subbed in, not feeling that great. We're going to have some temporary floor issues from what I'm told with the new players coming in. May or may not know their names straight off the bat. I may recognize them as they come and sit down, but just informed that David is not feeling well. Good friend of mine, and do want to wish him the best. He did a fantastic job flooring up until now. Health comes first for everyone. I know I've worked sick before, and I'm not doing anybody a service when that happens. The product is not nearly as good, and you don't give yourself a chance to get better, which is to everybody's interest, especially your own. So Dave, feel better if you're listening in. And there's a message coming up in Norwegian that I cannot understand. Let's see, something about a problem with the Sable signal from Bratislava. So maybe I do understand some Norwegian. I don't know what the rest means though. But I will find out on the break, if not before then. Perhaps we can also get that message alternating in Norwegian and English. Grozdanek with the 9-5 from the hijacket is suited. Maybe we see an open. We don't see an open, but we see Kagerud jamming before, right after from the cutoff with the ducks. Gets a fold from 2 overcards. Here's the king-queen, which is kind of strong. Asking for a count might be too much for him to get involved with. Would be about a quarter of his stack. A 12.5 big blind shove. And Disvik showing his 10 deuce. Not quite over $1 million yet. So we still haven't had our first chip millionaire at the feature table in the main event. But that will soon change either on this table or another, with players chipping up also on the side tables. Should be approaching our final break fairly soon, probably in about 15-20 minutes time. And I believe it'll be another 20-minute break. Today was scheduled to have all 20-minute breaks, but sometimes things change. But meanwhile, we have an open by Danvik, a jam by Fagerbach with the ace-5. Over the open. The queen 10 suited may be too light for Danvik. It wouldn't be performing that bad against an ace-5 suited, but I think it's too much to call for another 93,000 with just queen high. We did see a player do that earlier, but not at this table. Fagerbach showing a lot of confidence. Engaging a bit with Danvik. We know he doesn't want to call with ace-5. This was a squeeze move with some equity if you're called. Do like the move. Danvik folds, the ace is shown. No, it's a 5 shown. Showing he's capable of doing something. Getting a laugh from his neighbor. Ragnar Disvik, who has enough chips to laugh. Ragnar came into the table with 371,000, now sitting at around 950 after winning a massive pot to eliminate Stig Nielsen. So unfortunately, I do not recognize either of these two new players, so we're going to just call them player 1, player 2. And in the meantime, hopefully that information gets fed over fairly soon, but I'm informed that we're not going to have player names for the two new players. And that was because Mr. Trigg felt a little ill, new floor, possibly not aware of the TV table system as they should be. So Trigg is already missed. Hopefully he feels better to come back to work tomorrow, but if not, then hopefully he's taking his time to feel better. Did Disvik open a 7-4? No, he folded it, but Fagerbach opened a equally weak 9-6 suited, slightly stronger than the 7-4 suited, but Kagerud waking up with 10s. Really only one move for him to make, which is a 3-bet jam or very close to it if he doesn't want to jam, but does just jam the lot. Fagerbach snap folding from the button. If it was a bit deeper stacked, he could have gotten more value from his 10s by just calling and playing post flop, or making a lighter 3-bet that the 9-6 may call. However, playing 10s out of position can be tricky at times. He didn't know he was up against such a light hand. The shove is the preferred spot with that stack depth. So it's kings against ace-king. We don't see the action, and it's with the two new players in the hand that we don't even know their names. No graphics, but kings against ace-king. Fairly standard what happened there. I believe the lady in seat 6 has the ace-king. Two short-stacked players, it appears. Perhaps that's Line, actually. I think that's Line. I don't remember her last name, but I'm 99% sure that's Line in seat 6 now that we got a close-up of her. So best of luck to her. Not the best, not the worst flop for the ace-king. Now a 10 is live as well. So an ace or a 10, assuming no jack or king comes. 6 of diamonds is a blank. And Line getting up, assuming that is Line. 7 of diamonds on the river, completing the action. And GG to Line. And hopefully whoever comes in her spot, we get a name for. I see Rudy is the floor. Rudy, please get us the names. You're an experienced floor man for many, 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 many years. Mystery player with the Cowboys folds from under the gun. Okay, no graphics on the rest of that hand. Where we heard Alf before, that sounded like Frankie's yell. So both of our loud friends in the house, both very friendly, but both commanding voices throughout the room. Love to express their positive emotions, very few negative emotions from either person. Much love to both those guys. Frankie has been a close friend for about a decade. Alf, I got to know a little bit last year during the Norwegian Open and fell in love with him right away. Quite the character. I do appreciate the eccentric personalities. And here we go, we got graphics again. So back into the action, we have Rotmo opening to 18,000 with the King Jack. And no, it's Grozdanek opening with the 10-7 suited to flop the flush draw. Rotmo coming along with the King Jack and a defend by Disvik with his monster sack with 6-2. Only to flop a gut shot, backdoor diamond draw, which will never come to fruition. Yet it's going to be a bet by Grozdanek with his flush draw. He did open the action, will likely get 2 folds. He won't be that disappointed about that. Gets to realize all his equity now. I stand corrected. Disvik being a little bit sticky. He's shown that he can make moves on future streets. Makes it less likely Grozdanek has a 9 now that a 9 came on the turn. And very often this goes check, check, and then if there's no flush on the river, Disvik can take it away, but instead Disvik is trying for the action now. And this may work based on the stack size of Grozdanek. He may not want to continue along on a paired board. Probably doesn't feel like he's drawing dead, but may feel like he's only drawing to a flush at this point. We could see that he's miles ahead, but there's still plenty of cards in the deck that would help Disvik. And does find the call. Let's see if Disvik can continue his aggression on the river, regardless of what it is. And it's a 10 of hearts. Grozdanek improving to top pair, doesn't getting his flush. But if Disvik bets out big, repping that 9, perhaps it would work, but does give up on the hand, recognizing that his move on the turn didn't work. And very often Grozdanek is going to check behind in order not to get trapped, because would a 5 be betting this way once the 9 paired the board? So he's either beating a bluff or well behind something. That being said, maybe he's going to be targeting a 5 or a 3 or a pocket pair that likely would have 3-bet pre-flop unless it's something like 4s. Does check it back and will win the pot with a nice river, and now has near 400,000 in chips. This VIX stack took a little bit of a hit, but he's still at 875, which is among the chip leaders at this point, with the field down to 219 players. Grosdanek opting to play his ducks with the min raise. Rotmo will likely 3-bet his ace-king suited. It looks like a 3-bet to 40 to 5 big blinds. Basically a 3-bet to just clear out the field a little bit and go heads up against Grosdanek. Did Fagerback just jam? Jammed the sevens, a 4-bet shove, not respecting the 3-bet by Rotmo. Gets the ducks out of the way. Rotmo snaps it off, and we are off to the races. This could spell the end for Fagerbach unless he's able to win this flip. Not that much fold equity with that jam either. Sevens are ahead on the 3-queen-8 flop. The ace-king has a backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards. Backdoor Broadway draw on top of all that. Ace of diamonds on the turn, hits Rotmo in the face. Fagerbach needs a lot of help. A 7 and only a 7 to stay alive. And it's a queen of hearts on the river, so Fagerbach making a move. Was slightly ahead with the ace-king call, only to hit the rail. And meanwhile, Rotmo winning a nice stack near the break time. Harold Rotmo getting his big slick to hold and is piling up his chips. Danvik opening up his fives, it looks like to about 20,000. Or did he? Well, I thought he did, and his cards are back in the graphics. He did open for 20,000. So we now know who the player in seat 6 is. It's Gunnar Lee. So a little bit of recovery there by the floor. Fives ahead on the Jack-Queen-6 flop, but it's 3 overcards. Checks through for the ace of hearts turn, a card that Danvik can rep, even though he didn't rep the king. He can rep the jack or the queen, he can rep the ace if he so chooses for a delayed c-bet. May want to bet some jacks and 6s out. Does fire a bet of 21,000. Gets a quick fold by Gunnar. Just have a couple hands, maybe last hand before the break. I think we have a few hands left though. I should start timing the blind levels a little bit, but it's not going to matter after this break because we'll be down to the stretch run with just 2 blind levels to go. Then we'll take a short break on the stream and hop straight into the finals of the Heads Up affair. Really looking forward to that. It will be a matchup between Petter Solberg and Tor Fennis for the 15,000 euro top prize, the trophy, the slippers, the sticker, the plaque, and the honor of being crowned a Norwegian champion, which is possibly the most important to all the players involved in any of the Norwegian events. But meanwhile, Danvig is likely going to have to fold his 8-6 after being 3-bet by the very aggressive Disvik. This time he has a decent hand with 7s. It would be a little bit of a loose call here. And as I say that, Danvig happy to play this out of position. Already 15 big blinds in this pot, very bloated already. Not the kind of cards either player would really prefer to play a bloated pot. But what a flop here for Danvig. Wow, an open-ender, flush draw. If a 7 comes anywhere along the way, assuming that Disvik is able to stick around, that will spell some trouble for him because that would give Danvig a straight. Danvig betting his draws. Rather happy now that he called that 3-bet by Disvik, not respecting it at all. Disvik is going to take a look down again. It's not the best hand to be continuing with 7s. It just took a small bet by Danvig to win a 120,000 chip pot. And under 200 players remaining. Getting closer and closer to the money with the top 95 players walking home with a payout of 1,310 euros. Payouts go quickly up from there as they do in any tournament. Saturday night's final table on day 5 will lock up 8,640 euros for each player, with the eventual winner on Saturday taking down 107,900 euro. And we will be with you every minute along the way until a winner is crowned. Featuring a variety of players, we're trying to get as many different players as we can on the feature table during the main event. And perhaps we'll have some bonus coverage on some of the days like we will tonight with the final of the Heads Up. And last night's semifinal was quite exciting, and I think the final with so much on the line will prove to be even more thrilling. We will see if Tor Fennis switches up his strategy based on his opponent or not. fold around to Gunnar, who folds his 9-3. Player 7 out of the way. Grozdanek giving his opponent a walk. Oh, wow, what a bad beat for Kagerud there. I mean, he wins a small pot, but he had the Cowboys with an opportunity to win a much bigger pot. When you get a walk with that, you're sometimes better off just not looking at your cards. I typically don't look at my cards myself until it's my turn to act. But when I'm in the big blind, I always peek at it, even if it's a walk. Maybe I stopped doing that to avoid these kind of demoralizing spots where you don't get the action. Especially since even though there wasn't that much action when this feature table began, it picked up in a massive way. And I would definitely call this an action table. And our action player, Disvik, waking up with the fish hooks, is going to be opening that up. It's a raise to 20,000. It doesn't look like Ole Hove was eliminated if his name is back in the chip count, so maybe there was some kind of problem with that as well, so apologies. But meanwhile, Grozdanek coming along for the ride with the king-jack, only to hit his king on the ace-ace-king flop. Disvik could have some aces in his early position open, but Disvik has been quite active, possibly recognizing that. Also, if he bets his jacks, it's not really accomplishing very much. If his opponent has any bluffs, he's gonna knock them out of the way. But now he could probably get out of the way. Even like a bear queen, a queen deuce beats him. And he's being absolutely crushed by the king-jack. Drawing only to a chop if one of the two aces comes out, because if he hits a jack, he's still behind kings over aces. Does check through. 4 clubs on the river. Is Disvik gonna try to rep an ace, turn his jacks into a bluff? Possibly understands it's one of the few chances he has of winning this pot. But does check it anyway. Is Grozdanek going to try for some thin value? Targeting a queen. Betting 40%. Disvik calling, thinking his jack maybe is good. Possibly there's other pocket pairs like 10s, 9s, and 8s that were trying to steal the pot. But was up against the king-jack. Disvik, who had around 960, if not more, is down to 741, which is still respectable, or 721 after opening for 20,000, but it was 741 to start the hand, so I was correct the first time. Opening it up with 2.5x with a suited ace-10. Is Danvik going to want to defend his 6-4 off? Even against an active Disvik, it's not the worst time to be folding against an under-the-gun raise, playing the hand out of position against a strong range. Down to 191 players, so just 96 players away from the money. As it gets closer and closer, you're going to see those small and medium stacks tightening up their ranges to some degree. There are some players that do not care about the making of the money and they just want to position themselves for the best spot to win the tournament, but you can't win the tournament on day 2. You should try to make the money first. within reason. You shouldn't be avoiding playing your big hands. Oh my, Gunnar opening up with the ace-jack, but Ole Hove here. Holy Ole, with the pocket rockets. 3-bet should be incoming. But it does look like he just calls. It was an almost 3x open, so maybe that's what he's thinking, that thins out the field enough for me. I could let Gunnar make some mistakes, perhaps with a strong hand. Disvik coming along from the ride, never afraid to call from the big blind, and players are getting up, so this will be the final hand before the break, but this is going to spell trouble for Gunnar, flopping the top pair, the case ace coming on the ace 3-4 flop. Ole Hove with that top set. Life is good. And Gunnar getting ready to continue, it looks like. The only thing that can save him is a slow play here by Ole Hove if he opts to just call, and it's a weird-looking turn card that may save Gunnar. Otherwise, I just don't see how he's going to make it out of this hand. It is just a call. Maybe Gunnar can sniff something out here. It's awfully difficult. He does look puzzled. Oh no, there's no way out now. Especially that ace of diamonds blocking some potential flush draws. Top two is way too strong. He checks. Gunnar is probably gonna fire something out here. Rather unfortunate cooler here for Gunnar. Drawing dead despite having top two. And it doesn't look like a big bet, it's just 30,000. But it was 1/4 of Ole's remaining stack. And Gunnar doing a little table talk. It seems a bit confident, perhaps trying to seem relaxed. Maybe he's coming in with a jam. I just don't see how he's ever folding here. It's just rather unfortunate. Such a strong hand, running into one of the few hands not to worry about. And it's a min click back and a jam by Ole Hove. And Gunnar, not sure what to do, but knows he should be making the call, and he is going to be down to crumbs. There's not a card in the deck that can save him. And Ole Hove consoling his friend, and the 5 of hearts on the river completes the board. Gunnar down to 10K, Ole Hove up to near 400,000, and we will be back after a 20-minute break. Stay tuned.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
For et bord! Det kan nesten se ut som det TV-bordet er litt tiltet mot CT1 og 3. Det er i hvert fall ikke noen tvil om at Dysvik også har skumle hensikter i no limit. Hold dem, ikke bare fixed. Vi må nesten få lov til å si beklager for en del tekniske problemer på sendingene våre. Jeg kan love at det letes med lys og lykte og jobbes intenst i begge ender, både i Bratislava og i Oslo, for å finne feilene og fikse disse, og vi håper at vi får løst dem så raskt som mulig, slik at du slipper å oppleve brudd på sendingene når du følger med på det mest spennende fra POKERNM. Men om TV-bordet tiltatt den ene eller den andre veien, det skal vi også finne ut av. Om det ujevne bord i hovedrommet, det må nesten Sverre svare på, og for han stadig vekk på jakt etter nye folk å prate med nede i main event hovedrommet.
Når det først pause der oppe, synes jeg det en god anledning til å ta en titt på hva som egentlig rører seg her på gulvet i første etasje, hvor det spilles overalt rundt oss. Hvis dere blir med på en liten tur, så kan vi jo starte denne veien her. Bli med her, fordi her ser vi at det spilles på alle bordene som vi går forbi. Og alle disse bordene spilles jo da altså No Limit Hold'em på. Men ett bord, som vi har sett tidligere, som vi kanskje kjenner igjen, det helt bakerst her, for her ser vi Vilde Fagerbakk sitte. Dette jo da samme bordet som vi hadde på TV for ikke så alt for lenge siden. Og det vi ser her jo at det mangler et navn. Ved siden av Vilde Fagerbakk i sete 2 så satt jo i sted Jon Arne Riise. Mannen som sitter her nå, han ikke helt lik. Han har tatt over plassen, og det betyr jo da at Jon Arne dessverre ute. Det ryktes at han bløffa inn i en pott med tress mot denne mannen som står ved min side. Han hadde S-høy, møtte på en tress. Stemmer det?
Nei, par i 10.
Et par i 10, det var egentlig et hero call fra mannen i sete 3. Jeg vet ikke om det var erfaring, at Jon Arne Riise han har fyrt litt løskrutt tidligere på dette bordet, men i hvert fall, vi en mann mindre. Det vi ikke færre, jo da Jon Kyte, som fortsatt holder stand her fra smallblind for øyeblikket, og bygges det jevnt og trutt?
Ja, jeg bygget bra frem til forrige hånd. Da kastet jeg S-knekt. Han hadde S-knekt, lå 2 S i bordet, og han satt med all inn. Trodde på han, men vi hadde choppa det sint. Sånn gikk det.
Følte du deg sterk med S-knekt, eller tenkte du bare at her pusher vi han av?
Nei, Vilde bør ha meg.
God stemning her i hvert fall. Jeg tenker vi fortsetter litt videre her. Det fryktelig mange bord det spilles på. Hvis vi bare skuer utover lokalet, så ser vi jo da en liten følelse av hva som her. Husk, dette jo ikke eneste stedet det for øyeblikket spilles. Kan jo også bevege oss ned for å se. Her var det ikke noe interessante potter, så vi fortsetter videre nedover veien. Samtidig så kan vi jo ta en liten prat her borte. Sånn, her skjer det et eller annet som vi ser ganske ofte på disse pokerarenaene. Her det en av gutta som har tenkt at litt avslappning, det på sin plass. Tar en liten pausemassasje, og da kommer jo selvfølgelig også buttonbudet når vi på pausemassasjen. Det standarden vi prøver å påstå. Og henger det sammen med... Ja, det kommer i hvert fall en flopp her, vi kan få med oss den når vi inne. Det 7-3-7 med 2 ruter. Det smallblind som spiller mot button. Check fra smallblind. Potten ligger på ca. 13 000, og det kommer et bud på 5 fra button. 2 ruter i floppen her. Får vi også et syn fra smallblind. Etter hvert så får vi et... Spares på turn ligger altså nå S7-7-3, 2 spar, 2 ruter i bordet. Det smallblind som skal snakke først, han sjekker. Kommer et sterkt bud, 15 000 bys det inn her fra CT1. Kast umiddelbart fra smallblind. Fikk jo en live-overført pott også fra sidebordet her. Blir man mer avslappet av massasje i potter, eller blir man egentlig bare litt stresset?
Nei, det hjelper jo.
Kjetil som altså vinner en pott her fra første posisjon. Vi kan jo bevege oss et hakk bak, hvor vi har Drea som sitter på CT1. Hvordan går det med deg her?
Jo, det går bra.
Hva spiller du på?
177.
Og hva startet du med?
100, så det går oppover.
Har det vært noen store potter eller noe annet som har skjedd? Vi kan jo ta en titt på bordet også, fordi akkurat nå så har vi en all-in-situasjon. Fordi nå kommer vi jo til den fasen av spillet hvor det begynner å bli mer og mer action utpå her også. hatt et bud inn på først 10 000, gått over, fått en all-in. Det syn, det S-paret som vises først før vi får opp en AK bak. Trekker altså til ruter, eventuelt en strit i bordet her. Det en konge på floppen som gjør at han får 2 outs med 2 konger. Det 3 hjerter, det hjelper ingenting, og det blir en 8 i bånd, og det betyr at det S-parene som vinner en all-in-pott her mot S-konge, og potten, den i aller høyeste grad ganske kraftfull. Ser ut som han må ut med 81 500 i den potten her, og akkurat det å plukke opp S-ene på dette tidspunktet, det kommer jo fryktelig godt med. Apropos det, Åsne Ruud Iversen, hvordan går det med deg her?
Litt tyngre, ja. Men det går, jeg lever, så jeg fornøyd med det.
Hvordan har bordet vært?
Bra, hyggelig. Litt sånn som det skal være på dag 1, synes jeg. Så det, ja, ikke noe å klage på.
Det ikke alle som like glad for å komme på TV-bord, det som eller på en litt TV-innslag her, men det en del av det at når vi har denne walk-and-talken rundt omkring her, så det vanskelig å slippe unna. Litt snubling på meg også, etter hvert så vi beveger oss videre. Vi har jo sett mye til Vilde Fagerbakke i dag på TV-bord, og også på et bord i bakkant. En ting jeg kan garantere, at med Vilde Fagerbakke så får vi fundamentert og godt pokerspill. Godt pokerspill, det får vi også ofte fra mannen som sitter på bøtten her. Inge Fagerbakke, far til Vilde. Om det like sindig til enhver tid, det står jo klar for å avgjøre. Her har vi i hvert fall fått et oppspill. Vi har fått en kontra til 20 000 fra sete 9. Det umiddelbart. Det har vært et syn fra hijack-posisjonen før det det har vært et oppspill fra hijack før vi har fått et syn fra Fagerbakke på button. Det har kommet da en høyning fra small blind til 20 000. Og det opprinnelig høyner som sitter med en avgjørelse her. 4 500 budet. Han tar tilbake de 4 500, går etter skjetongene sine. Og her det slett ikke snakk om noe syn. Han går på igjen til 45 000. 45 020 var budet fra small blind, noe som betyr at det en økning på 25 tilbake. Avgjørelse nå for mannen som sitter i siste posisjon på bordet. Se bak sitter med cirka ytterligere 120 000 bak, investert 20, så en totalstack på cirka 140. Spiller mot en stack som litt grann større i CT4. Spennende, her sitter lenge og vurderer denne avgjørelsen. Det godt å få litt innspill fra siden, men det jo altså da Thomas Haverstad som har gått på han av S-paret og møter S-konge. Dette en identisk situasjon som vi fikk på nabobordet da vi fikk en all-in. Det 2 kløver som mulig å spille på for AK denne gangen. Glimrende situasjon for Thomas Haverstad. Han får 2 kløver i floppen. Det kommer 2 kløver i floppen. S-konge trekker mot kløver, kommer ikke kløver på turn. Det fortsatt et kort som kan ta dette. Det kommer ikke noe på river. S-par står mot S-konge i kløver, og det betyr at det dessverre exit for siste posisjon på bordet. S-konge, det sto ikke nå, men det ble fryktelig spennende med 2 kløver i umiddelbart på bordet, og det gjør litt vondt når man nesten har vunnet en pott preflopp her, når man ser de 2 kløverne komme tidlig.
Ja, men jeg visste at det ikke kom noen flere kløver.
Ja, du visste det? Ja. Jeg trodde alle pokerspillere så spøkelser til enhver tid, det.
Nei. 0 spøkelser her.
0 spøkelser, men også 0 problem. La oss ta en liten titt videre her, få en liten siste følelse om det noe mer action på sidebordene som her. Her ser vi at det dras inn en pott fra CT5 etter at han viste frem et mellompar. Litt usikker på hvordan det har gått videre, samtidig som vi ser mye sterke spillere etter hvert som vi beveger oss litt lenger ned i lokalet. Det godt også for de som sitter hjemme å få med seg litt av det som skjer på disse bordene og se noen av lokale heltene. Vi kan jo ta en liten titt til mannen som sitter i 8. posisjon også på dette bordet her. Sigurd Eskeland, vår tidligere pokerpresident som involvert i en pott. Vi skal vente med å snakke med ham til denne potten her over. Det ligger da dame 2-7 på bordet. kommer et bud fra Niklas Klein, som sitter i første posisjon her. Har helt riktig cap på seg med Milwaukee Bucks for øvrig, men det en annen diskusjon. Får syn fra mannen 2 posisjoner bak, så det Sigurd Eskeland som har en avgjørelse å ta fra storeblindposisjon. 8. sete på bordet. Budet fra Klein jo da på 7.500, potten ligger på 23, kommer et syn også fra Eskeland. Det betyr at vi fortsatt har en treveispott på dette bordet, som altså ligger dame 7-2 Rainbow. Kommer det en hjerter 9 på turn, det hjerter nummer 2. Sjekk umiddelbart fra Eskeland, det Klein som sitter med avgjørelsen her i sete 1. Må vi også poengtere her fra sete 3, mannen som også involvert i potten, at det må være den desidert fineste skjorta som i spillet i dag. Om det gir ekstra bonus, ekstra vilje til å involvere seg i potten usikkert, men det kommer i hvert fall et bud på 30 000 chips fra mannen med hjertekonge. Vi skal følge avslutningen av denne potten her før vi kan sette tilbake, men budet var som nevnt altså 30 000 skjetonger. Det kast fra Eskeland, det Klein som skal ta en avgjørelse her. Dame 9-7-2, 2 hjerter i bordet. Niklas Tangen Klein som bruker tid her. Gjør det ikke lettere nødvendigvis heller å få live-kommentator som følger hånden når vi innom på disse sidebordene. Stor avgjørelse. Hvis vi ser bak på skjetongstacken til Klein, så sitter han på ca. 85 000. Det klart at 30 000 denne potten og fortsatt ikke kommet oss til river. Det kan være en turneringsavgjørelse dette for Klein. Det derfor han også bruker lang tid på denne avgjørelsen. Finner frem skjetonger, ser det ut som. Ta i hvert fall etter dem. Har en avgjørelse her. Vurderer lenge. Floppen var Rainbow. Mest sannsynlig så det ikke noe hjertedrag inne på bordet. Og med en Vi skal snart bevege oss tilbake til hovedbordet her. Jeg må bare få med oss avslutningen på denne ånden, finne ut hva han velger å gjøre til slutt. Det er jo litt ekstra spenning også når man har disse situasjonene hvor vi ikke ser hullkortene slik som man gjør på TV-bordene. Da blir det at man ofte blir litt låst av hvordan situasjonen basert på den informasjonen man kjenner. Nå kan man heller sitte og prøve å tenke litt hvordan denne hånden har vært spilt, hvordan utviklingen kom etter hvert her. Det i hvert fall en Klein som rister på hodet og viser til slutt opp en S-dame og kaster hånda si her. Det kast altså til mannen med dagens flotteste pokerskjorte. Tommel opp. Da setter vi tilbake til dere der oppe.
Det skjer ting ved alle pokerbordene her nede i Bratislava, det helt sikkert. Men det jo ikke alle som her kanskje først og fremst for å spille strålende god poker. Noen her for å lære også, sånn som Christian Brennholt.
Ja, det slik at etter at det ryker en hel haug med spillere akkurat nå fra main event, så starter det selvfølgelig nye turneringer. Nå det nok et poker-NM, men det ikke Norgesmesterskap. Nå det Poker North Masters som spiller. En av de som ute av main event, tar turen nå over til North Masters. Ser ut som han stacker opp ganske bra her. Det deg, Christian Brennholt.
Gjort det ganske bra. Dine tips fungerte veldig, veldig bra her.
Ja, men hva det som har gått riktig, ja?
Jeg har gjort det riktig. Jeg har bare vært litt dårlig til å bløffe. Jeg gjorde jo en all-in her.
Og du vant den?
Ja.
Hva hadde du for noe?
Jeg hadde vel 3 konger eller noe.
Altså, du har ikke spilt noe særlig poker tidligere, men altså, både det som skjer rundt, det som skjer på bordene, alt blir sånn, trigger dette til å spille mer, eller?
Som faen. Altså, absolutt.
Skal la deg spille hånden her, samtidig som vi kan se hvordan det påpeker. Han velger å gå inn og syne. Han sier at han har fulgt rådene i dag, så får vi se hvordan det eventuelt utspiller seg senere. Kommer et oppspill fra small blind til 1200. Det er 300 som er inne umiddelbart. Koster det eventuelt 900 å syne, da velger du å kaste, og det er disiplinen, Kristian.
Ja, det er det. Og pass på når det blir dårlig. Men jeg føler liksom at nå går det jo bra. Altså, jeg har jo en god stack her, liksom. Så jeg har mer penger nå enn da jeg startet.
Men altså, litt sånn der tanken til å sitte hjemme, følger alt mulig sånn. Altså, du hadde jo ikke spilt i det hele tatt før du kom. Kommer inn her og har det dødsbra. Dette funker jo, selv om man ikke har veldig mye erfaring også.
Altså, jeg har ingen erfaring, men du skal bare kunne bruke hodet litt igjen. Og så er det så easy. Det er det der.
Er det ikke deilig også? Bare vise gjengen at du er kjent som en influencer som kommer her, så viser du at akkurat tankekodset, det funker helt fett.
Ikke sant? Du skjønner hva jeg skal gjøre nå med det her. Det er bare å få det bort.
Se, her har vi lært det. Tipsene er i hvert fall spilt.
Der var vi tilbake i studio. Jeg har et tips til de som leter etter ny trener til Liverpool, for det går visst rykte om at de trenger en ny trener til sommeren. Hvis Tanngarden er et viktig kvalifikasjonsmoment, så har vi mannen her i Bratislava allerede nå, og han heter Christian Brennow. Nå skal vi, jeg ser bak meg her nå at de sitter klare på TV-bordet. Minner om at du kan sende spørsmål til kommentator Stig Moen på X, gamle Twitter. Bruk hashtag POKERNM. Og hvis du er interessert i poker og vil finne ut av hva som skjer på de sosiale mediene, på TikTok, YouTube, Insta, Snap, Face, hashtag POKERNM, så bør du finne oss de aller fleste stedene. Men nå, over til et nytt TV-bord, kveldens siste, og etter det bordet så skal vi også ha en heads-up-finale. Vi skal kåre Norgesmester senere i kveld. Stig Moen, vær så god.
Hello, and welcome back to the action here, streaming day 2 of the €800 Norwegian main event. You are joined by George Sanford, just filling in for Jason as he's taking a break after the amount of hard work he's been putting through. Going to get a little rest, and he'll be joining me later for the heads-up action. But looking forward to seeing how we develop here at the 5K, 10K level. Kjos, the table chip leader, joint with Christensen and Wick. And you can see down there Swan, Lavik, Kvam making up the bottom 3, but everyone with plenty of chips in play. A nice hearty 35 big blind, 40 big blind table average or so plenty of play. Looking forward to seeing how these guys fare, whether there are any signs of tiredness after 2 long days in battle in the Texas Hold'em tournament streets. Can be quite difficult to be under the spotlight sometimes. It really is quite draining, those lights. Adding an element of heat, adding a little bit of extra pressure on every single decision. So always interesting in the later levels of the day to see how the players are adjusting to that and whether they're still sharp mentally and making good decisions. It's very common when you've watched the WSOP main event coverage in, say, day 7, day 8, to see those famous blow-ups from the likes of Anton Morgenstern, which is the most famous one, potentially falling foul to some of those mitigating factors, including the mental resilience required to battle through such a marathon event. So Maragano opens +1. It is typically a great board for him in position versus the blinds. Usually going to be c-betting, definitely heads up as a range bet. Let's see if he goes for the she goes for the check here. No. Interesting turn card. Now everyone's got a pretty decent piece of the action. Maragano with the gut shot, flush draw. Kronstad has top pair from the small blind. Wick, she's leading out with King Jack, 2 pair here for 15K. Looking for a little bit of equity denial / value versus exactly hands like this that she'd perceive to check back on this kind of board. It is going to be a rather showdown-driven check back, you'd imagine. So there are going to be a lot of hands like queens, tens, with a heart in there that she can derive some value from. But Maragano just getting out the way straight away, not buying it. Feels like that's going to be a little too strong of a range for him to contend with. And Kronstad also relinquishing the ace. So nicely done there from Vic. And she is now the clear table chip leader with almost 600K. Great stuff. Slightly more of a subdued atmosphere in the outer tables as yesterday we saw in Card Casino, but so much hustle and bustle that the Norwegian poker community bring, really lighting up the room compared to some of the slower sort of in-between events kind of atmospheres that you get here at Card Casino. And it's so great to see the room bustling with energy, as it is a local casino for me, and I do come here to play quite often. And there's just something in the air when the Norwegians come into town. It's a lot of kind of friendly banter and good energy all round. Don't tend to see them get too salty or bring any of the more negative feelings around. Everyone's playing usually within their financial means and having a good time, and also fighting for those highly reputable titles. Very much the bragging rights within the Norwegian community to get your hands on one of those. And so whilst we are playing for 6 figures up top, that is surely a massive factor for these guys to contend with as well. And of course the lady Wick, who's currently dominating this table with the chip lead. So Maragano once again getting in the action, opening the tens last hand. This time gets it through. Kavam not electing to defend the ace-5 off. I think that's relatively on the more conservative side, but I can understand why. He's facing an under the gun open. He feels like his ace is going to be dominated fairly frequently there. Whether or not you fold the ace-5 off, which is obviously the premium of the ace-x wheel combinations, remains to be seen, but I think there's certainly an argument for folding hands like ace-deuce, ace-3, ace-6 off in that situation. Ace-5, a little bit of too much meat on the bone for me personally to consider folding. So Kios, King-7 suited. A kind of a hand class that's come into fashion in some ways with solvers and with the sheer amount of information that we have available in poker these days. And he does open it up, so Kios finding a decent bottom of range open here, nice and aggressive. He's got the big stack, 55 big blinds or so, and instantly some areas of concern for the nines facing that under the gun open. We've got the full table to act behind. It's a spot where you feel almost more comfortable with a hand like ace queen because you block some of the stronger hands in your opponent's range, whereas nines unblocking all of those overpairs, tens, jacks, queens through to aces, of course. So interested to see what he does here. If you feel like your opponent is opening wide enough, surely you can take this as potentially the bottom of your pair jams here for the 22 big blinds. But it is a long and very forgiving structure. There's certainly reason for him to potentially relinquish the holding, and he does find it. But you can tell that there's a little bit of I think quite an honest table presence there, in the sense that he's not overly thrilled about the situation, but he will take it. And this time he's going to be rewarded. Oh, I speak too soon, as Maragano lurking in the big blind. 3 decent hands back to back. Tens, ace, jack, now jacks in the big blind, facing that 22 big blind reshove. And also really awkward, facing an under the gun open, facing 22 big blinds going in. He's not going to think that Swan is going to shove a hand like 7s, 6s here all that often, as we did see him deliberate over the 9s. So quite a tricky spot here. We're not deep enough to cold call and then fold should the opener rejam. So it's a case of rejam or fold, and he goes for the fold. And that's a massive win for Swan there, picking up, of course, the open, the big blind, the ante, and the small blind, but also getting the better pair to fold. Jacks just coming in cold there from the big blind, not fancying getting it in there versus two really strong ranges. A lot of discipline there to lay down those jacks, and it makes him look a bit silly in this absolute instance, but when he really goes through the ranges there of not only the opener but the rejammer as well, certainly agree with his thinking. I feel like I would be taking jacks as the bottom there, but maybe he's got a better read on these players than I do. Easier to say when I've just come in cold and not seen much of the action on this day too. Maybe a situation he'd just prefer to get it in with ace-king there, so at least he's got better equity versus a hand like queens, but really tough decision with the jacks. Allows it out and still has 47.5 big blinds to work with, so by no means any disaster for him. Just losing the big blind and, of course, the ante. And an open gets through that, and things revert back to normality. After a pre-flop caller there that in later positions surely would have been going in, but Kavam has reasons to feel like he's gotten away with one there. Folds round to Vic in the hijack, ace-9 offsuit, plenty of hand to be getting in the mix. As she does, an open to 22k. Queen-10 offsuit here, a little too light to consider anything. I think we want to be a little stronger in the form of our 3-bet non-all-in as a bluff. You know, hands like King-Jack, ace-8, potentially a little better with stronger removal to stronger hands in Wick's range. And King-8 from the big blind, a very natural defend here. What a flop. 9-9-6. Unfortunately for Vic, no backdoor flush draw for Swan, who would likely come along with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, if he did have clubs, hearts, or diamonds. With this one, with the spades, I think he's just going to relinquish it. The opener, of course, having somewhat of an advantage. I mean, there is going to be more offsuit 9x in the big blind's range, but with all of the overpairs there coming in from the hijack, going to see a lot of betting. She's still going to have, obviously, ace-9 off as she had, potentially king-9 off, definitely jack-9 suited, queen-9 suited, king-9 suited, 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited. So pretty good coverage on that board from the hijack, and follows it up with a bet, and unfortunately no action for Vic, but it's a strong start to the continue of the final of the feature table. Got my words in a twist as Lavik looking down at the very sexy king-jack of diamonds here from under the gun. Does get a little less sexy when you face a 3-bet, but let's open it up and see what happens first, shall we? As he does. Looks like the table kind of standard sizing, everyone opening to 22k. Magurano's hot streak in terms of pre-flop card distribution has unfortunately dwindled somewhat, and Kjos, on the other hand, finds a monster ace-king lurking there on the button. And this is the situation where, versus a super aggressive player, you could consider jamming the king-jack here from time to time. Your opponent is going to 3-bet fold some hands, like potentially ace-10 offsuit. You unblock some of these suited ace-X that could potentially do this, and then obviously get them to fold. He may send this one in here. He doesn't. Feels like under the gun versus button is just a little bit too strong of a 3-betting range for him to contend with, and on this occasion he was right. So nicely done there, sir. Quite awkward, flatting as well. We don't really have too much of a flatting range in that spot. $181 left, 95 are going to get paid, so we're tiptoeing our way into the stages of reaching some ICM considerations with about a quarter of the field left. With 750 entrants, we reached a prize pool of 524,000 euros, with a very hearty 108,000 euros up top, which is what all of these players on our feature table will be setting their sights on, that's for sure. But first things first, the main area of importance for these guys right now is to navigate their way into the money. As you see, the ticker at the top right dwindling down from 821 to 176, so getting ever closer. Vic folding the king-queen offsuit there under the gun. No super short stacks here, so a little on the more conservative side with the table chip lead. Again, as I mentioned, tiptoeing towards those ICM considerations where you feel like these medium stacks will be responding extremely honestly versus an under-the-gun open. So I think plenty of reason to open the king-queen there. Wouldn't have minded a fold with a hand like king-10. King-jack is somewhat on the borderline, but certainly openable with dominating the rest of the table in the form of stack size. So a little bit conservative there, but regardless, Christiansen decides to open the action with 10-7 off on the button, and unfortunately for him, meets a customer. But does flop some equity here. It is a board that you would imagine would usually favor the big blind. But if Christian's opening 10-7 off, maybe he is opening the 7-6 offs. The 5-3-4 suiteds, of course, the 5-3 suiteds. Does have decent interaction with the flop in the form of the gut shot. Blocks some continues and takes it down, getting the dominating hand to fold. Good job. Kavam lets go of the Queen 5. Magarano folding the Jack-9 suit today. You do see some of the more aggressive players tending to open that combination. And it's over to Lavic on the button here with the Ace-7 offsuit. Don't really think there's much reason to jam 20 big blinds in. Fairly comfortable going for the raise fold, I would imagine. Decent blocker on the button. Does pop it up to 22k and gets 2 snap folds, so he'll be happy with that result, that's for sure. Field ticker being away, down to 168, which means we are 73 players away from the cash. Around about 10% of the field to go for these guys. And the King Kongers for Kjos. Ace-King in the previous orbit. Kings now. Some momentum heading the way of the grey-haired assassin there, opening from +2. And getting it through, that's bad news for him. Synopsis on the table so far from just jumping in would be that seems relatively standard. Looks like people are kind of tiptoeing around. The structure does allow more of a tight, aggressive style. So there's really no reason to panic, and it does feel like these players are just kind of maneuvering their way towards the in-the-money payout of around about 1,500 euros. Lavic not holding a strong enough ace to consider opening the hijack here. Looks interested though. No, just let it go. More of a fringy kind of button decision, the ace-2 off. Off of the shorter stack with the ace blocker. Does feel like a decent raise fold or steal candidate. But certainly not in the hijack, so showing some restraint there, and may have got that one through, but got to be disciplined here, playing the game, respecting the game in some ways, and not taking it on this occasion. As you can see, the chip values there. We can see in a couple of the stacks that we have the yellow 1Ks, the green 5Ks, and the red 25Ks currently in play. Christiansen, +1, King 7 suited. Should be seeing this one opened up, as he does, to 22k. Kronstad in the hijack, ace-5 off. A little wide for a 3-bet bluff. Maybe wanting a slightly stronger offsuit ace to consider some resistance. Kavam on the button with Queen-Jack. Typically also you'd see people folding the spot. Maybe 3-betting some hands like King-Jack. Potentially flatting some King-Queens. Looks like he fancies appeal though. Does flick in the call. Going for the old pre-flop float. And Kjos, you'd feel, is certainly obliged to come along for the ride with such a pretty 5-4 of hearts. And we're going to be going 3 ways to the flop here. 5-4-6, 2 diamonds. How about that? That would be something where we could be seeing some juicy action here. Nope. Kjos does forge a lead here with that bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor wheel draw. Whether or not he's going to be able to see a turn card. And it looks like Christensen is going to take a stab at the flop here. Not a bad candidate. Got the backdoor nut flush draw, got some backdoor straight draws. We do tend to hit this ace pretty hard from +1. We're going to have all sorts of hands like ace-5, ace, all the suited aces basically. And a lot of offsuit as well, so very reasonable continue from him. And Kjos does come along for the ride, peeling one off here, trying to turn a 5 or a 4. Christensen, sorry, finding a lead now with the 7. Doesn't feel really like a turn card that we're going to barrel with this combo or with many hands in general. So he does show the restraint, and it's a question of whether Kjos turns his 5-4 into a bluff now. You feel like the turn check back is going to be somewhat showdown driven. Yeah, he could have some hands like King Queen, Jack 10, 10-8 suited, that actually would have backdoored a straight. That might have barreled, but some of these Broadway hands he's behind, but also some of the more mergy bets, such as potentially King 9, the diamonds, King 9 of clubs, could be in there. Showing some nice awareness there, realizing that he felt like he's not going to have the winner there too often, turning his bottom pair into a bluff. Seen a lot of good stuff from Kjos so far. Not shying away from the King 7 suited open under the gun. Turning some weak showdown into a bluff there. All good signs, and very much an indicator of a strong player. Christensen relinquishing the 6 deuce, doesn't fancy getting back in the mix. No rush for him. 55 big blinds, a hearty stack at this stage of the tournament. I think letting go of the 5-4 suited might have opened that one as the table chip leader myself, but certainly not a blunder to fold. She elects to slide it in. Magurano, though, taking his chance with the 10-8 offsuit on the button, raising it up to 22k. Let's see what Kjos is going to do here with the Jack 10. 3 options on the table, really. Maybe a little bit of 3-betting. Flatting seems a little weak. And folding is usually going to be the go-to, especially with that 20 big blind stack behind. Flatting there can incur some issues, as you really give them much more of an incentive to find the 3-bet squeeze jam. I think this is a bit of a tight defend with the ace-9. We should have the green light here to jam in our stack. 20 big blinds, pretty strong ace versus a button open from someone that, so far from what I've seen, has certainly been one of the more active players. But he does play the safe route, and you feel like you will have to hang on this flop. An overcard to the board, a backdoor straight draw, a backdoor flush draw. What sizing does Magurano go here? Not typically a board that we're going to have a massive bet on with the 1 Broadway low-low. Usually do see some small continues. 25 is a little extra meat on the bone. Then I feel the standard sizing of more 25% pot, but that's what he's gone for. With this combo in particular, he does merit from potentially slightly sizing up, as he could get some Jack 10, Jack 9, and it looks like he's even going to get Ace 9 with the backdoor flush draw to fold. So if that's the outcome, then by all means, go for the little extra size up, because that's certainly a hand that would have continued. And interesting there, not taking the 3-bet jam pre-flop and not defending the flop. Maybe someone that's a little overtly aware of the encroaching ICM bubble and just not looking to tangle whatsoever. Gonna be difficult to find spots if you're shying away from spots such as that, which feel somewhat automatic. Lavik with the ace-jack. By no means comfortable, but in all senses mandatory for the open here. The table doesn't seem particularly 3-bet heavy, so I feel like ace-10 offsuit as well could be a decent candidate here. Magurano, though, looks like he might have some other ideas with this ace-3 from the cutoff. Is he going to 3-bet? Those look like calling chips. He's just going to come along for the ride from the cutoff. And Kjos picks up another big hand, ace-queen suited. Not what Magurano or Lavik were looking for. It's a fairly trivial fold for Lavik. This 3-bet squeeze from the button when he's pretty deep stacked with the cutoff is likely to be somewhat strong. But a nice sizing from Kjos. It does give Lavik some potential ideas of finding the heroic 4-bet jam. Let's see what he goes with. I think the standard play is just to fold here and fight another day. Maybe we jam some hands with a little bit more efficiency. The ace-jack doesn't really get any better hands to fold. I don't think Kjos is going to be squeeze folding any kind of pairs or ace-queens, so in terms of if you're getting into the nitty-gritty of the hand selection, an ace-4 and ace-5 suited would be surely more efficient by folding out some better hands, as they would get the ace-8, the ace-9 sort of squeezes to fold and do a better job of clearing out some better hands. This one just a little bit too murky, and a fold is certainly justifiable there from him. Nicely done. Vic passed up on the king-queen under the gun in the previous orbit, but taking her shot with the ace-10 offsuit now. Kjos has had a bit of a pre-flop card heater, but doesn't fancy his chances with the king-9. And Lavik now having a pretty annoying pre-flop situation. The previous hand opening the ace-jack, facing a call and a squeeze. Having to let it go, but all systems go here with the ace-queen. No real move apart from the all-in, you'd feel. Annoying in the sense that we don't get raised called by worse hands in this situation. An ace-jack will fold, a king-queen suited will fold, but getting a hand like pocket sixes, pocket sevens to potentially consider folding out hands like Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited, King Jack suited, very favorable for us. And he does send it in with a stern look, staring down at the felt as Wick has a very easy fold here. She slides that one in, and it's a nice pickup for Lavik there, getting some of those chips back that he lost in the prior hand. Not losing an awful lot of momentum. He's still on the 22.5 big blind mark, and by no means anywhere near the disaster zone of sort of sub 10 big blinds. That's when things start to get a bit hairy in this kind of situation. You feel like your tournament life is going to be at risk fairly shortly, and it's going to be a big sweat to see if you can remain alive in the Norwegian main event here. Event number 33, day 2 coverage will be continuing for a couple more levels. Kvam finding the ace-king suited. What a glorious sight when you're sat with sub 20 big blinds, getting towards the money. 164 left, 95 paid, remember. And he does open it up to the 20K. Little size down on the typical open sizing from the table, as he is a little shorter. And his range is going to be so strong anyway that the raise folds benefit from if you're getting a little anal in the strategy of not losing the extra 2K. Does get some action, and he'll be happy to see that he's up against the king 10 off. 9-8 deuce. Not a bad board for us. Going to get some action from some straight draws here. Usually the players to go for a fairly small kind of value bet here, looking to get some continues from those straight draws, the 6-7s, the 10-7s, the jack-10s, the queen-10s. Happy days if you get raised by a worse flush draw, but Kronstad just going to relinquish that one. He did have 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but facing that +1 open, certainly didn't feel like he had enough to continue with. And a wise decision, as we could see that he was completely crushed in all senses of the word. So 1,310 euros for 80th to 95th, 72nd to 79th pays 1,500, and then you're looking at the 210 euro pay jump for 64th to 71st. But for now, not going to be contending with that. Players going to be looking to edge their way towards it, but plenty of work and plenty of meat left on the bone for these guys to forge their way into the money. Kronstad with the ace-9. Opening it up from the button and should be getting the job done here. Relatively trashy holdings for both the blinds. So we're going to be playing the remainder of this level. And then one more 1 hour level to cap off the day 2 of the Norwegian Masters. Main event, €800 buy-in, 13.10 for the min cash, paying a shade over 12% of the field. Kjos, 9-4, no good there under the gun. Christiansen taking a pop at it from +2, but is met with some resistance here as Lavik once again finding the ace-queen. This time a cheeky little upgrade. He's now suited. And he's got 22 big blinds, so going to be seeing the triangle from him. Unless he's got any kind of trickier ideas of going for the 3-bet non-all-in here. Oh, this is quite nice. You usually do tend to see people just jamming here. But showing a high level of comfort, really like this. You invite some potential 4-bet jams. Your range does look particularly polar, so Christiansen may elect to jam some hands that you're doing really well against, such as this. Does Christiansen throw down the hammer here and say, I don't feel like you're going to induce here with many hands at all. I do block some of the stronger hands like ace-king suited and aces. This is a really nifty play that you don't see so often. Usually people do just take the jam, but I think that there's a lot of merit in that, and showing a pretty high level of play there was Lavik. So Lavik, after a couple of nice pickups there, he's sitting pretty on 26 big blinds. Vic opening it up with the Jack-10 suited from the cutoff. No resistance from the button, which is the first one out the way. It's Magarano, though. We'll be V-pipping this hand in some fashion. Based on what we've seen for him, he does prefer kind of peeling these spots after that ace-3 suited peel, which was a little loose. But Queen-10 certainly a playable hand from the small blind here, and electing to flat does seem like a fairly viable option. What's Kjos up to here? Are those raising chips? No, he's just going to come along for the ride with the King-7. Wonder if 3 ways he maybe would elect to fold this hand and continue hands like King-9 plus, because the King-X is going to be dominated by both players. Magarano is going to flat some hands like King-10 suited, King-Jack, King-Queen. So our King 7 not performing that well without the suit multi-way. Wick with the relatively intuitive continue here. She does bet 23k and 2 snap folds from 2 better hands, so nicely done there. A nice little pickup.
Ja, vi sa i hvert fall hva slags hånd vi hadde til hverandre, om det stemmer eller ikke.
Christensen finding the 10s. Did well to not get sucked into the potential 4-bet jam with the ace-10 offsuit. Showing some restraint there. It is very tempting to do that in those situations when your opponent's repping such a polar range and you've got some decent interaction with it. But gets out the way, and it's over to Swan in the big blind, who's been a little on the more conservative side. I feel like he's just going to relinquish this one, and for good reason too. I don't think we need to tangle with the King 7 versus the under the gun open here off of the short stack. It's going to be dominated by a lot of the holdings. Ace 7 suited, King Queen, Ace King, King 9 suited, King 8 suited. So gets shown the better hand and is happy that he didn't navigate his way to a 7-high flop, which could have spelt disaster for him.
Selv om det skal sies, vi har en intern greie. Han påstår at jeg reiser big blind hans hver gang.
Ja, men du skjønte hva jeg mente.
Ja.
Men jeg hadde dame 10. 3 outs.
Tar jeg kopp?
Nei.
Ja. Mer enn nok.
Neida, men jeg...
Nei, jeg hadde ikke gjort det hvis det ikke hadde. Men jeg har ikke hatt 10 alle ganger jeg har åpnet det.
Jeg har ikke de der alle med meg. Jeg har gjort klart.
Var det ikke du som sa at du hadde fått aces?
Nei, jeg? Nei, hun som satt ved siden av meg. Aces 4 ganger på 2 timer.
Kjos on the button here, opening up with the King Jack. Swan gets out the way, and Christensen with the ace deuce. Enough to peel versus the button, that's for sure. Great board for the King Jack. Following up with the natural C-bet here, flopping top pair. Looking to target some 7x, some Queen X, some straight draws, some inferior King X. Unfortunately, does just navigate the ace-deuce out of the pot, but another great pickup for Kjos as he's motoring through, and you would feel a big favorite to make the money from this situation. If not, make a decent run at the tournament. Showing a lot of nous, and a lot of strong play coming from his direction over there in seat 6.
Men det var en gang da jeg sa ingenting. S8, jeg lurer på om det var du som spilte og vant den på hånden. Jeg er ikke sikker.
Vic opening it up with the pocket sixes. Swan a little too short stack to consider V-pipping these threes here. If he feels like the blinds are particularly passive, he may feel like he can get away with a cheeky peel, but I think with those ICM considerations being around 60 off of the money, the standard play is just to let this one go, especially versus +1. Although when you do flop the 3, you're going to be in a great situation. It's just a little bit too much of our stack off of this depth, I feel, to go in with the set mine. And with the king four and the big blind getting out the way, it's another nice pickup for Vic there, as we do see a lot of raise and takes at this stage. The 2K PLO High Roller is up and running with 8 players starting out that one. And surely many more entrants as the night develops. Going to be coming back for a day 2 there tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's not going to be on the live stream coverage, but updates will be available over at cardcasino.sk. Ace King for Magurano. Opening to 22,000. Toss out the way, Swan with this relatively awkward Queen-Jack suited. 2 ways to play really, a tight fold or a 3-bet all-in, looking to get some hands like King-Queen off, Ace-10 off, Ace-9, suited aces, some pairs like 5s to fold. He does get out the way though, lives to fight another day. And some interest from Christensen on the button by the looks of it with the 8-5 suited. Not sure why. Looks like he's taking this one upstairs. Some street poker here. Does have his opponent out-chipped. But as far as logical reasons, that's about where it finishes for me. Very peculiar 3-bet choice here with the 8-5. And Magurano feigning some sort of discomfort. But all he's thinking about is taking this one upstairs, baby. Let's pump in the 4-bet. Don't need to go too big. Typical sizing would be around 110 to 130K. You do tend to see people chuck a little bit of extra meat on the bone with Ace-King off in particular, because it is a little bit, you know, we're 4-betting for value, of course, but comfort levels are not as strong as, of course, the super nutted part of our range, aces and kings. Some genuine indecision here as he's starting to realize that maybe he's a little bit too deep stacked just to send it in. Would be a little bit of an overplay, I feel. He's just going to call. Very interesting. Wasn't expecting that decision at all. So Magurano just peeling one off out of position here with the Ace-King. Flopping the best of it. You do feel like Christensen, if he's going to 3-bet this wide, is going to have a rather aggressive c-betting strategy, so he's going to get some value here. This is a pretty much absolute gin, and now we're leading. No, no, no. What's going on? we're freezing our opponent out of some no equity bluffs. He's going to have hands like ace-5 of hearts that are just completely dead. What are we up to here? We've got the king of spades in hand. We're not so worried about allowing a spade to develop or some kind of tricky turn card. I mean, there aren't that many when we flop so well in the 3-bet pot. This is a baffling lead here. Christensen, reason to be skeptical as to what's going on here. Does he feel like his opponent is leading into him with a hand like jacks or ace-10, just trying to kind of set their price, or a rather old school lead for information in some ways? But yeah, a very perplexing lead from the ace-king of Magurano here. Not sure what exactly he's thinking, really. And he just gets the no equity hand or very low equity hand. You saw the 8-5 was almost certainly c-betting, and Magurano peeling pre-flop and leading a great board for us, potentially showing some signs of discomfort there, just not wanting to face any kind of awkward change in board texture on the turn, and just instead announcing his hand and saying, right, I'm leading here, I've hit the flop. It's rather peculiar, to say the least. Swan, ace-6 of hearts. Very natural raise fold. Our stack is a little bit too deep stacked to just shove it in. I think that would be a bit of a blunder. We just risk running into a better hand here where we can easily raise and relinquish the holding should we face some resistance. So he does go for the min raise. I like that decision. King 3 getting out the way, and it's over to Wick in the big blind, and she snap lets it go with offsuit trash. Nice pick up there for Swan. Hasn't had an awful lot go his way, so he'll be happy to get back to about 20 big blinds here. Magurano opening it up with the king, queen, and Kvam here with 10-7 suited. You'd feel a little too strong of a hand to relinquish in the big blind there. Closing the action, getting a decent price. We have some slight concerns on 10 high boards of being dominated by overpairs and better 10x, but connectivity and of course the suit to elect to come along for the ride, and Magurano flopping the best of it here with the top pair. Kavam just double checking, with those diamonds? No. Yeah. I know I had 10-7 red, but was it the diamonds? Then I've got a really nice spot. Now I'm just check folding. Side. And taking his time would be a other interesting lead. Magurano just deciding to pump it in and avoid any kind of awkward turn cards or have to face some tricky decisions later on, just saying, you know what, mate, I'm going with it. Good luck. If you got me, you got me. Certainly one way to play the hand, but I feel there we're really allowing a jack to get away quite easily. If you're sat there with a low equity hand versus king queen, such as jack nine of clubs, facing a pot size bet there, you're going to be able to pretty much range your opponent on queen x over pairs, ace king with a diamond, ace 10 with a diamond type hands. It's going to be quite easy just to get out of the way. So potentially a little bit too much panic stations in that sizing, where the big blind is actually going to have all of the suited combinations that we really lack from under the gun. You know, we're not opening hands like 7-5 of diamonds, but the big blind will have those. Less of a factor, of course, in those shorter depth situations. So certainly understandable, but again, I just feel like the sizing was a little more panic driven than anything else. Lavik taking a chance, going for a steal here from the hijack with the 10-9 suited. Decent combination to do so. He's faced a 3-bet from Kronstad. This is quite interesting because typically not the type of hand you elect to 3-bet, usually just a call here because, you know, are we 3-bet calling? Are we 3-bet folding? Kind of unclear as to what the game plan is. Allowing ace queen to jam it in, and then we have to be put to that kind of decision is awkward. So a little bit off-piste in terms of the pre-flop activity from Kronstad, but he's been quiet, and I feel like he's going to get a lot of respect here. Lavik has one of those annoying hands that you almost feel inclined to call the 3-bet with. You're not particularly dominated by much. You've got great equity versus hands like ace-queen, but we are approaching the money bubble, and he does just elect to let it go. Kronstad's image working for him there. Hand selection-wise, maybe a little bit off-piste, as I mentioned, but some good awareness. And does get the job done, so a nice, much-needed pickup from him. Christensen folding. Lavik is also going to fold from +2 there. Kronstad king 4 suited, didn't fancy the steal from the hijack. I think that's fair enough. And Vic electing to open the action. Kvam gets away from ace 4 suited. I might have taken that one there. I think he's got about 15 big blinds or so. Quite a decent spot for him to jam and to expect some folds from better hands, like ace 9, ace 8 would potentially raise fold. Kjos, though, coming along from the big blind with the Jack-5 suited. So it's Jack-X versus Jack-X, a dominating situation in the favor of the opener, Vic. And she finds the nuts. Holy moly, what a flop. We've even got the diamond as a little bit of a cherry on top. She goes for the check. That's very interesting. You don't usually expect the opener to check this board ever. So planning some deception, and look at this. It's working out perfectly as Kjos feels that check is going to be driven from hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, 3s, 4s, 5s. And he wants to represent this king here, saying, I don't think you're going to check back hands like King, Queen, Ace, King. I feel like you're just going to be a little bit more weighted to those underpairs to the board. So why don't I just take a stab at it nice and cheap, see if I can maneuver you off of those ones. We know for sure that she's going to be going upstairs with this one. If you do run into King, Queen at this point, it's a massive cooler. But that's really the only hand you're behind at this stage. Ace, King, Queens, Kings, Aces, of course, would have gone for the pre-flop 3-bet, so... Kjos made a move and unfortunately faced some resistance, and it was an honest bit of resistance there from the chip leader Vic, as she did have the trapped flop straight.
Nei, de ville ha bort deg, da. De ventet på deg, og du har ikke kiks igjen. Nei, det var det de så. Det er en ganske høyrøst bergenser, det der. Men han er snill. De øya der bare
Vic folding around to the cutoff. Kvam's out of there with the Jack-5, and Magarano with a very natural opener here on the button, King-10 offsuit. Swan taking a little bit of time, maybe starting to exercise some ever so slight tanking strategies to try and navigate ever closer to the money, play less hands, gives him somewhat of an advantage as play likely on the other tables. Going to incur some collisions and bust outs, and every extra second he takes there might just etch his way ever closer to the money with 56 remaining for these Norwegian hopefuls to etch their way into the money, grab that Slovakian Hendon Mob flag and push on for the top prize of 108,000 euros. An eye-watering top prize for a great a great entry list of 750 players here in the Norwegian main event. The Poker North Masters, on the other hand, Day 1F, currently running with, wow, 257 players, likely to smash that guarantee of 500,000 euros. Currently a total entrance of 719, with many more Day 1s to come. So roughly about halfway so far. Christensen defending the big blind with the King 9-0 versus the +1 open of Kronstad, and it's a decent board for Kronstad to follow it up with the small bet here. Don't think we're going to face too much resistance from the King 9. Maybe if we had some kind of backdoor flush draw interaction. He is a bit of a spicy player. We did see that 8-5 suited 3-bet button versus low jack earlier on. But yeah, surely not enough hand to be continuing on the Jack-Jack X there, as he does get out the way. Vic with the ace-jack offsuit. 12K big blind. Going to be opening. Haven't seen much from Kavam. He's kind of dwindling down a little bit. Just over 13 big blinds at present. Magarano has got a bit of a spot on his hands. Looks like he's going to peel. Does flick in the call here from the hijack. Quite risky with a couple of short stack behind. Does Lavic elect to squeeze this one in? I don't think so. I think it's a little bit ambitious. Feel like we're just more inclined to take a flop multi-way here. He does call. And off we go to a flop of 10-8 deuce, 2 hearts. So Vic, somewhat of a swing and a miss. 2 overcards, a backdoor flush draw, a backdoor straight draw. Certainly some half-decent qualities here for a bet. We might be able to get Magarano to fold hands like 7s, 6s straight away. Lavic's range can be just about anything there, defending the big blind pretty wide. And she does c-bet. And it's over to Magarano here, who's looks like he's cutting out a call. She bets 13K. Wow, really small sizing here. That's like a 1/6 pot. And Magarano deciding to take his 8 upstairs as Lavic is out of the way. No reason to be getting involved here. And Vic being pounced on by Magarano. Maybe he feels that this sizing is just going to be too weak on such a draw-heavy texture. Does she really bet hands like jacks, queens, kings, aces for this sizing? He feels not, so he's going to go for some equity denial with his 9-8 and just taking it upstairs and taking down a nice pot there with some well-timed aggression. And here you have the top 10 payouts, all the way from 6.5K up to the dizzy, dizzy heights of 108,000 euros. Bumper payouts available for the remaining 151 players as we play down to a close here in the late stages of the day 2. Christensen on the button with the Jack-10 offsuit. Kronstad in the big blind, King-7. By no means comfortable, but surely a mandatory defend versus a late position open. We can see he does actually have the best hand, and he does elect to get out the way, so continuing his rather conservative style. We did see a 3-bet with 7s, late position versus late position, which took it down. It just looks like he doesn't want to get into any tricky spots there, and folding that King-7, potentially making him a target for some of these guys, raising into his big blind. And that's the reason why you've got to defend. In some senses, it's just a clear defend. You're doing pretty well versus the button open. But in other senses, the psychological factor of players seeing you relinquish that big blind time and time again means that they may feel that you're slightly more of a weaker spot on the table in the form of under-defending that big blind, which could even induce more action against you. So it's important to be active in some senses just to negate that potential downfall. Or downside, I may say. Ace-Jack opening it up from +1. Magherano has been certainly active. He's had some pretty decent cards, mostly middling. And will be opening it up. Gets the Ace-8 out of there. Kronstad once again. Offsuit King. He's out. And Vic actually folding the 4-3 suited. Not looking to tangle with Magherano, who's forged his way into the table chip lead. And you feel, should he take the bull by the horns here, with so many raises getting through, with so much under-defending going on from the big blind, can be a really nice spot as we delve deeper and closer to that kind of psychological day 2 bubble. No one really wants to bust in the last level of the day. They come back fresh tomorrow. They're going to be semi-close to the money. It's a really great time to accumulate an even bigger stack as the chip leader, as you see some of these medium and shorter stacks kind of ducking and diving and foregoing a lot of close situations, which really plays into your hands. Kiosk with the 8-7, surely a little bit on the looser side, but won't be opening this one. Would be with the suited, you feel. Nice spot for a steal for Lavik. The option of jamming is on the table as well. The button and the small blind, as we can see from the hands so far, have been relatively tight versus raise first ins. Kronstad did find that 3-bet with the 7s, but aside from that, he's been pretty honest. And he is targeting the short stack Kavam in the big blind, who really hasn't VPIP much at all. So just a great spot for Lavik here to go for the steal. Versus this lineup, don't feel like we need to jam the 15 blinds. Instead, just comfortable raise folding, preserving the 13 big blinds or so. Maybe if he had something like 10, he would just go for the jam. But again, still with such a great structure, and he would be quite confident in the assessment that lineup of 3 players are less likely to be taking some of the wider 3-bet jams and really putting some ICM pressure on him. So I like the decision to open, and does get the job done on this occasion. Christensen looking to assert his table presence, opening from +2 with the 8-7 suited. And Kronstad here with King-Queen. Does he take this one upstairs, or does he come in for the peel from the cutoff? I think he may not have seen the open there and might have been going for an open of his own. And so now forced to call, of course. There's Magherano closing the action with the 10-3 of diamonds. With 10-6 potentially we can call, where we have the ability to flop straights, but 10-3 just too disconnected and getting into some trouble on boards like 10-high. Christensen here with a great opportunity to take this one down with the small c-bet out of position. Does go for the check. Had a pretty decent candidate for an out of position bet, I would say. We do tend to favor checking out of position. a lot of the time. If you go with the kind of solve variation, and he does block some hands that may fold like 8s and 7s, but he is going to go for the delay. And it looks like Kronstad is going to come along for the ride here with the King-Queen, maybe feeling that his opponent could be just trying to take this one down with a hand like Queen-Jack, Jack-10, King-Jack. 10 on the river, no luck for Christensen there. Going for the no equity turn stab. And Kronstad does have the check mark here. And it's a case of how do we range our opponent now? He's checked back the flop, so you feel like he's going to be somewhat capped in the form that he's not going to have an ace that often. He's going to have some hands like King-9, pocket 7s. A rather awkward, not able to offer you that translation, but a rather awkward kind of confrontation there as both players somewhat embarrassed to show their holding. But King-Queen does get the job done, and Christensen looks up to the sky as if to say one more barrel would have done it. It's very annoying in that situation where you elect not to bet the flop, take a little stab on the turn, and then give up on the river and just kind of relinquish that pot over to a very weak holding.
Og så når det kom 2 S imot, så tror jeg ikke han hadde S. Men jeg tror han hadde kommet kongeknekt eller konge-10. Ja, stekken, det skulle jeg ikke sagt. Greit. Hva stekk? Den, ja. Han har råd til det. Han gjør råd til det. Jeg har ikke så mye. Faen, skulle ha mer stekker, vet du. Men jeg spiller godt det igjen. Prøver igjen. Nei, nå kan jeg ikke.
Kvam with the ace-4 suited. Did have a spot button versus small blind versus Wick where he could have jammed it in. But somewhat blinding out of the tournament here, and it's fair enough to fold versus the +1 open for sure, but it's going to need to do something to forge any kind of hope of making the money. Kjos isn't someone that relinquishes his big blind too easily and does come in for the ride with the King-8 and heads up to a flop. Wow. Look at that for a board. King-8 deuce. Kjos even with the backdoor king-high flush draw as well. Christensen on such a disconnected texture, you'd feel will be betting this board with just about everything. Does go for something around third pot by the looks of it. And I think it's quite nice with King-8 here to just check call, maybe allow your opponent to turn some equity that he may barrel into. When we hard block continues with that King of Spades, with the King-8. I would personally just check call, and maybe if it was like Jack-8 deuce, then check raising with a hand like Jack-8 would make a bit more sense, as there's more over pairs, there's more over cards with the backdoor flush draw type hands that will always continue, but really not a lot to worry about on turns with this particular combo, and Christensen has shown himself to be quite aggressive, so I felt like a check call might have been the way to go, but Kjos is going to take this one upstairs, and Christensen with a bit of a Hollywood, but not really a combination we're ever really going to continue here. Maybe there could be some concerns as to our opponent raising with hands like, I don't know, 7-6 of clubs, some flush draws, some deuce X that we do quite well against, but we can see on this occasion Kjos just had the goods and does take that one down.
Prøver å teste meg på sånn Paradise-spørsmål, eller? Jeg vet det ikke om det.
Jeg sier egentlig at jeg tar feil av det selv, men jeg tar bare vi var stråk og så videre. Jeg vet ikke hvor det akkurat det greiene er. Vi kunne Bratislava.
Det var Jugoslovakia når du var hodet.
Ja.
Det var Jugoslovakia.
Ja, hvis det ikke var Tsjekkia.
Christiansen's been fairly active, but you'd feel King 7 would be pushing the envelope somewhat. Lavic's done a good job of keeping his head above water off of the short/medium stack. And it's over to Wick, who is going to open with the very natural Queen-Jack offsuit here from the hijack. Thought Kjos had some devilish intentions there. Looked like he was eyeing up that open with the 9-5 off, but does relinquish that one, and Swan no choice but to fold the 10-3 off in the big blind here, getting a little bit short. 11 big blinds behind. 136k will live to fight another day, as the field size is down to 144 remaining from 750 entrants, a prize pool of over 500,000 euros, and of course the top prize lurking for one of these players in the next couple of days of 108,000. Jack 10 for Kronstad. Just lets it go. Wick as well. The short stack is sat out. Wow. Not really the sort of time that you want to be sitting out. Imagine if he missed out on a decent shove spot here. So a very bold play from him to go for a toilet break or something. Magarano opening it up in the cutoff to the min raise, 26k. Has he gone for 26? Yeah, so a little bit of confusion there, but it is a legal raise. Makes it 26. Kjos out the way. Over to Swan, the short stack in the small blind. King 10 off. Some arguments for jamming versus particularly out of line players, but Magarano was opening into another fairly deep stack big blind, so he just elects to show some restraint there. Vic with the pocket tens. No resistance so far. Swan not going to be able to do anything with the king 6 suited, whilst it is a pretty combination. And I believe it's 8-7 offsuit. Yep. Showing up again for the big blind, Lavik. Does he look to tangle here with the +1 opener? Or does he respect some of those ICM considerations and let it go? Looks like he feels the hand is a little too connected to get out the way, and does pay the 26k. Some interesting flops between these two hands, and that's certainly one of them. Wow! Middle set versus bottom straight. And the cards will surely find a way to be on their backs over the next few moments. Has Wick checked it back? No. I thought the dealer was turning and burning. Absolutely ideal spot here for Lavik. A very natural hand to check raise off of this stack depth. Looking to so many hands that can call and can continue here. King Jack, Queen Jack, Ace Queen. Obviously we are behind King Queen, but don't think Vic is going to be opening Queen 8 suited, so no reason for concern whatsoever here. Just looking to drive money in versus sets, 2 pairs, over pairs, pair plus straight draws. It's just so many hands that will continue here. He's gone for the min raise with 108k behind. Vic is going to be happy to shove it in there, hoping that he's got a hand like Jack-9, Queen-Jack, King-Jack. But in this case, Lavik has the straight, and also showing a little bit of frustration there maybe, because he's up against a pretty high equity hand here, and 40% of the time he's going to be out the door. Around 140 left here, 95 in the money, a huge situation for Lavik here. Can he fade the board pair? It's a good job so far, but the queen does allow both players to chop the pot. So it's going to be 14 outs once. We can see 2 of those are folded. Oh, it's absolutely revolting there as the jack arrives on the river and spells the end of the run for Lavik, who played really well. Was quite impressed with his game. Found the non-all-in 3-bet with the ace-queen suited in a spot that other players may have just jammed it in. And did a good job of keeping his head above board, flopping the straight, getting it in versus the set. And unfortunately, it's the river that spells disaster for him, as he couldn't fade the board pair. And Vic she shows a nice little smile to the camera there, and that's a big situation to nail that river jack. And she's up to the table chip lead of 831k, as I'm joined once again by Mr. Jason Glatzer. Had a nice little break, get some food in you.
Had some food, met with the Cool Bet people, had a good time. Thank you for giving me this break, George. It was fun while I was here alone, but it's more fun with you, of course. How is this table? Because I haven't been watching, unfortunately. I've had a few meetings.
Yeah, interesting table. We've got some real characters. Christiansen has been quite aggressive. 8-5 suited versus the low jack on the button there. Magarano's been pretty active and done a good job of accumulating some chips. Kjos, the older gentleman there, has been a really strong player. Really impressed with the game that he's brought. Kavam here we can see jamming with the queens. Might get a fold out of the ace-10 from Kronstad, who realizes that Kavam just hasn't really played any hands whatsoever, and that's a really nice discipline laydown there at this stage of the tournament, identifying that he was in fact on the bad end of it.
The players look like they're having a blast.
It's great.
We've had a couple tables where it was similar to this, but not like this. And then the table before this was a little bit more serious, but good poker. But it's good that we're back to the fun times.
Yeah, you've really joined at a good time, because these guys are starting to erupt. I feel like that kind of psychological barrier of letting the guard down a little bit and getting to the end of the day 2 starts to open up people's personalities in some ways, because when I was on the solo comms, it wasn't this animated, that's for sure. But we get a bust out, we get a couple of eliminations on the outer tables, we're 50 away from the money. Almost bagging up for day 2. I feel like all of these guys are just enjoying themselves, and a great time to be alive here at the Car Casino.
That's good, and these guys deserve to celebrate. They made it pretty deep after 2 days, and still a little bit of way to go before they get that 1,300 min cash. It doesn't look like it'll happen today, but it'll happen sometime early-ish tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah, we're quite a way off still. 49 players to go, so much more a case of just surviving. And this could spell the end for Swan if he doesn't find the ace or the queen here, because he should be jamming all in, and Kjos gonna be going nowhere with those pocket 9s. The hand I like to call the Bratislava nuts, because I've been in some pretty high equity spots and 9s always flops the set.
Oh God.
I've had it sometimes, they've had it sometimes, but it's been a real spooky one for me.
What about 6s? Because we saw 6s get there before with a nice flop, and then top 2 to eliminate, who was it? Nielsen.
Ah, right. 6s not so much, but the 9's certainly a powerhouse of a hand, facing the short stack all in. No chance we're going anywhere here, and the cards will be on their backs shortly. Big equity situation for the short stack. Kjos, he's not going to mind too much. Obviously does want to win this pot, but it's not going to hurt his chances of making the day 3 or making the money, but it would be a nice one to win. So on the backs, we did see a queen folded, so 5 outs for the ace-queen. Oh, but it does come queen high.
Along with a heart backdoor, too.
Exactly. The 9 of hearts now would give us even still a way to win. That's a 5, so it's a 9 and a 9 one time for Kjos to eliminate Swan. And now it's another queen, so the case queen on the river, as we did see the queen 10 suited fold there. And Kjos, unfortunately, on the receiving end of losing a flip, but you're always happy in some ways when you lose a flip to a short stack, because if that was against a 30 big blind stack like button versus big blind, all of a sudden he's in the danger zone, and then there's going to be some trepidation about, am I even going to make the money here, or, you know, going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, and then you wind up chasing, and it gets even worse, and then you wind up with 10 big blinds on the bubble, just sweating it out.
Yeah, time bank folding every hand.
Pulling the lap in.
Exactly, the classic. So 724 entrants total in the Poker North Masters. We're on day 1F with still a fair few flights to go there. Reached about half the guaranteed. That's going to be going on till the weekend, so plenty of time to get yourself in that. www.cardcasino.sk if you want to sweat some of the action. Have a look at the cash games potentially. So much action this week, whether your fancy be tournaments or cash games. Really everything on offer, even some lower stakes PLOs and some mixed game events. So get yourself down here and get in the thick of it.
Meanwhile, Wika's putting the pressure on her opponent here. An effective jam against the short stack.
Yeah, nice hand to go with that. You might get some hands like Queen 8 suited to fold. He's tanking with 6-5. I think this might be more of a posturing type of decision. Just annoyed that he didn't get the walk, but the walk's not going to come very often when we're approaching the money. Wick showing some fearlessness here, jamming it in, blind v blind. Is a rather natural jam, but still got to pull the trigger, and she does, and picks up the blind and the ante. Nice little pickup. And so we're going to be back. We're playing the last level now of the day 2. We're going to be back for the heads-up coverage, which you're going to be, we think, solo commentating.
I hope so, because that means that you're doing well in the PLO. I don't know if you've talked about that at all, but you're going to be playing that 2K PLO high roll.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. I would like to see a couple more entrants. There's only 10 so far, so a 20K prize pool.
Not as appetizing as it will be as if it's a 60K prize pool, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Was hoping for more like 30 or 40 entrants by now, which, you know, in these kind of small field live tournaments can often be a better decision to maybe jump into some cash or do something else, or indeed commentate the heads-up action.
Perhaps there's a lot of people playing the same waiting game where there's maybe main event players that are going to hop into that as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. I didn't think of it like that. Some guys, actually, no, you can't play day 1 because if you're in day 3, right? Because those would collide tomorrow.
That's a good point. Yeah, you can't do that. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be advisable.
Yeah, but maybe the 350, for example. Some of the guys bagging up from the earlier flight in the 350 could jump into the PLO because they'll be coming back on a Saturday or Sunday for the day 2. So why not get some high stakes action in there? Magarano is folding Queen 9 off in the big blind. Wow, showing a lot of credit. Was it a jam?
No, it looked like just a standard raise.
Open. Okay. Interesting player. We saw him flat a 3-bet out of position with ace-king and then lead on a king-high board. It was rather perplexing. So he kind of a guy that beats to the sound of his own drum in some ways.
It's possible it was a 3-bet by the ace-king, too.
Ah, okay.
Because it looked like I saw another Queen 9, but I didn't see the betting action.
Right, okay, so he's coming in cold from the big blind with Queen 9 off, which would be a fairly trivial fold, of course.
But the high roller began, or is it still waiting for...
Yeah, it's in level 2, 40-minute levels, so great clock and fairly early stages there. 10 players so far. We can go down the entry list for you. Pavel Guris, which is a local, well-known player. Very strong, high-stakes private cash game player. We've got Andre Lon as well, who plays high-stakes cash and all of the high rollers here at the Card Casino. Sander van Westmaal, who's...
The Weasel.
Yeah, the Weasel. Strong online player. I've played a lot of PLO 5 with him on the main site that's currently running out there. Not going to name the names, but you could probably guess. Not playing anymore because of the unforgivable rakeback that they give. But anyway, that's a rabbit hole we won't delve down into.
And Morten Klein as well, who is one of the industry people.
Yeah. Had a couple of decent runs so far this week, so may feel like he's taking a free roll stab at the old PLO.
Looks like a mix of pros and recs, though, which isn't the worst case scenario for a 2K. Mostly on the pro level, though. So Magarano taking his time with this Jack 10. We could see that it's dominated by Ace 10, but this could be posturing near the end of the evening. And eventually does fold, which we all knew he was likely going to do anyway. No point in getting involved in a big pot with Jack 10 out of position, facing a 3-bet. Just 143 players left, so less than 50 away from the money now. These 10 big blind stacks will need to double up at least one time in order to make the money. But the players with like 25, 30 big blinds may start trying to think about the money. Not every player thinks that way. But it does tighten the ranges of a lot of players with these middling type of stacks. The short stacks basically don't have as much pressure as you might think because they should be in push fold mode. They can't just make the money by folding their way into it. At least not at this stage. Magarano likely to open this ace 8-7 suited from the button. It's a very pretty hand. Looks like for slightly more than a min raise, either 26 or 31. It is for 26. Kios making easy fold with the queen deuce offsuit. And Swan has a decision whether to defend off this kind of middling stack we were just talking about that should have some tighter ranges, and does fold. Do like the glasses on him.
Yeah, pretty difficult to get a read on those. Almost kind of getting lulled into a trance, looking over the table at him.
You are getting sleepy.
You will fold the big blind.
Kronstad sporting that classy Quebec jersey with the queen 10 under the gun. It is a little bit short-handed, but opts to fold. Wick folding a pretty queen 9 suited, but it is from the low jack. We saw a lot of players earlier on today opening up from early position these 10-7 kind of suited hands. Gunnar Vette comes to mind as one of those players. And Swan is likely going to have to give the bigger stack a walk here, although it looks like they have nearly the same amount of chips. Perhaps wants to slow things down and not have the blinds go through them one more time before the end of the evening, because there was no reason to think that long with the 5-3 off, and Christensen getting a nice walk with the Jack 7.
Yep, every little helps.
Or perhaps he was trying to do what we said, just seeing if he could get him hypnotized. You will fold to my shove.
Elected not to go with that one this time.
This time Wake might open. No, opting not to fold, not to play around with her ace-9.
Yeah, she's been somewhat reluctant to open from earlier position. She folded a king-queen earlier, and feels like she does come into her own in the later positions, which is by no means a bad strategy, of course, because still a lot of players to tussle with when you open from early. It can get a bit dicey, especially if you go out of position to the flop, which you might do versus the cutoff and the button quite often.
You can only make small mistakes by overfolding when you already have a stack versus big mistakes by overbetting.
Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly a high EV open, right? So it's like you do tend to see the really like super crusher players always opening that, but you know they're very much in the scheme of just playing lots of hands and driving the pressure. She's electing to play a little bit more conservative, so fair play to her. Magurano flopping bottom pair here. Pretty connected board that will interact with the big blind. As we can see, Kronstad does have a gut shot. So an 8 for him, 48% equity. He's also got a backdoor flush draw. If you're going to defend this hand, you can't really fold this flop. It's a question of call or check raise. It does look like that continue has come from Magurano, who's looking for some equity denial with his bottom pair. Oh, have we seen a lead from Kronstad yet? Saying, you know, look, mate, I've got the 7-5 suited, I've got the 10-5 suited, I've got the 10-7 offsuit that you don't.
But would he be leading out with those hands? You know, when I see a donk bet, sometimes I might be thinking that, but I'm more thinking he might have the 7, which is still beating your 5, but...
Yeah, typically you want the board to be a little bit more connected, where there's a potential straight that your opponent doesn't have would be more of a kind of standard leading situation. This one's a little bit murkier because, of course, the opener is going to have all of the overpairs and the 10x advantage with those ace-10s and hands like that. So Magurano does come along for one, and I feel like if Kronstad can pull the second trigger here, it's going to get the job done versus just the lone 5. Targeting hands like Queen-Jack, King-Queen, Ace-High, that may or may not have had a backdoor flush draw.
And we'll see if Ace-5 can stick around.
It's a tiny sizing. He's not committed to the turn sizing here. This is usually a little bit of a giveaway. Easier, of course, to commentate on than not, but that kind of size down on the turn when there is an introduction of the flush draw, usually symbolizing some weakness, but Magurano feeling that even that weakness could be a hand like a 7, which he's still behind, so electing not to tangle in this occasion.
And that was a problem with some of the players earlier on, that they were taking donk bet stabs on flops, but then not following up with the turn bet when they could have gotten away with it.
Yeah.
But definitely I've seen a lot more donk betting today than I've seen in recent history among a lot of players. And donk betting doesn't mean that they're a donk, just to be clear.
No,
the definition is that they're not the pre-flop aggressor, yet they're the one that leads out on a flop.
It's very much a part of the game these days, but the application of it can differ. Some players do it, as you've mentioned, in the kind of old school style to kind of see where they're at, not face any tough double or triple barrels and kind of slow down the action. And then other players are doing it with a little bit more of a nuanced approach, where they feel like that board hits them a little harder so that they have the equity advantage and prefer leading and applying pressure to some of the weaker parts of their opponent's range. And of course, when a board does hit the big blind quite hard, it's often going to get checked back by the opener. So leading with our value also allows tricky decisions for our opponent, where they would have easily saved a street, but instead they're facing a bet. So many merits to the donk betting strategy, that's for sure.
Have you incorporated, I know you're playing mostly Omaha, but have you incorporated that into your tournament game?
Yeah, especially in Omaha, it's a big part of it, because with more cards, you naturally have more board coverage on many different types of flops. So a classic example would be leading a king-high board in a 3-bet pot, where in cash, where kings is not typically a hand that 3-bets because it does so poorly versus the 4-bet. So the opener and defender of the 3-bet is going to hit the king-high boards much harder, whereas the 3-better is typically going to have either kind of rundown hands, 3 Broadway hands, or aces. So that would be a kind of a classic example.
And then it becomes a polarizing donk bet as well, where sometimes you have the king, sometimes you don't.
Exactly, yeah.
Wow. This is a bit ambitious with the trays, just jamming the lot in for 300K.
Yeah, that's not the way to go with the threes here. If he had a hand like ace-queen, I would understand, but we've just got so many big blinds and such a good tournament clock. I think what he's thinking is, I just want to put as much pressure as possible on the big blind, but who's short stacked. But you could just open to a slightly bigger sizing. I mean, it's quite standard when you're short stacked for people to target your big blind with like a 2.5x, for example. Gives you a worse price to continue and allows you, or sorry, negates you from going for the stop and go, which is kind of like the peel at pre-flop and then donk jam the flop, which makes it awkward for the opener. But yeah, pocket threes there, one player covering him. A little bit of a misstep, I feel.
Yeah, he's just lucky that nobody woke up with anything there.
Yeah.
It could be like this end of the night kind of thing if you haven't seen him do that before with any kind of hand.
Yeah, just kind of desperately getting the steal through, but a little bit too much meat on the bone to jam the pocket threes. But yeah, I saw a really classic clip from Jeff Gross's Twitch where he was playing heads up with someone in a Stars tournament, and he did this thing where he just jammed over an open for 50 big blinds with some trash and just called it the momentum shove.
The momentum shove.
Yeah, he was like, we'll just go for a little momentum shove here, you know, pick it up, put the fear in our opponent, and yeah, within my circle of friends, that's become kind of a legendary phrase. You know, when you see someone just go for a massive jam that you're like, this doesn't make any sense at all. The momentum shove. So a little late end of the day momentum shove there from Christiansen. Swan opening the pocket threes. What's going on with the pocket threes here? This is not typically an open from early position off of a middling stack. And we did see the other middling stack just send it in. So must be something in the water there. Wick, awkward actually versus +1. Do we want a 3-bet call here, or do we want to peel? Calling certainly has a lot of merit, whereas we would maybe 3-bet call with the ace-queen suited. So doing a good job of both sides of the equation. We strengthen our button defense range, so if we get squeezed behind, we still have some hands that can kind of combat that kind of aggression, as well as not getting into a big spot at the end of day one versus that potential opener. And Magurano coming up trumps here with the top pair. Swan may feel inclined to stab this texture with those threes. He's going to struggle to have any chance to win the pot aside from that. He gives it up, looking through those smiley glasses, trying to get some reads, of course, or voodoo his way out of it. Wick.
Good check back there.
Yeah. With a diamond, we might start to stab here. It's kind of like a mergy play where we could get some pairs to fold, but then get some straight draws or flush draws to continue. She does elect to check back. I like that option. And Magurano here, the green light on the flush completer, does have the 10 of diamonds as well, still holding top pair, of course. Going for a half pot sizing. He's going to have a lot of flushes in that big blind defense. He's going to have a lot of hands like 7-5 suited that neither of the other two players have. Also 8-6, King 8.
Should be an easy fold for Vic at this point. No diamonds in her hand. No reason for her not to believe the story here.
Yeah, we can easily just be dead here, and very low equity versus even hands like a king. So nicely navigated out. It's quite easy to get married to those spots sometimes where you've kind of gone for a semi-trappy peel pre-flop, and then the board doesn't really run out in your favor, yet you still feel somewhat inclined to continue, and she shows some good restraint there. She's played very well, I think, so far. It's been an impressive showing. Managed to build her stack. She came into, from the last couple of levels, when I came into the booth, she had around 600K, so I think she's around 800 now, so it's been a nice little top-up from her.
And it's not the case where she's just getting hit in the deck with the cards?
No, not at all. She's made some looser opens from late position, finding some jams, putting a bit of pressure on the shorter stacks in the blinds, for example. Done a good job of navigating her way through the field.
little more of a min raise from Mr. Hypnosis. Open to 25. Nobody else waking up with anything quite yet. And this might get all the way through, as it should. Just looks like he's being a little bit sticky with the defend against an under-the-gun open with the 6 tray, but then flops bottom pair on the 4-3-9 rainbow flop. But if he's facing a lot of resistance, it's going to be hard for him to keep going with that bottom pair, even though we see he's ahead.
Yeah, this is pretty loose versus a short stack or a short-ish stack open, the 20 big blind open from Swan. You feel like the natural play here on such a disconnected board is to follow it up with the small c-bet. Ooh. What's he doing here? Posturing a little bit. I hope he's not going to jam. It would work, of course, but it's certainly not the way to go. Just a bet of 15 to 20k should do the job. Oh. Yeah.
20. Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
Seems pretty reasonable. 2 overcards. Might be able to maneuver some hands like ace high out instantly.
Wow, raising the bottom pair. This should work, actually.
Yeah, this is ballsy from Kiosk, because he doesn't really. He's announcing that there's no room for any kind of further action. So he's just doing a decent job of clearing out all of these hands: Queen Jack, Jack 10, King Queen, King Jack, King 10, Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King. Showing a lot of nous and a lot of heart there. You know, it's not an easy spot, especially versus under the gun. It's quite easy to play quite passively in that situation. And if you're going to defend as wide as 6-3, you've got to have a couple of moves in your arsenal to negate such a weak hand, and showing a lot of heart once again.
He has an interesting table presence as well, because it looks like he's a little bit tired if I'm looking at it from an independent point of view. But
yeah, that's fair.
It's more like he's not as engaged with the whole conversation and looks a little bit disinterested at times. Like even when he was putting in that raise, it was just kind of like done very mechanically. So it's a very hard player to get a read from.
Yeah, definitely somewhat of an introverted table presence, but that can be quite tricky to play against, especially if he's got moves like that in his locker, you know? The kind of silent assassin game face. So Christensen, no more momentum shoves from him. Back to normal with the open, with the ace-jack. Kavam out the way, getting really short now, sub 8 big blinds. Magarano on the button. His opponent's just about deep stacked enough for him to justify appeal. I think we just fold in the hijack, cut off and button seems somewhat reasonable. There's not been an awful lot of squeezing going on. Does have a short stack to contend with in the big blind, but Swan's been pretty honest so far, so he feels like he can navigate those 3s to a flop often enough with the peel, and that's exactly what he does. Ace-jack versus 3s heading to the flop.
Oh my God.
Oh dear. This could spell disaster for Christensen.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't see how he's getting away from this stack, depending on how Magarano plays it. We just saw him play very interestingly with bottom pair. Now with bottom set, he may slow play it and mix up gears.
Yeah, and the thing is, on this kind of board versus the strong range from under the gun, you do feel like the fast play is coming, because we can, in some ways, represent draws, you know, flush draws, 6-7 type hands. And it's going to be really tricky for Christensen to find a way to preserve his tournament life here. It's a bit of a cooler situation. There are arguments for checking the flop here, not because we're worried about not having the best hand, but it's more of a kind of a balance in the form of checking some ace-x. If we're just betting all of our ace-x, then all of a sudden our checking range does suffer somewhat versus the imposition stab. However, we do see a raise and a call, so it's off to the turn. A jack would really spell disaster. It is the 9. Not really a card that interacts with the board. Some of the draws for Magarano.
This was the exact same spot we saw with the 6s against ace-jack to bust Nielsen earlier today, and that came on the river, and it was impossible for him to get away.
Yeah, because then you beat some value like an ace-5 suited or something like that, right, in this particular situation. Hands like 6-7 that could be bluff raising the flop from Magurano now turn a double gutter, so it's interesting. Is Christiansen going to be able to get away from this one? His opponent shoves. Oh, take your time, sir. No extra points or extra chips available for snapping it in. Let's just take a think about this. Is our opponent really ballsy enough to just shove it in with Jack 10 of hearts, for example, on the turn? That remains to be seen. Maybe he would go for the bluff raise on the flop and take a free card. So what are we really beating in this situation? Ace-5, Ace-3, Ace-9 potentially, all available. 5s and 3s, the more natural value from our opponent. Does he ever have a hand like Ace-10 that's going for some protection versus the flush draw or some kind of sort of thin value raise? I doubt it versus under the gun. So I think we're going to be looking at the occasional draw and a lot of value here. It's pretty difficult to range your opponent on any kind of really outlandish plays here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to have too many 6-4 of hearts either because it was from the button appeal. Maybe he could be peeling with that. We've seen players do that earlier. That would be another possibility.
6-5 and 5-4 of hearts could potentially be in there, but we've seen Magurano peel a lot of these suited connected type hands, especially from the cutoff and the button. So he may talk himself into thinking that this is a combo draw. 6-7 of hearts, 7-8 of hearts.
And targeting the short stack that Christensen has as well, knowing that we're pretty close to the money now.
Yeah, exactly. But again, those combos are quite rare. There's probably 4 or 5 combo draws available in terms of the combinations, and then so many more combinations of hands like Ace-5, 3s, 5s, Ace-9 that may, well, Ace-9 potentially less.
Oh no.
Oh dear. And that's the check mark for Magurano. There's no sweat on the river here as Christiansen cannot avoid the perilous flop of Ace-5-3, Ace-Jack versus 3s. Drawing dead on the turn, not a great spot to be in when you are only 34 away from the money. And
oh my God.
Quads, just to add salt into the wound. Death by quads. At least he's got a story for the family and friends back home. I ran into quads, honey. What I didn't tell you is I got it in dead on the turn, but by no means a clear fold for him, and really annoying situation to run into there as he does. Gets sent not to the cash desk, unfortunately, but just out of the door.
I guess now we understand why he jammed the 3s earlier. If he just jammed that Ace-Jack, it gets all the way through, and he's still in on day 2.
The magic of the pocket 3s on the feature table here. We've seen some pretty crazy stuff. The open jam for 25 big blinds, the open from +1 off of the short stack, and now death by quads as the 3s find the way to victory.
Apparently 3 is the magic number.
Certainly is.
It's gotten to that stage of the tournament where there's confusion from some of the players about who's in the big blind. It's been a long 2 days for these players, but they still have 3 more days to go if they wish to be crowned the latest Norwegian main event champion. And chip millionaire, recent cheap millionaire, Magurano back at it with Ace-10 this time.
Kronstad not able to defend his big blind, but he's done a really nice job of chipping up. He was down as short as 200K earlier on, so 460. You'd feel like he's navigating his way to a nice bag. And with this slow payout slow structure, plenty of chances for him to put that 450K to good use tomorrow.
It looks like we're getting a new deck again.
Oh.
This is at least the 3rd or 4th deck I've seen.
I think this might be the last hand as well.
So new deck for the final hand, another new one for me. But I guess when there's a problem with the deck, even if it's for one hand, you bring in a new one. We'll see if the van makes a move, if it is the final hand. Sometimes with these short stacks, especially ones that you know can't just skate into the money, you'll see them make a move on the final hand, either to try to double, or if they go out, at least then they can focus on something else the next day. I'm not saying players should do that, but I've just seen it happen quite often. In the meantime, we can quickly check out the PLO high roller to see if that's picked up in action at all. Oh, it's got 11 now, so one new player. It looks like Bernard or Robbie is the new player. Maybe Andre Lon, I don't remember either of those names before. But you have 11.
Oh, Bernard Larabi. Strong online player who I met in Tallinn with Henry back in the day, actually. Really nice guy. So Swan has King Jack suited facing this hijack open from Macarano, who's going to be perceived to be really aggressive. He's been opening a lot of these situations, and I feel like there's no way out with the King Jack suited here. It's such a natural jam. I don't think we can pass up on this spot. Yeah, we are 32 away from the money. Oh, we just peel. Okay, that's a route I didn't expect to see, but...
Yeah, I thought it was jam or fold. I wouldn't have disrespected a fold. I understand the need to make the money to some degree, and
yeah,
you could probably skate in with that kind of stack, being that we're pretty close now.
Yeah, I feel personally like the jam is the sole route. Folding seems a little tight versus the open, but again, as you say, close to the money at the end of that kind of psychological day two. Does Wick fancy making a play at this here? Looks like she's not considering calling. She would have just called by now. Is this going upstairs?
I believe so. There's at least 120. Yeah, it's up to 75,000.
Wow, and snap called by Magarano, who realizes that his jacks, if he were to 4-bet and face a 5-bet jam, would be in all sorts of trouble.
This is why peeling doesn't work out well.
Yeah, that's it. You allow some of these kind of situations to occur from time to time, whereas jamming, he would have run into the jacks on this occasion, but would have got hands as strong as ace-8 suited, maybe even king-queen off to fold. Lots of the offsuit ace-x, some of the pairs. Wow, what a flop.
Was it Jack King of Hearts?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
So that would have been a pretty big confrontation between Vic and the short stack. If she did peel pre-flop, she didn't, and she's going to go for a small c-bet, you'd feel, on this board. And Magarano, is he able to just get out the way straight away? I feel like he's going to feel like this big blind 3-bet is going to be pretty strong. We know that one of his jacks has been folded, as the King Jack of Hearts was the cold caller on the button there. So this is a really disciplined spot, and he does find a really nice fold. Well played. A lot of the bluffs from the big blind are going to come from the ace-x, and he feels that she's going to be a little bit too strong in that spot at the end of the day one.
Quite a strong play, though, at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So well done, everyone. Bag and tag, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the continuation of the Norwegian main event. 800 euro buy-in. Everyone's shaking each other's hands. The job's not done, guys. Still 32 away from the money. Min Cash paying 13.10 tomorrow. You'll be joined by myself and Jason Glatzer in the booth then. Any final closing words, Jason?
No, but I just want to remind people to stay tuned for the heads-up finals taking place at in less than an hour, actually.
Yeah, so absolutely right.
Be back quite soon.
Okay, see you then, guys. All the best.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
For en herlig dag 2 av main event vi har vært igjennom. Men hvis jeg skuer litt til min side nå, så har jeg fått med meg en gjest. Og ikke hvilken som helst gjest heller. Øyvind Larsen, 4-dobbel norgesmester i poker. Velkommen til vårt TV-studio.
Tusen takk.
Og du er jo her av en ganske viktig grunn. For du er fortsatt regjerende mester, norgesmester, i heads up.
Ja, i noen timer til.
I noen timer til.
Ja.
Og du har jo ikke bare vunnet den en gang. Du har vunnet den titelen hele 3 ganger. Du var den aller første som vant en norgesmestertitel i heads up. Vi skal snakke mer med Øyvind når vi nærmer oss finalen, men vi kan ikke gjøre oss helt ferdig med main event før vi ser hva Sverre har funnet på nede i main room.
Jeg var og tittet litt på dette bordet litt tidligere i dag også, men det har forandret seg litt i dynamikk, og kanskje også med personligheter som er på plass her. Står fortsatt ved siden av en Ragge, en Ragnar Dysvik. Akkurat nå er det en Inge Fagerbakke som har meldt sin ankomst. Han har til og med tatt på seg et chips. Vi har en Robert Kaggerud som er rett foran kamera her. Det som er helt sikkert er jo at dette her er jo et drivende, underholdende bord. Og kan bli fryktelig spennende å følge utover. La oss bli med på den potten som spilles akkurat nå også, for her har det vært et oppspill fra nevnte Kaggerud. Det har vært et syn fra Dysvik. Vi får også et syn fra Fagerbakke på button. Treveispott inn altså. Det er flopp som kommer på bordet. Det er 9-10-2 alle hjerter. 10-9-2 i hjerter er bordet. Og det er jo da opprinnelig Høyner Kaggerud som skal snakke først. Ligger ca. 25 i midten her, og Kaggerud går ut og byr 11 000 inn i denne potten. Umiddelbart kast fra Dysvik før vi får et syn her fra Fagerbakke på knappen. Følger så opp med et ruteress. Bordet ligger nå S1092, 3 hjerter i bordet. Kaggerud som skal snakke først. Begynner å vokse seg den potten også, ligger på rundt 50 000 i midten akkurat nå. Vi ser Kaggerud som sitter på rundt 330 000 totalt i skjetonger. Vi har en Fagerbakke som har litt grann mer, men han velger å syne ganske umiddelbart det budet her på 36 000 så det ut som. 35 000 var det vel. 36, ja. 36 000 ble bytt, det ble også synt. Det kommer en ruter 3 på river. Det betyr at bordet det ligger 10-9-2 S3 med 3 hjerter i bordet. 3 hjerter i bordet. Det er Kaggerud som skal snakke først her. Det er jo han som opprinnelig har spilt opp denne potten også. Har vokst seg ganske kraftig denne potten her. Ligger rundt 150 000 i midten. Lang tenkepause her for Kaggerud som strekker seg etter skjetonger. Han stacker opp det som ser ut som umiddelbart syn. Det er S-knekt hjerter, det er floppede nuts mot topp 2 par. Og en Robert Kaggerud som tar inn en kjempepott her mot Inge Fagerbakke. Får da en klem av Elisabeth Nordskog som er inne og tar med seg litt TV-tid. Og akkurat det Kaggerud elsker over alt litt fokus når han sitter på bordene her, men potten, den tror jeg han er glad i. Vi kan bevege oss litt videre her, samtidig som Kaggerud tar med seg mye skjetonger. så ser vi også at på bordene rundt så er det mye spill. Hvis vi kommer over hit, så ser vi jo en vi har sett mye på TV-bord i løpet av den turneringen. Det er Tom Bedell, som har nettopp flyttet på seg til et nytt bord. Tom, du har måttet flytte på deg her, men du har som vanlige setonger.
Denne gangen ser det greit ut så langt, men jeg tror at det kan endre seg fort. Ja.
Hvor viktig er det å få litt massasje når du skal finne tilbake til spilleformen?
Det er en god venninne med fra Spania som masserer meg, så da er det greit. De har gått opp fra 1,50 i timen til 2, så jeg har jo snakket litt med dem. At grunnen til at det er lite arbeid for dem, det er at det har økt med 50 centimeter.
Men du har jo ikke spilt så mye NM som mange andre tidligere. Du har spilt veldig mye rundt omkring i andre steder i verden, men nå siste årene har du spilt flere og flere av disse NM-turneringene. Trives du sammen med nordmenn når du vanligvis spiller med spanjoler?
Det er en gammel, dement gubbe som heter Stein Smith. Det er han som gjør at jeg kommer hit. Men det er en sann fornøyelse. Vi bor sammen, deler seng sammen og koser oss sammen, ja.
Utfordringen med Stein Smith er at han sjelden har skjetonger, så han sitter gjerne da og ser på fra siden, men Tom han pleier å vare litt lenger i disse turneringene etter hvert. Vi kan bevege oss litt nedover her, se at det er flere innslag fra nabobordet. Vi ser en danske som etter hvert har nesten gjort nordmann av seg. Hvordan går det så langt her?
Det går egentlig veldig bra.
Det er bra, du begynner til og med å snakke norsk nå.
Ja, jeg prøver så godt jeg kan, men jeg får gjøre det, så ja, få det til. Det er bra det.
Lykke til.
Ja, takk.
Ser vi også at det skal spilles pott, så da kan vi i mellomtiden bevege oss litt lenger ned her. Vi ser jo at det har vært litt andre konstellasjoner på bordene nå, kontra hva vi har hatt tidligere. En som kom inn litt sent, som måtte starte denne dagen på dag 2, rett og slutt på grunn av ankomsttid, det er Heidi Røneid. Og Heidi, hvordan går det så langt?
Jeg er fortsatt med, men ja, ikke så mange big blinds, 13 big blinds ish.
Er det vanskelig? Synes du din spillestil er du glad i å komme såpass sent inn i en turnering?
Nei, jeg liker å møte opp. Jeg er sånn flink pike. Jeg møter opp en halvtime før alt starter vanligvis. Så det for meg å komme inn til dag 2 er ikke noe jeg egentlig synes var så veldig bra. Men samtidig så kom jeg jo da til dag 2, så det var jo, jeg la ut sånn der story på Instagram, hvor jeg var sånn, Ylva, jeg er videre til dag 2. Så fikk jeg masse gratulasjoner, så var det sånn, nei, men jeg startet egentlig rett på dag 2.
Du er forresten storeblind.
Takk. Ser du?
Jeg tenkte på det.
Takk. Da må jeg følge med.
Lykke til, Heidi.
Takk.
Vi kan jo egentlig ta en tur og bare bli med på denne hånda her, samtidig skal se litt hvordan dette bordet ser ut. Det har vært kast nå, frem til cutoff, som velger å ta et oppspill på 8000 fra cutoff-posisjon. Litt tanker også fra Button, som vurderer å bli med her. Det har vært kast frem til cutoff, ingen action i forkant. Kast også da fra Button. Vi får et syn, ser det ut som, fra Lilleblind. Samtidig som Heidi, hun kaster fra Storeblind. Kan jo da også tillates en flopp. Når vi først har blitt med her, så kan vi jo se hvordan denne potten utvikler seg litt etter hvert. Bordet ligger umiddelbart med 7-5S, en rainbow-flopp. Det er ca. 25 i midten. Budet kommer med 7000 fra Oplinary Racer, samtidig som Smallblind umiddelbart sier at dette vil jeg være med på, og syner fra Smallblind. Vi får da en turnkort. Det er den andre kløveren i bordet. Det er en kløver knekt. Bordet ligger altså nå S7-5 knekt med 2 kløver. Potten den har strukket seg opp mot nærmere 40 000. Budet kommer ganske umiddelbart her på 18,5 fra Oplinary Racer. Det har vært check først fra Smallblind, og der bestemmer han seg for å gi opp den potten. Og der ser vi at det er 70 treff i 7 som spilles knallhardt. Kanskje til ære for kamera. Men vi tar en tur videre også, samtidig som vi kan se litt av det andre som foregår ute på bordene her. Se om vi ser noe. Vet du hva? Jeg tror vi skal ta turen litt videre til bordet som vi har her. tenkte jeg skulle ta en liten prat, dessverre. Så jeg prøver å få med meg litt av samtalen også. Hvordan går det så langt, Monica?
Hæ?
Hvordan går det så langt?
Nei, nå kastet jeg akkurat 10 på det i en 4-bet-pott, så 3 flapp. Mot Estamov, så... Men 4 er en marginalt. Jeg har suttet med... Hvis jeg får i beste fall en flipp der, så hvis jeg taper den, så er jeg nede på under 10K, så ble det kast denne gangen. Så, ja. Ligger på en 150-ish, så ja. Spiller rolig og fint.
Rolig og fint, det er jo kanskje tilsvarende det som vi ser her nede. Vi har jo en Iversen på plass, en Leif Eddy. Hvordan går det med deg her så langt?
Jo, jeg startet dagen med akkurat startstrekk. Fikk en tidlig quads og litt betalt, men ikke så mye. Jeg er oppe på 240 nå. Så det har vært en fin dag så langt. Jeg koser meg. Hyggelig bord og gøy å spille poker.
Gøy å spille poker. Så ser vi også her at vi har fått en Even Kvam på besøk her, som har klart å rote seg til det som er hans 4. bord for dagen. Kanskje en av de mer aktive bordflytterne vi har hatt i dag. Men hvordan funker det å spille med så mye nye spillere hele tiden?
Nei, det er alltid like spennende å spille med nye spillere, så jeg setter pris på det.
I sted sa du at poker er en av de få tingene du ikke er verdensmester i. Men gjelder det fortsatt, eller begynner du nå å nærme deg noen psykologiske titler?
Jeg vurderer å revurdere den meningen min, ja. Jeg gjør det, altså.
Du er egentlig pokerkongen?
Ja, jeg vil si det.
Enkelt og greit. Vi kan få med oss floppen også. Det ligger en 886 Rainbow i bordet her. Kommer et bud fra mannen i cutoff. Unnskyld, under the gun. Nei, det er det ikke. Det andre posisjon var det. Det var i hvert fall et umiddelbart syn fra bakkant. Og så kommer det et kast fra storeblind. Budet det var på 15 000. Og det betyr det at potten den ligger nå på rundt 70. 8869 ligger bordet. Fortsatt en rainbow. Litt vurdering fra mannen som opprinnelig har høynet denne potten her. Kommer det et bud på 26 000. Og får også et syn bak. Den vokser seg ganske kraftfull, den potten her nå. Den er på godt over 100 000. Og med en 7 i bånd så ligger da bordet 88697. Når først kommer en sjekk i forkant her. Og sjekk også fra bakposisjon. S-høy, S3. Det står ikke det når det er knektepar bak. Knektepar ikke veldig glad for å se den 7-eren på river, vil jeg tro. Men knekteparet, det står likevel. Og det er en ganske så solid pott. Hvordan vil du oppsummere bordet så langt, Even? Det nye bordet du har kommet til?
Nei, altså det er decent spillere som sitter rundt her, så jeg lærer av de beste.
Ja, decent. Det er vel en slags sånn der underforstått idé om at de når ikke helt opp til Kvam-nivå, gjør det det?
Nei, time will show, vil jeg si. Men ja, jeg vet ikke hvordan det går, men får håpe på det beste, si.
Vi legger litt press, vi forsøker i hvert fall på det herfra. Vi kan jo bevege oss inn i det som har vært motsatt hjørne, der vi har vært tidligere her. Bare ta en siste oversikt av at her er vi altså da ved veis ende på det som er årets main event. Goggen, han er på plass her fortsatt i paljettjakka. Vi har bord i bakkant som er det siste som skal bryte, nemlig 101. Men for første gang i denne turneringen så har vi oversikt. Vi klarer å bevege oss i løpet av dette segmentet fra den ene enden til den andre. Kommer til å fortsette sånn, blir færre og færre spillere. Snart så kommer vi til det punktet hvor spillerne kan snu seg rundt og egentlig ha ganske full oversikt over alle de andre som er med. Da er det virkelig begynner å dra seg til.
Det har jo vært en travel dag i main event der nede, og det skjer mye. Men nå begynner vi for alvor å nærme oss en ny norgesmestertitel som skal deles ut. Og Den blir ikke til deg i år, Øyvind.
Den blir ikke det i år, dessverre.
Du er fortsatt i noen timer til.
Ja.
Regjerende norgesmester i heads up.
Ja.
Og som vi har sagt før, du har vunnet den titlen 3 ganger. Du er den eneste som noensinne har vunnet den samme øvelsen 3 ganger.
Ja.
Og du har også en online-titel i Fixed Limit.
Har det.
Så du har 4 NM-titler fra 3 forskjellige land.
Ja.
Jeg våger å påstå at det er ingen som har flere land heller på merittlista på NM-gull. Du har minst 2 rekorder.
Ja, det er godt mulig.
Det eneste vi mangler, Frode Fagli, det er sorte tøfler, går det rykter om.
Ja.
Online-mesterne skal jo ha sorte tøfler.
Ja, jeg har ennå ikke fått de, men jeg har sett andre gått med de, og de er veldig flotte tøfler.
Ja, du må jo komplementere det hvite med et sett med sorte også.
Ja, det hadde vært fint, ja.
Men du, Øyvind, hva er det som gjør... Vi har sett TV-bordet. Main event, mange spillere, det går noen ganger fort, noen ganger sakte. Heads up så har jeg inntrykk av at du er på hele tiden.
Ja.
Hva er det som er sånn, for å bli en god heads up-spiller, hva er det du må ha da?
Jeg vil si at for det første, hver match lever sitt eget liv. Og det er viktig å holde fokus i den matchen. Og det er veldig fort gjort at du bare føler at du går alt imot deg, men det svinger veldig fort i en match. Så det viktigste er egentlig å holde fokus. Hvis du sitter på et fullt bord, så kan du ta et rolig 10 minutter og bare vente litt ut og kjenne at nå...
Til og med bare gå fra bord og ta
ja,
deg
til og med
en
det.
pause?
Det kan du ikke gjøre i headset. Der må du liksom prøve å jobbe deg inn i matchen og føle hvordan det går, og egentlig gjøre det beste ut av hver situasjon.
Må du tilpasse deg motstanderen, eller må du tvinge motstanderen til å tilpasse seg deg?
Det finnes nok ulike strategier på det. Min vanlige strategi er å tilpasse meg motstanderen. Så hvis han vil være veldig aggressiv, så lar han være det, og så prøver jeg kanskje å lure han inn og felle, få mest mulig ut der. Men hvis han er veldig passiv, så prøver jeg å være veldig aggressiv.
Du var gjennom en par ganske lange matcher i fjor. Finalen mot Simen Kinn Gudbrandsen var ikke gjort unna på et kvarter heller.
Neida.
De to som vant semifinalene, og som skal spille finalene nå om en kort stund, Tor Arne Fenes og Petter Solli Berg, de var gjennom 2 ganske lange og tøffe semifinaler. Her har vi deres umiddelbare reaksjoner etter at de vant i natt.
Vi har en all-in-situasjon. Petter som har dame 10, vi har Thomas som har dame knekt. Vi er klare til å få kort på bordet. Det er da Thomas som risikerer turneringslivet sitt akkurat nå. Og da får vi floppen. Det er altså en Petter som trenger en 10er i utgangspunktet her for å slå ham ut. Nå har det endret seg. Nå er det knekten som plutselig er vinnerkortet. For på bordet ligger det dame 9-8, så de har byttet out siste gutta. Der kommer faktisk den 10eren som han trengte umiddelbart, men som vi sa, de hadde byttet out, så da er det kun Elik som spiller før det kommer en 10er! Det kommer en 10er i bånd som gir huset! En skjult vinner som blander seg inn her, fordi det kommer en runner hus. Og det betyr vi har en finalist klar. Og jeg tror vi benytter mulighetene til å sånn akkurat når det er på det minst samlede punktet her, og tenke, vet du hva, la oss gå inn i sportsklisjé nummer 1. Hva føler du akkurat nå?
Jeg føler det bra da. Føler meg bra. Det var deilig. Jeg var heldig. Veldig. 2 ganger. Så, men det må være ganske heldig for å slå Syvers. Tøff match. Tøffeste match til nå. Det ble avgjort veldig tidlig der, når jeg fikk en stor ledelse igjen på der jeg har hus og han har tress. Så ja.
Jeg sier gratulerer, så får vi satt tilbake til Kristian og Fenes her også, men virkelig, vi gleder oss til å se deg i finalen.
Hjertelig takk. Men han velger å gjøre det.
Og Fenes med 8 par. Han syner, har Steinbo dominert. Steinbo må dra på. Han trenger en konge, sånn i utgangspunktet. Kan selvfølgelig dukke opp flere muligheter underveis her, men akkurat nå er det en konge.
Ja.
Ser vi Frode Fagerli har kommet seg bort til TV-bordet for å følge med NM-arrangøren. 4-9-3. Ja, en treer, det er litt hjelp. Nå er det konge eller tre som redder Christian Kai Steinbo.
Ja da, får 2 outs mer, men prosenten går ned.
S på turn er ingen hjelp, må ha en konge eller en treer.
5 outs en gang, kan det gå for Christian? Kan han finne en dobling?
Nei, det var paint, men det ble en knekt, og det betyr at det er Tor Arne Fenes som skal møte Petter Solli Berg i finalen.
Jeg står jo sammen med Tor Arne Fenes. Det ble en ordentlig lang fight etter at du fikk et tidlig initiativ her.
Ja, veldig intenst. Helt svett.
Du sa før dette startet at det heads-up, det er kanskje ikke det som spiller høyst, men du får jo en helt annen nerve i disse duellene, man kanskje får i noen annen øvelse også?
Ja, absolutt. Det er veldig gøy og slitsomt.
Ja, for er det å være så påskrudd så lenge, det er noe helt annet i heads-up-spill enn det er i full ring, hvor du kan ta mentale pauser på veien?
Ja, du må jo, hver hånd nesten må spilles. Så det er gjerne sånn han får kjørt seg.
Men jeg trenger å vite, Tor Arne, hvordan slår man Petter Solli Berg i en finale i heads-up-NM?
Litt tungt. Vinner noen flips, antagelig. Ta den.
Lykke til.
Takk for det.
Ja, det var de to finalistene våre, Tor Arne Fenes og Petter Solli Berg. Tor Arne lå jo foran gjennom stort sett hele matchen, men Christian var oppom og toucha innimellom der. Petter Solli Berg og Thomas Syversen hadde en durabelig fight, hvor også Petter dominerte tidlig, men Thomas var tilbake, og så snudde det tilbake igjen til Petter Solli Berg. Du har jo et forhold til begge to, da.
Ja, jeg har det.
Fortell, Petter først.
Han er jo et nokså kjent navn fra en del tid tilbake. Men i nyere tid så spilte Heads Up Online mot han i NM-eventen. Og da slo han meg ut der. Men ja, jeg har ikke så mye mer med han å si, men Tor Arne har jeg kjent til.
Tor Arne Petter Solli Berg har du kanskje en liten hol i siden til, mens Tor Arne kjenner du jo godt, det er en venn av deg.
Ja, en veldig, veldig god kamerat.
Dere har vært en del av et, om ikke lokalmiljø, så har dere vært mye ute på pokerturer sammen?
Mye pokerturer i lag, og spilt veldig mye poker i lag, også i samme lag. Ja.
Hvis du skal vurdere de to mot hverandre, styrker, svakheter, eller hva? Tor Arne kjenner du kanskje best. Hva er hans styrker og eventuelle svakheter vi skal se opp for i en finale?
Altså, han er styrke, han har veldig bra pokerinstinkt, tror jeg. Så han er god i veldig mange spill.
Han har vunnet 4 forskjellige NM-øvelser.
Ja, ikke sant? Så han er en veldig god spiller, rett og slett. Så når du spurte litt der med hodet og hjertet, så jeg tror hodet sier at dette blir veldig jevnt. Men hjertet sier at Tor Arne vinner.
Tor Arne tar dette hjem.
Ja, han tar det her hjem.
Ja, det kommer i hvert fall til å bli superspennende. Og jeg lurer på, kjære Sverre, du sitter ved bordet og har de to gutta ved din side. Vi ser dem bak oss her nå. Er de nervøse? Er de spente? Hva føler disse to gutta nå?
Ja, da er vi på plass da. Her hvor det skal avgjøres. Beklager, det var forsøk på å virkelig gjøre oss klare her til dyst. Vi sitter jo rett bak Mattis og Larsen her, så det er god stemning. Men det viktigste er de jeg har ved siden av meg. Tor Arne Fenes til min venstre. Jeg har Petter Solli Berg til min høyre. Og det som er gøy, er at hvis du skulle kanskje gått gjennom et helt felt, funnet alle de som deltar i heads-up-NM fra start, plukket ut 2 spillere som for det første du vet leverer fantastisk godt heads-up-spill, men som også er en virkelig verdig vinner. Da sitter du igjen da med en gruppe på kanskje 4-5 stykker, og disse 2 er i aller høyeste grad 2 av de aller største favorittene fra start. Og det er vel hele essensen i heads-up. I de andre øvelsene så har du alltid denne outsideren, den som har klart å surre seg frem til et godt resultat. De dukker ikke så ofte opp i heads-up-NM. Hva skyldes det, tror du?
Rutine, kanskje. Jeg vet ikke om jeg er enig i at jeg er topp 5 som var favoritt til å komme i finalen her, men til topp 20 så er vi med.
Han nekter å anerkjenne at han topp 5 favoritt her i forkant. Hva sier du om din motstander i dag, Petter?
Ja, jokeren som Nikke sitt, han en joker, så det blir spennende. Jeg vet ikke, jeg har ikke sett på sendingen i går heller, så jeg vet ikke helt om han spiller, men jeg skal føle litt på han, så får vi se. Jeg vet ikke, jeg snakket nettopp med han om det, at vi har aldri spilt før i Hold'em-turneringer, så jeg vet lite om han utenom at han en veldig solid pokerspiller.
Hvordan forbereder man seg til heads-up når man spiller såpass mye full-ring-turneringer, og klarer det å omstille seg til denne formen?
Det ligger litt i sjela mi, egentlig, sånn heads-up-poker, så jeg følte ikke jeg trengte å forberede meg veldig mye. Det bare en del av meg, tror jeg. Altså.
Hva syns du så langt om formatet som her på heads-up? Det at man har den andre kula, et rebuy-liv, det at man spiller ganske dypt der, sammenlignet med mange andre turneringer også?
Jeg har ikke forstått det helt til det, for jeg har enda ikke brukt kule nummer 2. Så...
Er det sant? Har du kommet hit uten å bruke kule nummer 2?
Ja. Så vi kjører bare på med en kule her.
Han sier selv at han ikke anser seg selv å være en topp 5-spiller her, og så sier han etterpå at den der kule nummer 2, den har jeg ikke sett noe, den har jeg egentlig ikke brukt. Hva tenker du om det, Petter?
Jeg tenker at jeg har også ikke brukt den, så vi to som ikke trengte å bruke ekstralivet vårt, da. Så det tydeligvis de to riktige som sitter her da.
Det ganske vilt, altså når vi har da en situasjon hvor vi rett og slett ikke har brukt ekstraliv som de har tatt med seg hele veien. De har gitt motstanderen doble sjanser fra start i denne turneringen uten å måtte ty til hverken comeback eller motstanders comeback eller noe på veien. Det som helt sikkert, jeg kan love dere, dette kommer til å bli en forrykende duell. Det kommer til å bli spenning, det kommer til å bli drama. Ikke minst, det en struktur og en format som gjør at dette kan vare. Blir vi sittende her i 3 timer, så det ikke overraskende. Så får vi se da, de gutta som begge har spilt main som i dag, og som har spilt mer poker enn de aller fleste her nede, om de holder fysisk og mentalt ut i disse timene. Mattis, hva tror du?
Jeg kan knapt vente. Dette her kommer til å bli ulidelig spennende, men det kan komme til å ta ganske lang tid.
Det jeg enig i.
Finalen i fjor, jeg sa vel feil, for jeg husket feil, for det var semifinalen din som tok veldig lang tid. Det var godt over 3 timer.
Ja.
Mens finalen, det var kjapt unnagjort.
Jeg tror også jeg husker tilbake at den eneste kampen i hele min, altså de 7 kampene jeg spilte heads-up, var finalen der det var fikk veldig gode kort, og han fikk ikke gode kort, og jeg bare vant alle pottene, og det var fort ferdig.
Det bare sklei rett inn på fjøl hele veien.
Ja.
Nå vet jeg at min gode sidemann Øyvind Larsen egentlig sitter og tripper litt, for han skal opp 1 etasje i loungen og bli norgesmester i rafle. Så jeg vet at du veldig klar for å løpe. Vi må bare vente litt til de gjør seg helt klare på bordet bak. Men Øyvind, det litt vemodig å tenke på at du ikke skal være norgesmester i poker?
Det jo det selvfølgelig, men man skal jo være realistisk også. At jeg veldig glad for å allerede ha fått 3 finaler og 3 seire i 3 finaler.
Men vi så jo på statistikken. Du vant første gangen, og så vant du år nummer 3. Så gikk det 9 år, så vant du igjen i fjor, vinner ikke i år. Da regner jeg med at Øyvind Larsen kjemper om tittelen igjen neste år. Og da får du ikke sitte ved dette bordet, men da må vi ta intervjuet deg ved bordet før finalen, og kanskje til og med etterpå.
Jeg veldig med på det.
Da har vi en avtale om det.
Ja.
Øyvind Larsen, lykke til i Rafle-NM.
Tusen takk.
De fortsatt, det noe et eller annet med, vi savner skjetonger på bord, får jeg beskjed om. Det jo en essensiell del av det å spille poker.
Ja, det jo det.
Jo skjetonger. Det jo vanskelig å avgjøre et norgesmesterskap eller hvilken som helst turnering uten å ha skjetongene, selv om du har kortstokken klar. Men litt mer tilbake da til strategien. Hvordan skal man klare... Altså, vi snakket litt om det her i stad før sendingen. Vi tror at dette kan bli en lang og seig affære. Begge spillerne, ingen av dem som redd for å få det på når de må, eller når de ordentlig i posisjon, men de lar seg ikke lure så lett, noen av dem, tror jeg.
Nei, jeg tror nok vi veldig fort får se en lang og hard match der det kan fort svinge begge veier og litt opp og ned.
Ja, det vel sånn at det ingen av disse to som gir opp hvis de ligger litt bak.
Nei, og det også veldig viktig, for jeg kan si i fjor så lå jeg bak i 6 av 7 matcher underveis.
Ja.
Så det bare å ikke gi opp egentlig også en viktig egenskap, og ikke tenke at nå det tapt.
Det jo et berømt uttrykk, et chip and a chair. Det kanskje ikke fra heads-up-spill den kommer, men allikevel, den like gjeldende der.
Absolutt, den fungerer veldig godt i heads-up-spill også.
Ellers, Øyvind, du fortalte meg at det har ikke vært ditt NM i år.
Nei, det har ikke det.
Hvordan gikk det? Vi startet med heads-up på fredag.
Startet med heads-up, røykerunde 1.
Ja.
Ganske lang og hard match, og noen flipper, så feil vei, så var man ute.
Så var det lørdagen, og da var det 8-game.
8-game. Holdt det litt lenger enn heads-up, men jeg røyk jo før cashen. Det gjorde jeg.
Du røyk dag 1 der også?
Ja.
Så da var du opplagt og klar til Potti med Noma her på søndag?
Ja, veldig klar.
Ja, veldig klar?
Veldig klar.
Opplagt?
Ja, opplagt og klar.
Kom du deg videre til mandagen?
Nei, gjorde ikke det.
Og så har det vært main eventet i går?
Ja, jeg spilte jo
og i dag?
Fixed limit også.
Fixed limit også spilte du?
Ja, da spilte alt. Ikke videre der heller, og ikke videre i main.
Nei, men hva blir det nå da?
Den videre planen i hvert fall 10-game om 2 dager.
Ja.
Rafle i dag.
Det på fredagen?
Ja.
Kanskje Tor Hansen på Mystery Bounty i morgen?
Kanskje Tor Hansen. Hvis noen husker tilbake fra railen i fjor, så har han Alfen som ropte litt. Han har bursdag i morgen.
Alfen har vi sett på bordene rundt her.
Ja.
La oss kalle det en omfangsrik og høylytt nordlending.
Ja.
Er det en ålreit treffende beskrivelse?
Jeg tror jeg med på den beskrivelsen.
Du merker det hvis du har vært borte i Alfen. Utrolig blid og festlig fyr.
Veldig hyggelig fyr.
Nå vet jeg at du, Øyvind, jeg vet at du tripper etter å få lov til å gå på spill i raffelen, og jeg holdt deg mye lengre enn du ble lovet.
Ja.
Men vi har en liten highlights-reel klar mens vi venter på skjetongene. Tusen takk skal du ha. Hvis du liker seigpining, intens nerve over lang tid, nå det din stund. Dine bønner har blitt hørt. Vi klar for finalen i Heads Up. Gutta sitter bak her, skjetongene på plass, kortene på plass. Vi skal kåre en norgesmester. Det kan gå fort, men mitt tips at dette varer en stund. Stig Moen, take it away.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, bringing you live some exciting poker because we are on the final match of the Heads Up event. It started with 64 runners, each entering for 800 euros in hopes of this very day. And we are left with just two players in Tor Arne Fennes, along with Petter Solberg. You can see the payouts. They've already locked up 9,220 euros yesterday. They're playing for 14,997 euros. The trophy, the plaque, the slippers, the sticker, and the honor of becoming the latest Norwegian champion. Both of these players have won Norwegian championships before, but not in heads-up affairs. And both actually, oddly enough, have won open-face Chinese events during the Norwegian champion. So they have at least something in common there. There were some friendly discussions between the two before the start of the match. So expect a friendly affair. We did watch Tor Arne yesterday just get hit in the face with the deck, but he played well at the same time to eliminate Steinbo. And today he's hoping for a similar fate, play well, get some good cards. Meanwhile, we do not know exactly how Petter Solberg got through Thomas Siversen, but we do know that he did face a tough opponent and other tough opponents along the way. So expect some action. We have 15-minute clock. Players each have a second chance chip as well, which they can either use right away, they can wait until they're low on chips, or they can wait until their first bullet is done and dusted. We've seen different approaches to this throughout the years, and it's fairly player dependent. We see Tor Arne wearing his lucky cap. He had that card casino cap yesterday. That's what the host of the Norwegian Championships and the Poker North Masters. Meanwhile, it's a quick update about the main event because we did find out some of the chip counts there while we are waiting. And believe it or not, we have a player that everybody internationally should know as the chip leader and Unibet ambassador, Monica Vaca, as the only player above 2 million in chips. Vegard Andersen, Knut Bernsten, Eirik Christensen, and Patrick Patan Klauderud each bagged the top 5 stack with many other players in the mix. There's 126 players remaining when that resumes at noon tomorrow, with 95 players making the money for 1,310 euros. Meanwhile, we're right into the heads-up action. We could see the blinds are posted. The stacks are set. And off we go in just a minute. Okay, players were given instructions by the floor. Both players seem relaxed despite the high stakes on the line. It's effectively close to a 6,000 euro heads-up affair, despite them each locking up more than 9K. That's a lot more money on the line. And you can see the beautiful trophy, you can see the beautiful plaque, and the gorgeous slippers. And the players can earn another star for their badge as well with a victory in this event, as it's one of the 8 championship events hosted this week at Card Casino Bratislava. So right away, we can see how the players play, and they're each starting with double the stack of yesterday. Yesterday, they started with 400,000. Today, each player has 800,000 in chips. They can get another 800,000 later. Blinds are starting with 2,000, 500, 5,000. which I believe is level 16. So quite a bit of play. All players have more than 100 big blinds plus more than 100 big blinds in reserve. And Tor Arne Fennis first to strike that was just taking away the blinds, but it's nice to win that first hand even if it's small. And you can hear the liveliness in the background. The cash games are absolutely hopping now. You can check out all the cash games at cardcasino.sk. Right now there's a lot of Hold'em and Omaha running, but of course if you're interested in other games as well, you can put your name on an interest list. And others may or may not join, but if you have a few friends that also want to play and you're all on a list, chances are the game could get going tonight with a packed house. So we have a raise by Berg with the Queen A to defend by Fennis with the 5-2 suited. Flops a wheel draw. Berg really just with a backdoor flush draw, but has the positional advantage. Fires out a min bet. Fennis with no red cards, but opts to call and see what happens on the turn. Queen of diamonds on the turn may actually slow down the action because now Berg has some showdown value. Perhaps he thinks there might be some aces and kings that weren't 3-bet by Fennis. And does check it back. And the 9 of hearts on the river. Is Fennis going to try to take a stab with nearly the nut low? He's reaching for some chips, and it looks like a bet of around 11,000. It's a little bigger, about 21,000 into 30,000, so not an easy early call for Berg. If you watched any of the match yesterday, he would have witnessed Fennis getting hit in the face with the deck, and that's a 3rd heart on the board. He could have been calling with that flush draw. And Fennis gets Berg to let go of the best hand very early on. So early momentum already back with Fennis as it was yesterday, winning the first 2 pots. It shouldn't have much effect on the entire match because neither pot was that big, but still interesting to see that he was able to get away with one with the 2nd nut low after floating the flop with just a gut shot to the wheel. Fennis's turn on the button. And a pretty hand it is, especially during heads-up play. Ace-8 suited, expect a raise incoming. An open for 11. Quick call by Berg with the same suit, but lower cards. And it's an all-black flop, but no clubs for either player on the 9-queen-3 board. Let's see if Fennis opts to continue. Not this time. He is still ahead with his ace high. 4 of clubs on the turn does not help either player. Fennis still ahead, but maybe Berg will be betting after that flop was checked, but not this time. Fennis looks deep in thought. I don't remember him wearing these dark sunglasses yesterday, and connects with that 8 of diamonds on the river. Will likely call a bet if Berg decides to try to steal it, but may not bet himself. We shall see. Looks like 12,000. No, it is 8,000. And I expect Fennis just to call, not to raise. He's getting an amazing price here. Does make the snap call and wins his third pot in a row. So we've played 3 hands and Fennis has won all 3. Starting things off where he ended them yesterday on the stream. Sporting that Bart Simpson t-shirt, the Cool Bet badge. It looks like a badge for Anders Mora Ringstad's website for poker chips and poker tables. I would try to pronounce it, but I would just embarrass myself. There's too many consonants in a row. Perhaps we can have Anders in the booth later this week. He's done some commentating in the past. Queen 7 versus Queen 7. Maybe we're in for a leveling war. I love when we have identical hands. One with Queen of Clubs, 7 of Spades. The other with Queen of Spades, 7 of Clubs. No love on the 4 diamonds, 8 of Spades, King of Spades flop. Backdoors to the flushes for both players. Berg's flush is a little better. And a donk bet here. No, Fennis checked, and Berg is continuing along for 8,000 after min-raising the button. We'll see how sticky Fennis is. He already floated 1 flop with 5 deuce with no possible flush draws, just the wheel draw, only to bet the river. And Berg wins the leveling war. It wasn't that much of a war in that instance, but when you see 2 identical hands, it's always very interesting how it plays out, and it's usually the power of position that wins out. So Fennis, who won the first 3 hands, gave one back to Berg just now, but it wasn't a big pot at all. None of the pots have been that big in the early goings. Fennis opening up with a raise to 11,000, similar to what he opened the last button with a dominating Jack 5 of hearts compared to the trade 2 of diamonds. Berg flopping a gut shot to the straight, backdoor to the flush, and Fennis with bottom pair, likely to continue from what we learned about him yesterday. And it's a small bet of 7,000. Let's see if this is enough. Fennis also, Berg also has the sunglasses, perhaps after seeing Fennis put on his. And Berg making a move with the raise here. Definitely seeing a little bit of a different tone earlier on than we saw during yesterday's match. It's going to be hard for Fennis, but he does have some connection to the board. Can't tell for how much the raise was for, but it looks like to 24. And gets the job done. Berg with the nut low, did have some outs, but oh, it was called, I apologize. But now the hand gets a little bit better with the Jack of Diamonds. For both players, in fact. Now Fennis is going nowhere with the 2 pair. Berg is going nowhere with the flush draw, and the gut shot is still there. And it looks like he's sizing up a little bit. A rather big bet of, I think, 66,000 into 70. We'll get that confirmed in a moment. It is nearly a pot-sized bet. But what would Fennis be worried about here? It was just a call from the big blind. Most of the pocket pairs would be 3-betting. A 7-8 might have check raised the flop. In this case, it was 2-3 of diamonds, but it doesn't have to be that he's behind. Most times he should feel he's still ahead here. And Fennis coming to the same conclusion and finding a call. So already 200,000 in the pot. So quarter a starting stack. And this might be an action killer with the king pairing the board. The jack is still good. Berg may take a stab at it because he was trying to rep the king in some ways. And it's going to be harder for Fennis now. He still has 2 pair, but it's counterfeited. If it's a big bet, it may work, but it's awfully hard to pull the trigger here. When you have an opponent that called a near pot-sized bet on the turn. Is he doing that with Queen 10? Is he doing that with 7-8? And those are the kind of hands that you want to get out of the way because your 3 high is never going to be good, or do you just give up on the hand? Giving up is not in Berg's vocabulary. The graphics were blocking the chips, so we'll need to wait. It's a smaller bet of 66,000 into a pot of more than 200,000, so about 1/3 of the pot, making it a bit easier for Fennis to call. He should feel that he's right here at least 1 out of 5 times. I don't think he should be raising here because what is he targeting with a raise? And although we could see what Berg has, and he might have a king in his range here, Berg would be betting quite other things here, that he just wants to get hands out of the way. Fennis is thinking things over. Hopefully not overthinking it. He's reaching for some chips. It's looking like it will be a call. And doing a little bit of Espen Jorstad today. He tried that for like a few hands yesterday with the hand on the shoulder, but then gave up on the posture. And finds the call. So similar to yesterday, Fennis is getting cards. He's getting opponents to bet into him that are bricking boards. And all the momentum belongs to Tor Arne Fennis. Meanwhile, the PLO high roller is up to 16 players. 1 player actually already hit the rail. It's name and shame. Kjetil Freutland. Now I kind of feel bad about naming and shaming because I did that and butchered his name at the same time. We see Johan Kite is one of the later entries, as is Marius Enbach. Quite a strong field, I have to say. One name that is missing so far is Mr. George Sanford, but perhaps he will max late enter or wait to see if the field grows a little bit more, with 2,000 probably being the top end of his buy-in range. He wants to make sure that it's a juicy field. If it was a 200 buy-in, he would already be in. Not too many 2K tournaments in Omaha outside of the WSOP, around the world, in fact. So it is going to attract some big names, but some Recs with some money will also hop in, I'm pretty sure. Some of those Recs happen to be quite good, though, like Morten Klein. Sander Van Westmail is in it, the Weasel. Not that he's a Rec. I would say he's probably one of the most solid pros out there in PLO. And John, who plays a very high variance style, John Kite, he recently won a WSOP circuit ring over in Tallinn in this format, and certainly shows no fear, whether it's a $1 game or a $10,000 game. It's the same old John playing a very aggressive style of poker. Meanwhile, back to the action. Fennis likely to stick to his raising size, open for 11. And the blinds have already gone up. That was a fast 15 minutes. Blinds got up and the noise has gone up at the same time. Those cash games must be rocking. I did walk by it before the heads up started, and it looked like there were more than a dozen tables already. And that will pick up for a few hours before the number of tables starts to dwindle, but it seems like the cash games are never going to end. So if you're in the area over the next few days, the cash games are running non-stop until Sunday, and probably even longer, because Card Casino is a happening spot for cash games. But if you're looking to play with the Norwegians, you need to get here before Sunday. So Berg already lost a quarter of his first bullet, but waking up with ace-queen, opting to just check the button. Does hit middle pair on the king, queen, deuce flop with 2 clubs. Fennis with his 7-deuce offsuit does hit the bottom. Likely will call a flop bet, especially a min flop bet. Ooh, it's just like deja vu. It's Groundhog Style over again. Anything Fennis does goes his way. In a way, this is Berg's fault, because Fennis could have folded this pre-flop if it was a raise. It was a little bit slow played. And although Berg can discount a lot of 2s, even in a limp pot because it paired up, he's kind of in a spot of bother, because Fennis can raise here and then lead out the river. And you're probably going to have to call a check raise when you have ace-queen on this board. It is possible that Fennis will just call, laying out the trap for the river, but that would likely go check-check then. So the best course of action for him is to raise here, take control on the river, and hope for a call on both ends. But a very disciplined laydown there by Berg, laying down the ace-queen. So Fennis, although he did get hit with the deck there, unable to capitalize any further. And I'm not sure if Berg had a read there, but that was a very quick fold with ace-queen. Perhaps feeling that Fennis is not check-raising him light. We've seen him mostly check-raise when he has it, but he is capable of check-raising with air as well. Ooh, I like this. We're back to the side-by-side with the board in the middle. This is an amazing view for the heads-up affair, and we can keep an eye on the body language of both players at the same time. And we have 2 separate angles even of the trophy somehow. That's quite interesting. Fennis with the 7-4 in a limp pot, likely to check it back. Does check his option. So Berg, who limped his ace-queen, may be limping a lot now, trying to play small ball, as he now limps his jack-4. Both players hitting the bottom pair on the ace-8-4 flop. Berg with the better kicker. Does min bet. Fennis will either call or raise, with call being the more obvious of the 2, and does quickly call. Interesting card, 5 of diamonds. Doesn't give either player 2 pair, but it does open up some more outs for Fennis. A 6 for the straight. And both players check, and it's a 3 on the river. So Berg with the check mark, but it's going to be hard for him to hold on if Fennis decides to turn his hand into a bluff. But it does go check-check, with both players having some showdown value. And Fennis with some kicker problems. I wouldn't say it was a cooler, but loses a small pot over to Berg. Is it Coolbet versus Unibet? Because we see Berg now with the Unibet patch, which also qualified players to the Norwegian Championship and Poker North Masters. Then it's not getting good cards anymore. This is 7-deuce again. And once again, Berg having that deuce match like he had the 4 match. So it was Jack-4 versus 7-4 before. Now it's Jack-deuce against 7-deuce. No love on the ace-5-9 flop. Let's see if Fennis continues and steals one away from Berg. This is why on the button you can really play any hand. Power up position is quite important in heads up. Good to see Alexandru back dealing again. He dealt the heads-up affair last night, bumped into him this morning. Learned that he will maybe be taking a small break from dealing because his partner is expecting a child. So congratulations to Alexandru for that. Meanwhile, we have Berg opening with the 5-4, flops to bottom pair in the 9-6-5 flop. Fennis defending with the 9-7. And hits the top pair, goes check, check. King, a little bit of a scare card for Fennis, but after it went check, check, maybe he'll opt to try to get some value from his 9. And is trying to get some value with 3/4 of the pot bet. 18 into 24. And Berg has some decisions to make. Bottom pair, maybe some showdown value, but not this time, and shows his 5-4. Perhaps trying to get inside the head of his opponent. You don't want to give away too much information, but unless you have a plan with that information that you're giving, maybe you're giving away some false information that you can capitalize on later in the match. It is quite a psychological game playing heads up. Last night's affair took about 3 hours. Combination of math, cards, and psychology all involved. Tor Arne Fennis over 1 million in chips now. And Berg deciding not to mess around with the 10-4, so easy peasy lemon squeezy for Fennis. So we learned that Petter Solberg has won an online Norwegian Championship in the past, also has some side event wins, while Tor Arne Fennis is a 4-time champion, including winning a 500 euro buy-in fixed limit championship event in Dublin exactly a decade ago in April 2014. Okay, not exactly, a few weeks off, but a decade ago. Meanwhile, Fennis defending with the queen jack off. Has both suits of Berg's dominated, who opened with the 10-8 with a min raise. And the queen jack is still ahead. Both players check to see the 3 of spades turn. So far, not a run out that really helps either player, but maybe Berg can wrestle this one away in position if Fennis doesn't lead out after it was checked back to him, but decides to check again. Doesn't really have any outs on the board directly, but he is ahead, and his queen and jack are both live if it does check again. It's going to be hard for him to call some bets here. It looks like it's for 12,000 for half the pot. So let's see how Fennis approaches this one. Taking his time a little bit. And it doesn't look like he will continue along. And Berg now stealing one away from Fennis. Fennis is definitely opening up his king-4 offsuit, likely with a raise. And we saw Berg fold his rags earlier, but these are suited rags. He is going to call. It has a bit more playability. Although his 4 is crushed, and a king right out of the window along with a jack and a 5. Fennis flopping top pair, continuing off where he's been throughout the last 2 days. And Berg, no reason to stick around, but just backdoors to the wheel. Maybe a 2 through 6 straight. But that's a little bit optimistic on this kind of board, especially with no flush draw possibility. And here's a look at the chip counts. It's 1.011 million for Fennis and Berg with 589,000. Once the stacks get to over $1 million, it's going to be rounded a little bit, but we can easily do the math because there'll always be a stack under 1 million in chips as well. I guess not always, because it's possible that players will use their second chance, but at least for now, we'll be able to do some exact calculations. But being 11,000, even 40,000 off is no big deal. Got a quick update from George, and he will be hopping in with a warm-up of cash games before he plays the PLO high roller. He wants to see a few more players enter the field first. It's up to 17 players, putting up the 2,000 euro buy-in. But meanwhile, Berg with the big slick, raising it up to 12,000, a min-raise. Fennis likely to defend with his jack-7 suited. I stand corrected. It's a 3-bet to 42,000. Is there a 4-bet incoming? Fennis mixing it up a little bit. We know he's going nowhere. It's a matter of whether he's going to 4-bet or whether he's just going to call an ops for the 4-bet. It looks like to 112,000. Indeed it is. And Venice with his hand caught in the cookie jar a little bit. Hard to really defend at this point. You have to put Berg on a very strong hand. You're playing it out of position. But Tor Venice may have other ideas in mind. He played quite well yesterday, playing quite well today, is benefiting from some variance on the cards. Not in this particular hand so far, though. And does decide to give up. And Berg picking up a nice pot without a flop. And here's a closer look at the plaque, the slippers, and the trophy. For those of you listening before, I think I'm most jealous about the slippers, although the trophy is beautiful, as is the plaque. The plaque is such a nice touch. Min raised by Venice. Pedersolde Berg is going to call with the Jack-8 offsuit. Actually not in the worst shape against Ace-3. Bottom pair for Venice on the Queen 3-4 flop. Backdoor flush draw for Berg. Not really too much else connectivity. But Venice checking it back. Let's see if Berg opts to take a stab on the 2 of diamonds turn after Venice checked it. And that's exactly what he's doing. A bet of 24,000. Venice thinking about what to do with the 3rd pair. Not thinking too long, though. It looks like a call. Indeed it is. So 72,000 in the pot. King of hearts on the river. Perhaps if Berg is able to find another bullet to fire here, he can get Venice to fold the best hand. But it's hard after the turn bet was called, which was a pot-sized bet. Both players check, and Venice wins the pot after connecting with this 3. Back over 1 million in chips. I believe we've reached the 3rd blind level of the day, which would be 3,500, 7,000. Alexandru agrees with me and just announced that to the players. Berg with the 10-4 offsuit on the button. Looks like he just called, and Venice willing to check his option back from out of position from the big blind with his queen-jack. And flops the top pair on the 6-jack deuce board. Not much going for Berg. Venice is going to check here a lot. Berg checking back. Maybe Venice will bet after the king of diamonds came on the turn. Likely not to get much traction from Berg if he does. Targeting hands that include a 6 or a deuce here. And Berg with the quick fold. So a cheap pot there by Venice. another limp pot. Between the two players, it's 8 high. But both players with live cards. And an interesting flop, actually. 7-9 queen rainbow, giving Fennis the open ender, Berg with the bottom pair. A check by Berg. Is Fennis going to bet his open ender? He knows he has a chance to improve. Betting out small for 8,000, likely not to scare Berg away. Does quickly call. Oh my, a straight for Fennis on the 5 of clubs turn. Check mark already his way. Well, no, Berg has a flush draw, so this can generate some action. There's 9 outs that Berg has. Every single club is live. Fennis is hoping for a call, will not mind a raise either. Just doesn't want to see a fold, and Berg likely going nowhere with that flush draw, with the third pair as well. If he knew that Fennis had a straight, he may have other ideas, but may even feel that he has a possibility of being ahead here without needing a club. Does flick in the call. And the 9 of diamonds on the river. Let's see if Fennis can get another street of value. Should not be that concerned that the board paired. A 9-7 may have already tried to raise this pot. And a 9 that otherwise doesn't connect with the board isn't going to be good enough. No flush draw possibility. And it looks like a meaty bet. An overbet of 80,000. Perhaps this is enough for Berg to get away. It's a very polarizing bet, saying either I have a super strong hand or I have nothing at all. So it's possible Berg will talk himself into a call. On the turn, it was a little bit different, where he also had a flush draw possibility, but might think that maybe his opponent was on some kind of draw that didn't hit, like 8-10, 10-jack. Looks like he is in a bit of pain. Can he find the fold? He's reconstructing the hand in his head. You can tell a little bit by his hand movements. Thinking, what is he betting flop, turn, and river with? 10-jack is one of those possibilities. Queen 9 is another. So there's hands that he's made. 6-8 may even be in his head, which is exactly what Fennis has, but the 8-10, the 10-jack would have been betting the flop and maybe the turn. And then trying to seal it away in the river, and Berg talks himself into a call only to get the bad news and taps the table. Telling Fennis, good hand. And just like yesterday against Steinbow, Fennis is on a roll. Amazing job as always, Alexandru, and see you likely in the morning. Although we'll probably see you back at the TV table as well. A quick look at the payouts once again. Players have locked up 9,220 euros with 14,997 euros on the line. Looks like a raise by Berg, a min raise, and Fennis looks like he's ready to defend with this 5-4 offsuit. Ace, king, queen, 3 overcards to everybody's hand. Berg with a backdoor flush draw, gut shot to Broadway. Fennis with just a backdoor to the wheel. Likely will give up on the hand even to a min bet by Berg unless he wants to float with something else in mind. And does give up quickly. Love that trophy. It's rather sexy. Would definitely pay extra and baggage fees to get that bad boy home. I'm sure the winner won't mind either. Definitely something to put on your mantelpiece, your fireplace, and your trophy cabinet near where you play online poker, whatever you prefer. Fennis raising up his king 5 from the button. And Berg defending with his 4s. So both players with decent holdings heads up this time around. And Berg is ahead, but would have no way of recognizing that on a 9 Jack Queen flop. Fennis has 2 overcards and a gut shot to the straight. And Berg giving up on the best hand, facing a bet from Fennis. It's hard to play 4s out of position unless you hit a set. And he was getting the right odds to set mine even during heads-up play. Blinds have gone up to 4,000, 8,000. Time is flying by. Berg opting just to limp his ace-8. Fennis decides to see a free flop with his queen-3 of clubs. Didn't decide to get fancy this time around with a raise. Very difficult to play against a player like Fennis, who's constantly mixing it up. Ace-8 still ahead on the 10-5-5 flop. Both players check. 4 of diamonds on the turn, leaving Berg still ahead. Is Fennis gonna try to pop this one away? Does have some showdown value with the queen high. We see that that's no good. Checks it again. And it's just a min bet by Berg, so Fennis may decide to come along, but I think he can fold here as well. There wasn't too much action pre-flop. It was just a limp and a call. But perhaps thinks his queen is good, makes the call. 5 of spades on the river, putting trips on the board. And Fennis winning the pot after it goes check, check. I mean, not Fennis, Berg, apologies. Meanwhile, Kjetil Freudstall is the first player not only out in the high roller, but the first player to get back in. It's up to 18 players with 17 remaining. Unlike the championship events, that is an unlimited re-entry affair. So it's an open with the Jack-8, defend with the King-Queen. Jack-8 flopping a gut shot, King-Queen still has 2 overcards. Flop more connected with Fennis than Berg, though. And Berg checks. Let's see if Fennis takes a stab. He bets 10,000. Is that enough? Likely not with 2 overcards. Oh my, Fennis improving to top pair. Still has that gut shot as well. Although that gut shot now gives Berg a better straight. So the last thing he needs is a 10 because that would spell a lot of trouble. Both players check. And an innocuous 4 of diamonds on the river. I do not think Berg will be betting here. He might get like a deuce to fold, but probably not anything better than that. And has some showdown value if it's checked back to him. If he's bet into, he has a decision to make with this king high. And Fennis, who may have missed a bet on the turn, is coming back on the river. And Berg has to be thinking, does he always get there? It was a bet of 42,000 into a pot of 52,000. Berg needing to be correct about 1 out of every 3 times if he wants to make this call. But gives Fennis credit this time. And Fennis still winning a nice pot, but could have won a little bit more if he got a crying call from Berg. So far, this final match is living up to its billing. Both players showing a bit of skill. They're able to mix it up quite nicely. It would be very hard, without seeing the hole cards, to predict what they have. It's easier to predict a little bit about what they might do with the holdings they have, but even that has become a little bit unpredictable, which makes both players quite tricky. Berg limping the button, Fennis with the 9-8 offsuit. We've seen him play this both ways, where sometimes he's raised, most of the time he's checked it back. We're including hands from yesterday against Christian Steinbo. And an 8 out of the window, but then there's a jack to follow, so both players hit the flop. This time it's Berg with the better piece. However, it's Venice with the donk bet of 8,000. And a quick call by Berg. Oh no, Venice turning 2 pair. Wow. Is he gonna size it up? Is he gonna check in order to trap? There are some other combinations he needs to be worried about that he's behind, but he shouldn't be overly concerned. It's a bet of 26,000 into a pot of 32,000, so around 80%. And Berg can go nowhere with this top pair. Perhaps that will change on the river for both players, depending on what it is. But it's only the 5 of diamonds on the river. Doesn't really change much. Probably not any 6-7s around. As we can see, they're definitely not. But I think Venice will try for another street of value here. Looks like half the pot. Bet of 42,000, a different sizing from Venice than we've seen earlier today, at least on the river. And a quick call there with top pair by Berg. And Berg is going to start shaking his head in frustration, similar to what we've seen from Steinbo. Even when you flop top pair, your opponent flops 2 pair. Eventually, these little psychological things can get to you. Both players still holding their second chance chip. And still tons of play. It can go pretty fast in terms of momentum changes if Berg can win a few hands. Momentum is mostly psychological. The cards do not remember the hand before. Venice opening up his king-10 suited. Berg is looking like he's ready to defend. It might have been a limp. It looks like it was a min-raise and a call, though. And a 10 out of the window. So top pair for Venice, not much going on for Berg. Runner straight possibilities is about all, an overcard to the board. Venice likely to protect his hand. Looks like a bet of 10,000. So a little less than 1/3 the pot. And Berg quickly folding. Tour Arne Venice putting on a little bit of a clinic here, both yesterday and today. It's awfully difficult to beat a player that has the combination of skill and getting the cards. You can maybe sometimes overcome one, but overcoming both is a very difficult proposition. Berg limping his ace again. This time it's ace-8 off. Seems to like to do that, perhaps trying to set traps or to disguise the strength of his limping range. But Venice not falling into any traps with 10 deuce suited. has some backdoors to both the flush and the street on the sticks, queen, jack flop. However, Berg's still ahead. It goes check, check. 5 of spades on the turn does not change the fact that Berg is still ahead, but he hasn't connected on the board. And the 6 of spades pairing the board on the river. Berg trying for some late value on the river. Not sure what he's trying to fold off. Maybe a 5 on the turn. A jack's never folding, a queen's never folding, and certainly a 6 is never folding. Maybe doesn't want to show the fact that he was limping with an ace. That's also possible. Meanwhile, Morten Klein hit the rail and the 2K PLO high roller. Hasn't re-entered yet, but still has plenty of time. 40-minute blind levels in that bad boy. It's up to 18 players with 16 remaining. Last year's affair got around 40 players, 40 entries anyway, and might get to about the same this time around. Tobias Leknes, who's commentating the Heads Up in Norwegian with Stig Moen, won it last year after Max late entering. And perhaps after he's done with commentating, we'll do the same. Berg defending his big blind with an ace, only to flop top pair and an ace-jack-5 flop. Did check for Fennis with not much equity in the hand, trying to wrestle that one away. It's not going to work this time, but can't fault him for trying with his standardized bet of 10,000 that we've seen the last few hands. Now has a gut shot, not much else. Does check it over to Berg, who checks it back. Maybe trying to trap his opponent. Let's see if Tor Arne tries to steal it away. Berg is basically going to call any bet. Maybe not a jam, but Fennis is never doing that. But even a slight overbet should be called by the top pair. He's seen Fennis get there on strange boards with 2 pair only to kill his top pair, but instead Berg is just taking control with a donk bet. There's no reason for Fennis to call with no connectivity to the board. Queen high is beating some hands that go check, call on the flop, check, check on the turn, but not really enough of them. And Berg picking up the pot. Blinds are up again. Up to 5,000, 10,000. No big blind ante and Heads Up. Berg limping again, this time with King 7, has a much stronger 7 than Fennis, who has 10-7 offsuit. Reaching for some chips, so maybe not going to check back his option this time, as we've seen him do a few times. Maybe tired of the limping going on, but he's getting some free looks at flops out of position. Fennis raising it up to 33,000. 3.3x. Let's see if Berg raises or 3-bets. I mean, raises or calls. I don't think he's folding. hand is too strong during heads up, but I stand corrected. Venice getting away with one in a hand where he was utterly dominated. Only with one live card. Venice raising his baby suited connectors to 20,000. Berg gonna likely defend. Maybe he'll find a 3-bet. I don't think he'll find the fold. Does just call, the obvious play. Now trying to cover his face, trying to change things up somehow. And does flop the top pair. A gut shot for Venice, backdoor flush draw. Perhaps he thinks he was giving away some tells, but I don't think he was. Goes check, check, and now a flush draw on top of the top pair for Berg. Not top pair, but second pair. Might be concerned, though, that Venice was opening some aces. Venice now also with the double gutter to the 2 or to the 6. Will give him a straight or a wheel. Checks it back to see a free river, and the 8 of diamonds pairs the board, giving Berg trips. He's going nowhere. Should try to get some value now, but it's not going to work. A stringish bet of 30,000, but I think it'll be counted. 15,000, sorry. Trying for some thin value, maybe trying to induce a raise by Venice. And Venice calling, maybe just to gain some information. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure why he's calling. He's not beating anything. Rather peculiar call. Not quite sure what was going on there. He's beating absolutely nothing with that 5-4. An updated look at the chip counts. Keep in mind, both players have a second chance chip worth 800,000 chips ready to go. Berg may decide to use his at some point soon, just so he can double through Berg with a bigger stack. Double through Venice with a bigger stack. Very strong heads-up hand with the 8s here for Berg. Limps once again. Venice just checking back his option. If the case 8 comes, it's going to spell a little bit of trouble for Venice. Backdoor flush draw for Venice. Otherwise, I don't see how he's getting ahead. But it goes check, check. A queen on the turn. Berg checking again. Venice checking it back. And Venice giving up on the hand. Is Berg going to opt for some thin value? He is betting 15,000 once again. I mean, we did just see Venice call with 5-4 despite not connecting with the board on the river. 8-5 is a little stronger, but he's only playing the board. Not this time. So I'm guessing he called the time before, either because A, he might have misread his cards, which is unlikely, or B, that he was looking for information, which also doesn't seem likely. A third possibility was that the RFID reader picked up something else, but I don't think that that is the likely possibility either. So it's either A or B and not C. But still puzzled by that 5-4 call 2 hands ago on the river by Fennis, who is playing pretty good poker the last couple days. Fennis won a big pot previously with 8-6 offsuit, getting it once again on the button. Min raising it. What is Berg gonna do with his ace here? We know he's not folding. Is he 3-bet or calling? He seems to be playing small ball pre-flop lately, but not this time. It's a raise, it looks like, to 60. And Fennis may decide to get out of the way despite playing this hand in position. We can see that he's pretty live with both those cards. But gives up on the hand, and Berg winning another pot. So 3 small pots in a row for Berg. Six-5 suited this time on the button for Berg. Just limping and trade deuce for Fennis. Checks back his option from the big blind. Three overcards to both players on the 9-queen, 9-king, 7 flop. Nobody with diamonds in their hand. Berg betting min. That's enough for Fennis to fold his 3 high. So momentum starting to swing Berg's way after an early run by Fennis. Hasn't won any big pots, but 4 small pots in a row. For Fennis this time around. Looks like a min raise again to 20,000. Berg with the 9-2 suited. Could go either way. I suppose a 3-bet is also possible, but the likely situations are either a call or a fold. Decides not to fool around, and Fennis winning one with the best hand, but still happy to take that down with 10-8. Interesting seating position choice there by Berg. Chair is turned around. There's a cushion leaning against the chair and Berg leaning against the cushion. Perhaps just trying to relax a little after some mayhem early on. A limp by Berg with King 9. And Fennis happy to see a free flop with a suited Brunson. And a king out of the window, so Berg falling far ahead, just really a backdoor flush draw for Fennis on this board. Berg letting him see a free card. Nope, I take that back. Berg is min betting. And Fennis with almost no equity calling there. Oh my, trips for Berg on the turn. It's going to be hard for him to continue to get value though. Perhaps he thinks that Fennis was calling with 6-8, 6-4, a 7 or a 5. Can discount a lot of the kings. We see that he was just calling with pure air. No reason for Fennis really to stick around anymore. Possibly should have just folded the flop, but that didn't cost him much. Wasn't going to put 2 more big blinds in on the turn. Alexander is back. Welcome back, sir. Our TV table dealer from Romania. The PLO high roller now has grown to 20 entries. George Sanford has yet to enter, but Yngve Steen has been one of the latest entries, along with Vidar Owi, who we saw a little bit of yesterday during the fixed limit affair. Fennis min raising the button with a very strong ace-10, but Berg with the jacks. Wow. Raising it up to 60. Is there a 4-bet coming or a call? Ace-10 is super strong. Fennis running through the option in his head. This may be a mistimed 4-bet. It looks like indeed it is. To 140. Are we just going to see a jam at this point? Berg still has his re-entry chip. It is a jam for more than 400,000. Fennis now is priced into call, but maybe can get away. We haven't seen this level of aggression by either player pre-flop. A 4-bet jam by Berg with the fish hooks. It's awfully difficult to get away from ace-10 in heads-up poker. Definitely in 9-handed poker, it's much different, even in 6-max. So it's actually for 432, not for 407, so the count's off by a minute amount, fairly insignificant towards the tournament anyway. Decision time for Fennis. Is it possible to 4-bet fold here? It would potentially save him some chips, but of course he can get there. He has some equity in the hand. The ace is live. Diamonds are live, clubs are live. And he makes the call. So Berg has a chance to get right back in the mix of things and even take the chip lead after everything was going Fennis's way. Wowzers. Well, best of luck to both of the players, and here we go. 934,000 in the pot. Actually, a little bit more. And a 9-10 king flop, a queen would give Berg a straight. He's still ahead, but now Fennis can improve with any ace, any 10. Nine of clubs on the turn is safe for Berg. And the four of spades, a jack's hole for Berg, and he takes the chip lead after suffering quite a bit the first few blind levels. It just took one big double up, and he's right back into things. If he uses extra second chance chip, this match can be looking a lot different, but still has the chip lead. It's the first time at all since the semifinals that Tor Arne Fennis has faced a deficit. It's not a big one. Both players still with their second chance chip. Ooh, Satan number for Fennis, 666 in his stack. It's actually a little bit less because we found out that Berg was jamming for a little bit more than what was in his chip count. So figure it's about 641. Maybe even 616. I'm not doing the math correctly. We've been live for nearly 12 hours now, so I'm not going to try to overthink it, but we can just use the counts that are in there. They're close enough. And blinds are now at 6,000, 12,000. Fennis with a dominating hand, but just still 9-5. Now it's looking a bit better after flopping top pair. Meanwhile, Berg flopping bottom pair. Both players check to see the jack of clubs turn. Let's see if Fennis tries to get a little value out of his hand. Not right now. It goes check, check. Three of hearts on the river. Bet of 20,000 into 24,000 by Fennis. Is Berg going to call with his bottom pair? Is he going to